Once again, we come back for another day of the Snapdragon Pro Series, where teams from Tier 2s are looking at an opportunity of getting noticed, more so becoming greater than what they are now, to challenge themselves against the Tier 1s. Here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB division here for the Open Finals, we have an opportunity, a glimpse to see what that team could look like. Welcome everybody, another event by ESL, another day. Welcome to watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5, Day 2.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The era for everyone has arrived here at the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. My name is Gideon Q, and once again, a second day to see whether these teams can actually deal with the raw brutality that the Swiss rounds have to offer, where the teams who are strong and continue to be strong will keep on facing their competitors of same likelihood, while teams who have already taken an 0-1 still have an opportunity, but only if they win 5 games in a row in these next couple of days. Today with me on the desk for day number 2 here at the Open Finals, it's Husky at the desk.
Super excited because today is where we begin the chopping. We begin to eliminate teams just like the Hunger Games. 1/4 of these squads are going to be kicked out by the end of the evening. It's not going to look pretty.
No, it's really not going to look pretty, and that's why the Swiss format is one of the more brutal formats out there. We don't care whether you have better seeding or not, you just have to perform. And I think for a lot of teams, we've seen that those who have already taken an 0-1, they probably have a lot more to learn than some of the other teams who have already taken a 1-0.
Yeah, and yesterday there were also some pretty good examples of how teams have to change the way they approach the Swiss round in terms of preparation, right? You can't just prepare for every single team. You have to focus on your fundamentals, and every single best of 3 counts.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're hoping to see here for these Swiss rounds. But that being said, just in case you guys don't know, day 1 has already passed, and we already have a good idea of who is going to be moving on to that 1-0 bracket versus those who are playing in that 0-1 bracket. But first, let's have a look at the tournament calendar to keep you guys up to date with exactly what's going on here at the SPS. From May 20th all the way to June the 4th, we have 3 weeks worth of Open Finals. By June the 4th, we will already have 4 top teams moving on to the challenge season, which will continue from June 10th all the way to 23rd. And then finally, in August, from July 28th all the way to August 4th is where we will be having our challenge finals.
Yeah, and if you guys are confused on how the format works, don't worry, we are here to help you understand the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series format. We are already past the Open qualifiers. Right now, we are in the Open Finals itself, where 32 teams from the qualifiers plus 60 invited teams will battle out for just 4 slots to qualify for the challenge seasons, where they will join another 12 invited teams who are already waiting there to get the top 4 slots to eventually enter the challenge finals, where they will meet another set of the creme of the crop from every single region to battle it out to become the ultimate winner.
Well, don't worry, there's also the LCQ for the top 2s in each of those groups to eventually proceed to the challenge finals, and we will predetermine who is going to be the winner of the SPS. And I mean, last year was already good enough, right? We saw some highs and lows from some Tier 2 teams really putting some good fights against some of the Tier 1s, but lack of experience definitely played a major factor then.
Absolutely. And if you guys aren't sure which teams are currently playing for their opportunity to qualify to the next stage, don't worry, we have the entire list of teams for you guys by region. But of course, we gotta look at the 16 invited teams first, starting with Dewa United Esports, EVOS Holy, Alter Ego, Onyx Philippines, TNC Pro Team, Banana EVOS, Team Hawk, and Toda.
Well, let's not forget about the second column here with JP Niners, Vanguard Esports, Homeboys SG, Bleed Esports, Flash KH, Team Max, D-Roar Legends, and Burmese Ghouls. Now keep in mind, these are just the 16 teams that are invited. There are 16 more qualified teams, starting with Foxura, Monster Vicious, Asterisk, Homeboy Syndicate, Bigatron Beta, Aura, RRQ Senna, and Aura Esports.
Of course, we have AI Esports, Mythic Seal, Valhalla, Falcon Esports, RRQ Kaito, Smart Omega Neos, Black Dime Philippines, and Minerva Esports.
Now, all of these teams are competing heavily against each other. It's not about Tier 2 and Tier 1 anymore. It's the best of the best looking to play for survival in this Swiss bracket. Day 1 has already completed, and that was round 1 only. Here in round 2, they've been split to the 1-0s and the 0-1s.
Yeah, and 4 teams will be eliminated by the end of today if the teams in the 0-1 bracket loses another best of 3. And keep in mind, these teams are not just going through the whole boss rush format in the Swiss round. The teams that they will be paired up against is shuffled by random, so you have no idea who your opponent is going to be until yesterday ended.
Yep, it makes it really difficult to prepare for your opponents. You're only going to be able to get the information and identify your opponent's playstyle pretty late down the line, but keep in mind, they're playing for all of this, right? Whoever's in 1-0 wants to complete the day with a 4-0 by the end of the week to maybe have an opportunity to qualify for the upcoming challenge season.
And the dates are on the right side of the graphic as well. You can see that today is the last day of the week, where the teams will get a 1-week break afterwards to prep for their next series, but it doesn't make it any easier, especially for the teams in the 0-1 bracket.
Yeah, for a lot of these teams, right, we've seen that even with A teams, B teams, we've seen that main lineups generally are preparing for their upcoming playoffs in their individual regions, but we still managed to get some of these invited teams, 12 teams in a matter of fact, starting with Bigatron Alpha, RRQ Hoshi, Rebellion Esports, Smart Omega, Echo, and RSGPH.
Of course, they are also joined by King Empire, Yudu Red Giants, RSG Malaysia, RSG Singapore, EVO, and CFU Gaming. The 12 invited teams from their respective regions, and of course the 4 teams, the 4 slots from the qualifiers part is going to come from the open finals.
Yep, if this was a Souls-like, this would already be Elden Ring, baby. A whole new ball game, a whole new biome once you make it to the challenge season. If 32 teams was not enough for you guys, don't worry. The other 12 will certainly knock your hats right off.
Speaking of the teams, let's take a look at today's schedule because we have a lot of interesting series lined up for the English broadcast, starting with Minerva Esports against Valhalla later at 4 p.m. And Onyx Philippines take on JP Niners at 6. Bigatron Beta against TNC Pro Team at 6:50. And of course, RQ Kaito and Foxura to end off the day.
Yep, it looks like we're going to have a couple of interesting matchups here in today's schedule. Which are you most interesting for? Because, I mean, Bigatron Beta and TNC Pro Team, based on what we've seen so far, both sides in the 1-0 bracket are looking real good.
I'm looking at Onyx Philippines against JP Niners because JP Niners yesterday, they beat Falcons Esports, which is a big surprise, right? Because JP Niners, when you look at their performance in NPL Malaysia, finished 8th place, didn't qualify for playoffs, but did just enough to stay in the league. But yesterday, beating Team Falcons, who has a great performance in their respective region, this is a step up for JP Niners.
I mean, that's already huge, right? Speaking of some of the huge changes that have happened, not only for some of these teams, but also in the game, let's look at some of the results from the patch notes, right? I mean, last time we were always talking about, oh, these big changes about tanks not going to be viable for the meta because of the physical defense reduction, even for the magical defense department.
Yeah, but overall, even when you look at the stats decrease, is theoretically above for the tanks because now you get a lot more stats just by leveling up. So early to mid-game tanks, you don't have to worry about being too squishy. You're going to get your items anyway. So for tanks, I don't think they're affected too much. Although I would say that Dominance Ice is probably the most affected item because right now your passive is not an AoE passive anymore, right? People have to physically damage you to trigger that passive. Everything else, I think is still beneficial for the tanks.
I mean, one of some of the top and rising items here, it has to be Brute Force Breastplate. We're seeing a lot more teams look for it as their early item after they get the molten core, and once they already have it, then their next item, they think about how quickly can I start moving around the map, how quickly can I get in and out of these situations. And even with Brute Force Breastplate, its base stats are relatively low, but that passive is just way too good, especially when we talk about some of the other adjustments. Like you mentioned, the Dominant Eyes only triggers attackers upon taking damage, but even some of the cool, even some of the changes, right, for Endless Battle, or more importantly, Blood Wings here, significant.
Yeah, and of course we also not just have the lower mana and energy cost reduction, this comes in conjunction with the purple buff nerf, right, because it gives lesser benefits, so this is just to balance things out. Brace Might also took a minor hit, now you only trigger it when you damage enemy heroes, so you can't heal off of jungle creeps or lane minions anymore.
No, it's real tough. It can be a little awkward for some of these energy-based, energy-costed heroes, but still, there are some. It's a quality of life change, right? It's not supposed to be so life-changing to the point where assassins are back into the meta, but good enough if you don't get your purple buff on time or it's stolen away from you. Other skills to keep in note from the talent sector, right? Man, Weakness Finder has seen a huge upsurge. Same goes for Brave Smite.
Yeah, even for the Brave Smite, despite the nerf, still pretty good when you're in these skirmishes or even team fights, but Killing Spree, that one has a big, kind of a bit of a number change, right? Back then is percentage max HP, now it's just 15% lost HP. So for people who are using Killing Spree, you have to be a bit more aware of how you take on these fights. Blood Wings also went through a massive change, significantly cheaper, but the passive is so much more beneficial. You get that movement speed boost when that shield breaks, helps you run away.
We've seen all of these changes be played in the SBS and even in our own local MPLs, right? I think everybody is kind of really lining up some of the techs that are going around, especially amongst jungles, and more importantly, for what's the most cost-efficient item for roams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from day one, there are some heroes that has so far been undefeated in the league. We had like, what, 16 best of 3s, and that could easily go up to 50, 60 games, just kind of ballpark number. But 100% win rate in terms of heroes. We have Xborg, 4 matches played, won all 4 of them. Nana also won all 3 matches, and even Lolita showing up for 2 out of the numerous matches we have and winning both of them.
I actually watched the Lolita game just yesterday, right? Again, it's interesting to see that people are coming up with some of the newer picks, although we do have to discuss about, in terms of win rate, why exactly were some of these actually pulled off, right? And I feel like a majority of the time, other than Lolita, I think she's a little special in this case, but when we're talking about Xborg, we're talking about Nana, there's sometimes just no better picks.
Yeah, even for Xborg, despite, well, aside from having 100% win rate, he also has a decent ban rate, right? People ban him because they want to play tank junglers or even tankier XP laners that you want to flex, like for example the Baraz, and some teams like to go for the Terizla. I'm more excited to look at Halkert, because Halkert is now open for business. People can actually pick it up. We saw the very first debut of Halkert. It was in MPL Indonesia, of course, by the infamous Beloyski, who played 2 games and won both those games.
I mean, I'm hoping to see that as well. I think most teams are either avoiding it or there's not a situation where they can actually force it. Most of the time, we just see it banned on blue side. I don't think anybody's too surprised about that, because with the new Halkert changes, line of sight is now a problem to have.
Yeah, and I think this also kind of changes the bans a little bit. Matilda now not 100% banned out. Some teams are willing to let Matilda through. Angela still getting a lot of attention as always, is consistently a good pick, but at least it frees up the red side a bit more.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? In terms of most bans, we've seen that Loyi has also joined that upper echelon alongside with Angela. Like Harith, we knew that he was eventually going to get banned, right? Everybody kind of knew that he's really difficult to deal with. He scales super good into the game, and there's only very few answers with it, which is either beat him so hard in a lane with a Roger, or just hope to outscale him with a Natan.
Yeah, speaking about Roger, I think the fact that Harith is such a staple in that gold lane is making these teams to get a bit more creative in that gold lane pick, right? Now we not just have the holy trifecta of Harith, Roger, Natan, we have Moskov joining the ranks, and even Claude yesterday, quite a popular pick and having a quite a high win rate, right, alongside the Loyi.
I mean, we always talk about Swiss Army knives of the lane, and I think Claude definitely falls into that category. It's never going to feel like he's going to fall out of meta just yet, unless they really, really nerf hard some of the items that make him good, right? Any on-hit builds, most importantly, the Trinity build, most dangerous of all. Something to keep in mind here for future patch changes if you're worried about whether or not some of your favorite heroes get changed, especially in the marksman department.
Yeah. if I'm not mistaken, Angela, despite being banned 33 times, every single time she's picked, she's won most of the games. I think Angela right now sits at a 60+% win rate. Despite being banned 33 times.
Yeah, no, that's the crazy thing, right? Because I think for a lot of people, the enablers, Angela by herself isn't necessarily good, maybe in the earlier stages of the game, but she definitely starts to fall off later down the line, right? So we need ways to make her effective in the ways that we've been seeing it. Yuzong, Ling, tank junglers in general, even Fredrin sometimes, Harith down by the gold lane, Roger in the gold lane, right? Many people who can hard carry the game, but just need a little bit more sustainability to get over the line.
Well, with that being said, I want to see what these two teams have been cooking up. The first series coming up, we have Minerva Esports, of course, and Valhalla taking center stage, but we got to turn our eyes to Minerva Esports first, because yesterday, I believe they dropped 1-2 against Team Hawk, whereas for Valhalla, they also lost their series against Outer Eagle.
Yes, they did. And I mean, in those series, again, we got a good glimpse of what both of these teams are capable of. Minerva, this is their first time here at the SPS. They've competed before, but the question is whether some of that, experience has translated, or has the patch really diverted their attention to kind of, set it back into phase 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, even for Valhalla, especially, they had to go up against Outer Eagle yesterday, right? Very, very tough opponent. Despite Outer Eagle's current state, not making playoffs in MPL Indonesia, you still cannot discount kind of the firepower that they bring to the competition. So I would say these two teams, they got punched really hard in the gut yesterday. Yeah,
I mean, that's the brutality of the Swiss format, right? You never know who's going to be... It could be good, it could be bad. It's a roll of the die.
Yeah, I want to see what they cooked up for today, because this is do or die, because after this best of 3, one of this team will have to pack up.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, very true. I think if anything, right, if they're going to look, especially against each other, they at least have some material to kind of read up upon, so at least some drafting ideas that they could lean into a little bit more, just to etch out an advantage to get the win.
Yeah, I want to see some pocket picks, right? If there's any chance, this is when you're in the Swiss round and you're in the one series loss bracket, it's time to pull out all the stops, right? There's no more room for error, and there's a chance that you have to play that Swiss round tiebreaker down the road. So you have to get ready for extra series. I think for the Minerva, they should feel a little bit more comfortable. Just looking at power rankings, I think a lot of people would agree that Minerva over Valhalla, but who knows, right? Valhalla could pull out something special.
That's the thing, right? That's what's really scary about tournaments like these here in the SPS, up to SPS-like, right? These tier 2s, we don't know exactly what they have deep in their pockets. Like, if they're pushed into a corner, how do they bark back? And sometimes it could be an Alucard within the first rotation. Other times it could just be some other kind of pick, like Carmilla, for an example, which we have seen banned before. Now, starting things off, it's going to be Minerva Esports with Sorengelo, Lex, Karasu, and as well as Louis as your main lineup.
Yeah, and so far for Minerva Esports, I think yesterday when they went up against Hawk, they did show some promises, right? It's not like they lost the series 0-2. They did draw blood against Team Hawk, just could not finish the job. But their opponents for today, Valhalla, that one is a completely different story, because they dropped 0-2 to Outer Eagle. We have Nelson, XP lane, we have Panha in the jungle, Pop Mart mid lane, Grand Con Philippines in the gold lane, and Dizzy as their roamer.
Yep, and this lineup, I mean, we need to see more from them, right? They need to start standing out somehow to gain the attention of international fans, and more importantly, so to keep their lives and hopes and dreams alive in this tournament itself. A single loss is what is separating those two things.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft from yesterday, especially from Minerva. They played 3 games against Team Hawk. 2 of those games, they did whip out the Carmilla Roam, which has been kind of put in an archive for a very long time. Both those games resulted in a loss. We've seen Carmilla recently. Well, funny enough, it was by Team Hawk in the jungle. So I want to see if Minerva has learned something from that, right? Carmilla Roam, I'm still trying to find a way to work around it. I feel like there's so much more roamers that are more effective.
I mean, true, but at the same time, like, I feel like it is an interesting answer to particular heroes like Chip. I think that if you're dealing with Chip, strong AoEs are going to be the way to kind of multi-manage the way a fight can actually break out, where you have to worry about that portal, you have to worry about sometimes people in the front line, and I think Carmilla kind of does that in both ways, usually with another strong enabler, whether Vixana or even Odette.
Yeah, but I think the one issue I realized about Carmilla is that she needs items, right? Which was why Carmilla in the jungle by Team Hawk felt a bit more viable, because she's getting farms, she's getting those items, she's able to start fights. But Minerva in the roam, you're not getting items, you get blasted down very, very fast. And that could be the prime weakness. But I think what Minerva can bring is in that XP lane. We're seeing that the flexibility, right? They can play the Barrage, they can play the Export, they can even play the Benedetta. So it really comes down to what they want to do against Valhalla today. If they want to play side lane, I think Benedetta is always going to be a good option.
I think that, you know, having those in your hero pool as an EXP laner gives you a lot of flexibility in this game, right? Because again, it means that you can be utilized in the draft to fake out your opponents, having double flex picks throughout, whether on red side or even blue side, to keep your opponents on your toes. A very powerful tool for coaches out there.
But on the contrary, for Valhalla, this is where I get slightly worried in terms of their hero pool. Yesterday when they played Alter Ego, the bans for both teams were actually almost the same. But when it comes up to the picks, Valhalla actually have not demonstrated too much of a flexibility. They went Yuzhong, Vexana, Moskov, these three were the constant. The only changes were in the jungle. Both games were tank junglers, Baras and Baxia in the Romero. This is where it gets a bit special. They play Florian in game 1, they play Haukert in game 2. But everything else is the same.
Everything else is the same.
Yeah, Moskov
Interesting.
goat lane.
Interesting. Now, again, we've seen even yesterday we saw a good number of Moskov games amongst the English broadcast, and I think even then it kind of gives us a rough idea of what some of these players are going to be more comfortable with. It's not like they don't have any options, but I think, you know, heroes, marksmen in particular that have Inspire are going to, well, I would think see some kind of resurgence later down in the meta once, you know, Harith is just too impossible to deal with, or even arguably Roger.
Yeah, I'm seeing Valhalla straight up ban gold laner, so no Harith, no Natan. For Minerva, they're taking out the Nolan Loyi, nothing special. Angela also banned out again, adding to the importance of having an Angela as the enabler. But so far, Valhalla hasn't shown any interest in picking up the Roger in any way. They haven't banned Roger, they haven't picked Roger. This game feels to be the same. They banned a Minotaur.
Okay, that's totally fine. Then let's see what that first pick is going to be, right? It's either they can go for a safe blue side pick. Yep, Matilda, really good. Doesn't really show too much to your opponents in Valhalla's side, but let's see what the two power picks, or at least combinations, they want to start off the draft with.
If it's anything like yesterday, probably the Moskov, there it is.
Yep.
Moskov picked again. They could lean into the jungler, either Baras Baxia, or they can take Vexana, which has been their drafting pattern. I would say a lot more predictable than Minerva's.
Well, let's see whether it's actually going to line up with it, right? Because again, I do feel that like locking in the Vexana so early on probably could be detrimental later down the line. It does help out with a lot of mid lane matchups, but at the very least, you have a dedicated roaming support that kind of makes that difference and makes the laning phase a lot more manageable and a lot more bearable, even at the worst case.
I definitely would prefer to go for them to go for the jungler first. You open up a flex pick potential for yourself, but no, they go for the Yuzhong's second pick.
Unless it's Yuzhong jungle, then it's the true double flex pick within first rotation. Minerva now holding on to priority. Now, showing both their side laners is a little bit interesting, right? Not everybody wants to do that, because that means that the priorities is leading over to either reason A, they don't have enough of a hero pool to manage later down the line, or B, they're setting up for something bigger. And so far, it's kind of looking like a dive comp.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? Because they haven't changed anything from yesterday. Aside from the bans, they definitely have made some adjustments to do with Minerva, but for picks, they're sticking with comfort picks. Whereas for Minerva, Fredrin, Roger, just given for free. In fact, this is a very strong opener.
I don't think... Okay, I think that Fredrin, fine, Roger, this might be a skill matchup, especially when you're up against the Moskov, right? Because Moskov is one of the few marksmen that actually has some form of counterplay against the all-in from the Roger in comparison to some other types of marksmen. Like even Natan, right? You're waiting for skill 2. For Harith, you're waiting for Chrono Dash, and usually with the skill 1 as well. As soon as he's down, you just look for that all-in as early as possible and then trade out later. We do... Ooh, the farm is as their third. Okay, so that means it's going to be a guaranteed Valentina ban from the side of Valhalla. Yep, there we go.
Yep. So this is still leading into the dive comp. Right now you have an insurance policies. Some changes in the mid lane I like is instead of the Vexana, they go for the Faramis. They are still looking for kind of the roam and the jungle. It can open up some more aggressive picks for them if they want. Minerva starting to ban out the Barats already.
Yeah, they're playing, again, both of these teams are playing very much on the nose. We're seeing that the Valentina ban was easily predictable because of the farmers, but even before the farmers, I think the Minotaur should have been a dead giveaway at that point, especially if they didn't pick up the farmers so early on and waiting until the very end of the very first phase, right? The Barat's ban makes a lot of sense because of the Fredrin. I do think that if Valhalla can still lean into Boxio, worst comes to worst, but Minerva could just look to double ban these tank junglers and force him to play a Kai.
Yeah, Kai I think would be a decent pick, or they can just opt for like a carry jungle, like a Ling, right? And then you pick a big tank as that Romo. We still have the Tigreal as an option, as Valhalla continues to climb down in the mid lane. So no Vexana for Valhalla. Minerva bans out the chip.
Huh, no chip, but no Vexana. They also banned Outlaw Yi for themselves. They don't have decent AoE just yet. They could just go with a regular Lilia, I suppose, for Minerva. But let's see, Valhalla, I think if they show their jungler here, it's totally fine. It doesn't really give too much away. Their roamer is by far the more important role.
Yeah, there's no more flex potential for this draft, right? Whatever they pick, they will review the role.
What you see is what you get, you know?
What do you want to take? Yeah, to go for Tigreal. I had that in mind. It's either the Tigreal or... No, honestly, there's only the Tigreal left. Yeah. So
I mean, technically, if they really wanted to, they could have looked for... I mean, I'm always going to lean into Grok. I always think he's good. They could have gone for single target lockdown if they wanted to, but that doesn't really fit with the identity that they've picked in the first phase, right? It's about dive. It's about team fighting. That's generally how they want to initiate things. So it makes sense that the Tigreal gets locked in. Minerva, they need to recognize this, right? Oh, okay. Terizla, traditional answer to dealing with comps that want to kind of clump up together because of the farmers.
Do you want Odette, Yi, Farsa, even Lilia, right? Lilia still feels very good.
Something with Purify, yeah.
Something with Purify and something with AoE damage that can complement what the Terizla can bring. You're not too worried about, you know, running away because you have the Matilda. Novaria, I'm fine with that.
I think it's interesting because that means Novaria has to play a slightly different role than what she usually does, right? She is supposed to poke, she is supposed to kind of reveal the map very often and play very utility-based, right? But she's only going to have some mega, like really big noticeable numbers later down the line. So a majority of this damage is really just coming from this Roger, from the early to mid stages of the game.
Yeah, but I think the roles are also very defined from Minerva, right? I give Novaria his vision, Teresa starts a fight, Fredrin, he's just going to sandbag as much as he can, and then you have Roger as the cleanup crew. Whereas for Valhalla, it's all about diving to the back with the farmers as that insurance policy, and we see the Dyrov last pick, so talk about diving, they are tripling down on it.
They also have like a good tank buster, right? So they have solutions to deal with the Fredrin in these like smaller styles of skirmishes. I'm not sure whether that's going to work because again, Valhalla, they're going to be walking around in a group. They're going to be playing 4 away from the gold lane. So I think what this matchup is going to come down to is how good can Soren actually play and not only win out his lane, but make sure that this Moskov isn't able to accelerate or get ahead at all.
Yeah, and I like Valhalla. They are just very honest with the draft, right? They show their hands from the get-go. It's all about diving you. It's all about getting the snowball going. If we can set off the avalanche early on, we guarantee Moskov a good game. We guarantee that the Dyrov destroys your front lines before they can become effective.
I think, you know, the only thing that I see as a bit of a problem for Minerva Esports is if, like, the EXP takes a bad trade, or if not, they lose pressure in the side lanes and their jungle starts to get affected by that, right? I'm expecting Minerva to play around gold, to try and bleed their lead over into the jungle to steal away camps, to get this Fredrin ahead of the curve as soon as possible. Because again, if Panha on this Dyrov finds that first blood onto legs in his own jungle in a 1v1, I think the game is basically done for early and mid.
I agree. I think for Valhalla, they want to do the exact opposite, right? Free up the Moskov, let Yuzhong and Dyrov do the heavy lifting early on. And even in terms of that early game crawling capabilities, if you are the Dyrov, once you hit level 2, you are good to go.
I think what we have to worry about here is whether or not Xeon is able to open up the map in a convenient way, because we're not expecting Panaha to start this initiation, right? We're expecting the EXP and the roam from the side of Valhalla to kind of do a majority of the poking and prodding to bait out that fight.
Yeah, very good coverage from Louis and Gello. So this Tigreal can't enter the jungle. He's poked out too much, and as a Faramis, there's not really too much you can provide if you can't get lane priority. You do try to force something out of the Tigreal, but again, not able to do so. So Xeon keeps his flicker, which is the best case scenario.
Yeah, but Louis uses his Purify in the process, so something that they could punish later down the line here. But it just goes to show how dangerous Dairoth is, especially when he's got his stacks available. Gets his empowered strikes, really just shreds you down too fast. And now, dedicating their resources here, Soren, he's got to win out this lane, right? And that's why he's a little nervous that this Dairoth could be on the top side of the map.
And I like how both Nelson and Karasu are letting this lane freeze as much as possible. Especially if you're other Yuzong, you're not pressured at all. But top side, this Roger might be in jungle.
Oh.
Danger almost executed. Had to blow the Purify.
Worth it. No, this is so good because now Panha forces a freeze onto in Moskov's favor. He could just sit here all day.
And he's not letting that wave. He's not going to push that wave, and it's going to allow Tigro to absorb this mid wave and get closer to level 4 as well. Panha is going to clear his purple buff. Get ready for this first turtle fight. This is going to be massive for them.
Yeah, I think Moskov at this point, he should consider hard shoving. Maybe he can get like a spear down.
Oh, straight up penalty zone to the back, and he still takes the turtle away, stolen by the Dairo. Valhalla looking to fight the Abyssal Strike, actually to connect, but a flicker, implosion on the 2, forcing out double flickers from Minerva. Both teams disengaged for turtle for Valhalla.
Could have been at least first blood here. Nelson unfortunately whiffing his Petrify. Didn't get much value out of it, but regardless, they still get the turtle without losing too much to Minerva. At this point, Minerva is like, all right, we only lost the turtle, not the biggest of deals. Let's see if we can get our poor gold laner ahead. He was forced to recall after that Dairoth gank. Let's see if they can find a little bit more.
Able to force the freeze now in the favor of the Roger, at least. And Valhalla, they need to bring someone up to this top lane just to make sure that Moskov can walk up, but they are not too concerned. They're making, as long as the Dairo has a good game, they're fine with it. And even for the Tigro, he's decided to stick by mid.
I think Popmart and Xeon have to bail this poor Moskov out of this out of the freezer here. He can't really walk up, and unfortunately, Louis is guaranteeing that he's going to lose some form of EXP or at least some gold. They are nervous that Dairoth has kind of finished his rotation in terms of jungle camps from the purple side, now back to the top side orange. That's why they're just taking their time. They don't want to maintain control for too long.
Good news for the Moskov, freeze was broken. So he's going to be able to continue pushing and even hard shove this wave because Valhalla, they are setting up a potential dive, and Soren, he knows that this is imminent. Astro Echo gets a 3-man ping. So far, not able to get any dive off. Minerva looking to initiate a potential turn but can't find the angle.
Yep, it's even Terizla hard pushing his lane to make sure that he walks away first. Nelson looking to mirror him down by Riverside, but it goes back to a neutral state. 13 more seconds until we see the upcoming turtle, and Panha completing his first item. Oh, look at that damage!
Another Purify forced out. Pop Mart, Ghostburster's damage not enough. Does pull Lakes back, but he has the dash to get out. Deathless for both teams so far this game. Slow and methodical. Valhalla on the turtle first. Nelson hits the back, instantly uses the Black Dragon Form. Implosion used, but first blood goes over to Gallo. Turtle secured by the Dairo, and he's going to start diving in with Abyssal Staff, Spectral Staff to get a couple more kills. Lakes and Soren both go down. Circling Eagle also committed, but it's going to be a trade for the XP laners, and at the end is Valhalla finding tree.
Yep, they find so much. Another turtle, and they also get an extra kill on top of that, turning this trade into something a lot more favorable for Valhalla's side. I mean, Minerva, they had the right idea, but this is the problem that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, Soren by himself does not have enough damage, is very reliant on the rest of the team to kind of bring them down to a more palpable state before jumping in with the Lycan Pounds.
Even the damage leaderboard, Panha is super ahead. In terms of damage, they're 135,000 already.
He's doing some real damage, all thanks to his Seed Halberd purchase, man. He even timed it right. He was sitting in a bush, bought that Seed Halberd, jumped immediately, and forced out a Purify from Louis super early on. If he keeps up with this process, hopefully he can start scaling a little bit faster by finding a kill for once, because unfortunately all he's getting is battle spells.
Well, he did find 2 kills in the turtle fight. That is already a great start. All things considered, Valhalla haven't even breached the 1k net worth advantage yet. So for Minerva, they're very happy about this current development.
Oh, for how long though? The lane states kind of look okay. Let's double check on the lane states. EXP not too far apart from each other, only about like 100-ish to 200 gold. Jungle is where we see the biggest difference by 500 to 600. Mid about the same. Gold about the same. Surprisingly about the same, to be fair.
The only one really leading is the jungle. So player have to see just bought the Fury Hammer. continuing to commit into that full damage build. This could be a Hunter strike for the Dyrol, but very minuscule advantages for the other lanes.
Yeah, Lakes getting real greedy, trying to go for a Thunderbelt here just to have some form of damage to help on Soren in that department. But here we go. Once again, situation replaying itself. It's going to be Turtle in control of Minerva. Here comes the conceal.
Very early conceal, instantly broken. Zeon, he's just going to take up as much space as possible. Minerva forced away from the Turtle. And Pana, he's going to be the one to draw aggro. You don't want to let it reset completely. The pokes are there. Flinker penalty zone instantly baiting out another round. They're going to try and break the shield. In fact, Zeon does go down, not protected by his teammates. All Turtle this time. Secured by Minerva. And it's going to allow Soren to start getting those Lycan Pals reset under the turret. Minerva finding 3 in a perfectly executed team fight.
Really perfectly executed from Minerva. Like, Soren just got his Endless Battle as well. Tells the rest of the team, I'm ready to fight, but we got to do this fast, right? Here comes the spear, but I don't think Moskov's going to be taking that one. Mid-tier 1 ends up falling, and Minerva just taking their time, right? Karasu instantly forcing out that Netherrealm by the time he jumps in with the Flicker penalty zone. And look at how much Minerva is getting off of this. Mid-tier 1, zoning them away from a top-tier 1 at the same time while collapsing on the tier 1 bot side. All of these structures will fall into the hands of Minerva.
One Turtle fight and all tier 1 structures taken out. Minerva getting a 3.3k goal lead, just like that. And completely pumping the brakes on this Dyrol.
Incredible punish here. Really good punish coming in from Minerva. Valhalla need to take a step back now. Now they recognize, okay, we can't just man fight them. We can't just like stat check them. Because so far they hit their power spikes first, and we need to calm down for a second. Because they're struggling to get this Moskov in the fight effectively.
I believe it's very hard for him to join either way. Especially, I think when Valhalla wants to play this clumped up team comp, they are aware of this Terizla, but at the same time, this Pharahman, he has to protect his roamer. Astro Echo getting a 4-man ping, and again, forcing out the Netherrealm very early on, but even with the implosion, it's not going to do much. Zeon still ends up going down.
Yep, can't do much about that. And even Padha, right? We haven't seen him interact in quite some time after that double kill by Turtle side previously on the second Turtle. Even Nelson, right? He's, again, unable to really participate in the majority of these fights because there's nothing to really fight over for. They're starting to, I mean, the levels are starting to show. The EXP lead from Minerva's side accumulating fast.
They are syncing up the waves very well. Soren just took out the top tier 2 without any contest. And the problem for Valhalla right now is that no one can actually walk up to them.
I think the worst part is even for Valhalla, right? How exactly do they play their high ground? With the heroes that they have, it's so dependent on getting that early snowball that without it, even high ground defense is pretty much up to just Popmark. And I mean, even Grant, but to a certain degree, Grant, he doesn't want to fall into the range of the Flicker penalty zone.
Spear just missed, so Valhalla, they aren't even get a potential to contest this. Lord for Minerva. Valhalla was looking at the bot side, but it's very hard to catch this Novara. Gello is fully aware of that.
Well, they start backing up here. Minerva want to open up the map. They only spot one.
Just the Tigreal, but now they found the Moskov also. Just in time, the mini-waves again. A fresh batch spawn, and this is going to push the bottom wave. They're going to go onto the Matilda, but that might result in a death penalty zone to the back already. Karasu zoning Grant away. Netherrealm will be expended to keep Vanha safe. And that's what two big ultimate, well, one big ultimate used by Valhalla.
There could have been an opportunity for Zeon there, but so far they're unable to find like a clean combination, right? They're looking for Zeon and Panha to be able to get a double ult onto like 3, maybe even 4 people, and that should be enough. But wow, Soren is so greedy, deciding to go for Blade of Despair, just to make sure that if he gets somebody low, they're almost guaranteed to die now.
So first, all tier 2s are down, and the Lord still slowly pushing. Minerva is letting that Lord just have that slow walk up the top lane. Another wave for minion spawning. I think Minerva is going to consider, yeah, they staggered at mid wave, going for the top wave shove at the same time. It is going to not going to perfectly sync up the wave, unfortunately. The bottom one will be a bit late, but it does buy some time.
No, I think it's staggered really nicely, right? Because now Valhalla have to respond accordingly. First top side, then mid side, then bot side. They can't cover everything.
Zeon tried to go for concealed play, but immediately thwarted by Minerva. So top inhibitor should go down. Penalties over Karasu, catching 2 of them. That's going to force out a preemptive Netherrealm for Valhalla.
considering everything, only losing one inhibitor doesn't seem too bad, but Minerva have not let their foot off the gas for quite some time, and Gelo has come to a point where his damage actually sticks on the majority of Valhalla members, so as long as Valhalla doesn't have that Netherrealm, they can kind of do whatever they want, and I think Minerva, they understand that. They now figured out where the boundaries are with this team.
Xeon has been desperately trying to make a play. Concealed play didn't work out. Just now we even saw him use the Sacred Hammer to try and get in range for a potential Flicker implosion, but even that is going to be a bit hard. A 3.1k just go advantage from one Lord push alone. And he's going to go a Flicker. This one only on the Fredrin. They need to make sure they burst down Links as fast as possible, and they can do it with the help of the Dyro. But a 5-minute knockup, breaking the Netherrealm in an instant. Valhalla looking to find Soren in the back. He's all alone. Grant on top of him. And that will be the shutdown for Valhalla. 3 crucial kills in the jungle.
Oh, that was huge. That was a huge fight. Great engage coming in from Xeon. Who would thought that it would have snowballed so far out of control? Minerva 2xing their capital. Now getting it sliced in half as we see Valhalla running it down towards mid side. Panha will be able to cover the top side at the same time, and slowly they will converge back down to Illumina's Lord. What a turnaround for Valhalla.
Despite all the Minerva ultimates hitting Valhalla, the entire team of Valhalla, it wasn't enough. And if you are Lex, you would start to realize that, man, I really am not tanky enough to hold on against this Dyro, especially the Dyro with the Empower Spectral Step. So this is the more important Lord going over to Valhalla. Lord advantage. And they didn't just slice the disadvantage by half. It's 90% of the lead that Minerva has is now gone.
Ah, man, what a huge momentum swing for Valhalla's side. And now, I think with this, they should be able to hit their next item power spikes. I do see an Immortality purchase onto Xeon, so maybe that gives him a new level of confidence to go back in and is willing to die to get the perfect implosion. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Spear does land onto Lakes. Grant has some info. 30 more seconds until the Flicker comes back up for this Tigreal. Valhalla should be able to at least attempt to get this inhibitor mid. They use a Black Dragon form already. This Dyro just caught and melted. Seems like Valhalla was not ready to respond, and now they have to give up more than just a Dyro. Even the Faramis goes down, but thanks to the passive, he's going to revive. No inhibitors claim for Valhalla.
Man, that's so sad. That's so sad for Valhalla. I mean, their entire composition is around playing with small combinations to really dish out some real damage against Minerva, but that's so execution heavy. And as you can see, right, it's high risk, high reward. If Panha disappears, then you can't expel Grant to be able to do the exact same things. He doesn't have that type of burst damage, and he opted to go for Flicker instead of an Inspires to play extra safe, so he can't necessarily be too far forward.
Can't wait to see the Lord advantage stat. Probably not much. Still a gain, but still a net gain, but not much. The gold lane is starting to hit that maximum item build, both Moskov and Roger. Of course, Roger's item is considerably more expensive, Malefic Raw being the latest addition to his arsenal.
Oh boy, this one's tough. We need more anti-cuirasses from the side of Valhalla, right? They need any ways to stop that Lycan Pounce from actually getting the initial reset. And that, I think that even for Grant, he recognizes that too. Even if he is going to take some true damage from the endless battle, regardless, as long as he is not dying to that Lycan Pounce and starting a reset, his team should generally be able to come up on top. For the most part of it, I think Panha, he's got to stop walking forward, right? Somebody else has to bait this out, and I think maybe Grant can do so. He's got a dash, he's got a Flicker to make it happen. I think if he's able to kind of, well, not the penalty zone. He needs to bait somebody a little bit bigger. Lex might waste a little bit of time. Maybe he could potentially bait Soren into a Lycan Pounce, or maybe even Louis with a Circling Eagle. I feel like that's more likely to happen.
If all else fails, you just fall back to Xeon. Having the Tigreal get an implosion, right? Doesn't have to be some world-ending implosion. We saw how fast it can melt a single target. If they can get that catch again, I think it would be just enough.
I don't think Minerva's going to give that to them, though. I think they're really worried about Xeon. I mean, based on how they've been moving this entire game, they're giving a lot of respect to him, right? They're not respecting the Moskov as much because they know at mid-ranges he's not going to be as effective. And they also know that Soren just has such high bursts that unless we see a Winds of Nature purchase from Grant, I don't think he wants to go in. And I think, if I'm looking at his items correctly, he has the Winds of Nature.
Lord, less than half health. Valhalla not even in range to contest this. Again, this flicker implosion only getting onto Karasu. Can they get him out? The Karasu turns around with the penalty zone to lock down Valhalla. And this is the team fight that could end it all. NetherRealm perfectly timed to keep the entire team alive. But then Brazos Wrap slammed out by Lynx. Not enough to turn it around. But it gives Soren the opportunity to look for Lycan Powell's reset. Stunned up in the end. Thanks to the Moscow. So at the end of the day, it's still an even trade for both teams.
Wait. Can he get more? Ah, gets an immortality. Doesn't get Nelson, unfortunately. It's still worth it. But man, that was a savage angle coming out from Minerva Esports. That was almost a savage angle.
If not for Grant, right? I think the spear stun or something stopped Soren at the very end. But still, with this Lord, at least Minerva regains some of their map control for themselves. Albeit not much though. More advantage. Oh, we get the live update, 3.5k so far. Oof. But no inhibitors can be claimed.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this breaks even for both sides, right? It just means that it comes down to a neutral state. The only thing that Minerva has over Valhalla is that missing top inhibitor in Valhalla's base, a constant pushing wave. Ideally, they wish the Lord spawned on the opposite side of the map, down by bot side rather than top, but hey, you can't win it all.
But breaking Xeon's immortality is actually pretty huge. Now he can't just walk up and eat and kind of start a fight without thinking twice. That's what, 200 seconds without the revive mechanic for Valhalla. This allows Minerva Esports to start walking up and taking control of the map a bit better.
Or it gives Minerva the opportunity to buy their own immortalities. We're seeing Lakes as well as Soren simultaneous buys on their final items to close out this game. Looks like Lakes is going for the traditional Fredrin build, but he's being a little bit more greedy about it, right? He's going for the Blood Wings. He's making sure that he actually has the Thunderbelt at the same time, just to make sure that he has a good amount of damage, and maybe he could like 100 to 0 himself when he's just about to die. So we'll see whether he's able to make that happen.
We saw the Winds of Nature finally purchased, but Winds of Nature into Malefic Raw. That's the last item for Grant. And I just saw an update. Actually, Team Hawk won their first game against Dewa United. So good on you, Team Hawk.
Let's go.
So far, so good.
So far, so good in the Swiss rounds, huh? Coming in from first and as well as second, taking the wins. All right.
Yeah. Who did they beat again yesterday? They beat Minerva, right? They beat Minerva, and then they just beat Dewa United in that game 1.
Yes. Sorry, I was thinking of another Malaysian team. But so far in this game, it's been quite the back and forth between Minerva and as well as Valhalla, right? Nobody has been able to maintain having their lead, especially it feels like whoever gets Lord gets punished for it.
Oh yeah, and I think it comes down to two individuals. Karasu on the Terizla and Xeon's Tigro. Who gets the better out? Who gets the better out? And whether Minerva can bait out an early NetherRealm, that's what's been deciding these team fights.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I think those penalty zones have been pretty effective here, because usually when you see a penalty zone, there's almost an instantaneous reaction from Valhalla, whether it hit or not, to just hit the NetherRealm, right? And I think that trigger finger is definitely going to cost them a little bit more unless we do see something come out of them. And I think it has to be that Petrify. I haven't seen Nelson get an effective Furious Dive into Petrify combo just yet to kind of follow up on the initial damage, because I don't think they can expect Xeon to do absolutely everything. I think he's doing a lot as of right now, but considering the movements from Minerva, they're posturing themselves, keeping themselves away, making sure that they're not clumped too close together. Worst comes to worst is the Fredrin just by himself, and even then it's still pretty risky.
Yeah, even we saw just now the Fredrin almost won the game for the Minerva, right? A bit. If he had a bit more damage, if that was the old Fredrin, that game would have ended.
Yeah.
He would have like one-shot the 3 guys.
He would have gotten the Maniac straight away.
Yeah, straight away.
Right there, bam.
So a bit of an update is Valhalla with the tech pause. We'll wait to resolve the issue before we continue this. But I would say, I think I'm also noticing Valhalla's way of approaching the team fight, right? I agree that the Yuzong hasn't been able to get some big Furious Dive into Petrify, but at the same time, when he's zoning people out with the Black Dragon form, he's also trying to make sure that he stays within the radius of the NetherRealm to not get popped. So I don't know, perhaps he should get an Immo or Winter Truncheon to enable him to make those big plays. That could be an angle.
Possibly. I think he's almost building up to it based off of our API here. But let's jump back into the game and see whether things are going to change. Yuzong Nelson, he still needs that one last situational item. He just does not have the gold for it. And yeah, I mean, it feels punishing to who takes the turtle this series.
Minus 2.1k.
Oh man, it's sad. It's sad. But whoever has had the Lord thus far, the most we've seen is from Minerva taking an inhibitor. But everybody else is just thrown fights, lost fights, or got turned around on during the fights.
What a game one so far. I mean, Valhalla, definitely props to them. They've been able to make this draft work. Even though it's not the condition that they want it to be, but at least they've reached the state of the game where they can actually fight Minerva toe-to-toe. We just saw the Haas Claw purchased by Grant, so switching up the build a little bit. He could be transitioning to the crit build if he wants to. So he sold his boots for the Haas Claw.
Yeah, he sold his boots, so I don't think he's good to transition into the crit build. I don't think there's enough gold before this game actually ends, and I'm pretty sure he's more satisfied with his current build as of yet. But we'll see. We'll see, because Navaria's on the opposite side of the map, and Valhalla, do they suspect it?
Yeah, there's the consumer already. That it is, Implosion! Catching two, forcing out one Purify. Karasu this time cannot turn around with Vanity Penalty Zone, and Pana finds the dive forward, circling Eagle for Louis to escape. But he leaves his team in the dust. Immortality popped by Lynx. The Muvaria damage is stacking up for Soren in the midst of things. Looking for the Lycan Pounce reset. The Wisdom of Nature from Grant. Only possible Immortality, but Grant now in no man's land continued to fight his way to the ranks of Minerva. And Louis becomes the next Grant. Just Spectral steps forward to find a triple kill. Valhalla finally winning a big team fight.
Ooh, we saw a new layer be achieved by Valhalla as they ascend. Yellow, can he land it? He wants to guarantee this hits. He wants to hurt so bad.
Haas Claw, can he out-heal the damage? The Lord also kind of hurts. See Yellow, there is a slight window, but I think he realizes that there's no chance.
He's missed it. He's missed it. Can't do much about this. Oh man, Minerva, they're about to simulate the Maniac situation all over again, but well, this time Grant, he's sick of it. He's like, I'm finally in this fight. I can finally access the backline. I can finally show what I am made of, and he comes out big for Valhalla.
Biggest X factor was Karasu not getting his penalty zone off before he went down. And of course, Gallo being late to the fight, that finally allows Valhalla to take down this top tier 1 20 minutes in.
They're going to be walking for a while, and I think at this stage, can they make it happen again? High ground defense.
Yeah, Zion is walking up very far forward. He wants to ensure that this Lord gets to crash at least once, but the Retribution will deny that. Still, Grant attempted to take the top inhibitor, can't get that either.
Man, they're fighting tooth and nail for this inhibitor. They refuse to give it over to Valhalla.
I feel like they could have waited a bit more because Zion is about to get his flicker back up. Still finally a positive net play for Valhalla with this third Lord. Even Louis was like, okay, I need blade armor.
He doesn't have a choice. He does not have a choice. With how much damage Moskov is pumping out.
Flicker Implosion again. The focus fire onto the readiness, and now Karasu gets the penalty zone, but there's a Nether Realm as an insurance policy, and Grant gets all the space that he needs. Throws out the ultimate, that's the spear. Grant looking for an opportunity, actually commits to it! Has the immortality to bring him back to life, and Zion with the Sacred Hammer pushes Karasu away. Valhalla, if they want to continue this fight though, can they at least get that Karasu? They can. And that's 2 for Valhalla.
That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good for Valhalla. They'll take the winning trade, but at the same time, you can see how close these margins are. Getting closer and closer. If Karasu goes down, Lynx is the one who follows up. If Lynx is the one who comes down, Karasu is the one jumping forward.
I just gotta say, Zion, he is literally just taking a big risk. Immortality gone. They were attempting to go for potential end when realizes that that is not possible. Now they have to go for a retreat. Soren, the Howl, can't get in range for any Lycan pounce. Also, Minerva still in the game. The base needs attention. Valhalla, they have members to deal with that.
I mean, responding accordingly. Man, this game, nobody is giving up. Nobody is backing down. I respect it from both sides. Like, Valhalla play an extremely honest game. And I think Minerva is starting to accept that, right? They're playing honest as well. They're walking up, they're looking for these opportunities, but they're waiting for Valhalla to make that first response. They're not going to be the ones engaging anymore. They've given that respect over and that tempo to Valhalla, so they're, again, being a little bit more disrespectful when they position themselves to start to make something happen with full trust that there will be follow-up from the other 4 members.
they're done with the fake outs. Now if they walk up, it is an invitation to fight. Lord spawns bottom side. But thankfully for both teams, they still have their inhibitors up, and Valhalla's position is towards that top side. I think you can kind of see the idea what Xeon wants to achieve. It comes down to whether Gelo spots them. I think he did.
I mean, they could get a split push going first, and then, oh no, they're gonna go for a full flank, right? They clear up that mid. They just spotted them, right?
Yeah, I think the jig is up. Yeah, Minerva will reset the Lord. They have to attend that middle lane. There's a minion wave, and Novara is on the case. Valhalla takes over the Lord Pit.
45.
Like Dagger form to the back. Xeon, Sacred Hammer, Implosion, just to push everyone away. They want to secure the Lord. This could be an opportunity. Xeon goes down. His sacrifice not in vain. Valhalla gets the Lord for themselves, but this fight might be lost though. Immortality is going to be popped. Grant gets caught. He's going to try to man fight this. Winter Truncheon gets used, but Grant is now uncontested. This could be the angle for him to become a hero. Louis Immortality to bring him back, but Grant is going to power to the blade armor, and him going down in the process. That means Soren is the only one that can reliably do damage. Nothing that Vana can do. Pop Mart on the run.
He can run him down. Yeah, he's gonna chase!
This could be the wipe, and it will be the wipe. Pop Mart will be back. Lord is in favor of Valhalla, and that is gonna be handled by Gelo for now. But can Soren end this?
He's gonna try. He's gonna sure as hell try. Popmar even pop in the Netherrealm as well. Can he base race this against Lord?
Wait, the Lord?
I don't think he can.
The Lord might win this.
No, the Lord's gonna win it.
The Lord's gonna win the game.
Oh, no! No, Novaria ends up dying at the very end. Oh no! What a way Valhalla squeeze out a victory 24 minutes into the game.
Oh, from the grave. They got that game won, but what a prelude to the rest of the series we have. Smallest of margins. When was the last time you see a Moskov die to a blade armor or Matilda?
I haven't seen a lot of things in a long time. I haven't seen two teams so honest with each other when they play the game. I thought there would be more of a fake out. I thought there would be more of a push and pull, but no, once they're in, they are in, baby. And Popmart, thank God he's playing farm, is buying that extra little bit of time against Soren Nocia, who once again was an absolute menace this game. I thought they didn't have enough damage to start chunking them out, but Minerva proved me wrong. They peeled backwards until Kingdom Come, and then Soren saves the day. If it wasn't for your boy on Moskov, Grant, turning it around.
If it wasn't for the Lord secured by Grant, of all people, the one fight that Soren got to really, get to freely deal damage was the fight that they lost to the Lord. Oh, man.
That is so nuts. What a crazy game.
You know what they say, sometimes what is not yours is not yours. It's not meant to be.
It was fated, right? It was already a predetermined outcome. We're just witnesses.
Playing 25 minutes for that outcome.
Oh man, dude, I can't imagine how Minerva has got to be feeling right now. That's got to be so upsetting. That's got to be so upsetting. You have to wipe him out, and then you have to take care of Fire Mist. And poor Yellow is all by himself dealing with the wave and this super Lord empowered, this super powered Lord. Just cannot do enough.
Oh, poor guy had to body tank the Lord just to delay it. Oh man.
No, the poor guy.
Look at the post-game stats. Soren was in 95% of the team fights, but of course Gelo, the guy with the most damage dealt, is the one that brings carnage. Grant, the gold miner for the team. Xeon is the man of steel, and Louis, of course, selfless on the Matilda.
No surprises there. No surprises in any of the stats at all. Wow. Man, what else is there to analyze about this game? It feels like they literally just stamped their hearts on their sleeves, and it was just like, this is how we play the game, this is how we like it, that's the end of the story. Analysis, who needs that? They're already speaking through us in the game.
Yeah. Usually there's analysis of, oh, this guy made a 20,000 IQ move like 3 minutes before, and then he won the game. But no, this game is just, I see you, I fight you.
I hit button, I hit more people than you do. That is the difference. That is the mathematics. That's the math, bro. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh, dude.
You know, this game this game 1 sets up a very good precedent for the series, but it also means loser feels even worse.
Yeah, no, I genuinely feel
elimination series.
This is an elimination series. That's how badly both of these teams don't want to drop this game. Give it up for our MVP. It's Grant Con PH. Dude, this guy was suffering. He could not get into a majority of these team fights from mid to early, and then one good turnaround on a mid fight is where you see him pop off. He had a perfect KDA for the longest of times, and when he turns it around and has the Lord to push to look to maybe end the game or get an inhibitor, then he dies.
The one fight he died was the fight that he got the Lord, and then the Lord won the fight, right? So through the Lord, technically he still did his job, but man, he is pushing Moscow. He is literally a true Moscow player, right?
Yeah.
You know, Moscow players, they don't care if they have health or not. They will just fight you to the death, and that's exactly what he did.
Sometimes they don't even care whether you've already locked in a marksman already, and they just do it anyways, right? Truly the embodiment from Grant of Moscow. Let's look at that fight at the very end one more time, because, oh, dude, like this initial push was looking so bad, right? The initial leash that they had to put on both Banhain as well as Nelson, they can't go too far, they can't stay too close. They're trying to dive, but at the same time, it's difficult to get the whole team in on it.
And this is where Grant really started to pop off, and that is after taking an appraisal draft in the face. Look at most of the fight that Grant was in, he was below 50% health. He was just powering through the pain to get these kills in, and of course Popmart with those perfectly timed Nether Realm, and this Furious Dive Petrified to the back, also allowing Valhalla to continue the push. Even then, Minerva kept hitting back, they kept pushing back. Soren had this moment only to lose to Grant because of the Winds of Nature.
Yep. I mean, even if he didn't have the Winds of Nature, he swapped it out straight away into an Immortality, and that's where you saw the extra gold that Grant and as well as Sora have been stacking up really comes into play, right? In these last couple of moments, we've seen multiple item swaps, even into Magic Blades sometimes, right? Ideally, you want to buy the Rose Gold Meteor, but sometimes you just don't have enough gold and you need the shield now.
Grant, he took his ultimate when he had 10% health.
Yup!
Loses Immo, swaps for Rose Gold Meteor. That's true Moscow gameplay, but this is the most important moment where he somehow got the Lord while fighting against 2 Retributions.
I mean, see, the problem is that everybody starts lining up for the piercing damage from Moskov, right? And that's where you saw the big difference. And this, honestly, was so, honestly, it could have gone so bad for Valhalla. Somebody just needed to have a cooldown, and unfortunately, nobody did. So Popmart flickers forward to get maximum damage, and every time we see Minerva lose a fight, where do they lose these fights on? Well, it's not just the Lord in this final moment, but it's choke points. They keep giving too much space to Valhalla, and they line themselves up to get knocked over like bowling pins.
This could set up. This has already been one of the biggest upset in a game.
Oh.
This could be one of the biggest upset series-wise in Heartbreak for Minerva. I feel like they didn't realize what happened until Gallo called out that he died to the Lord.
Yeah, probably. Honestly, with so much adrenaline pumping through their veins in that game, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the call, man. You can even see it. They're taking it on the nose. They're like, okay, guys, we might have messed up, all right? But this is just one game. We played a strong game. We punished them real hard. We can 2x our capital one more time in game number 2.
Yeah, they just have to kind of polish up how they push the advantage a little bit. I think we might see a game 3. But for now, it's break time for the teams Endless. We'll be back in just a little bit for game 2 between Minerva Esports and Valhalla.
Here we go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series here in APAC. Once again, the Open Finals continue to go on, and the mental resets are at an all-time high. Let's forgetting about game number 1, especially if you're a Minerva fan. You got to keep on moving forward to hopefully reverse sweep this against Valhalla. But Valhalla at match point, as we jump into that draft, let's see. This could be their final game.
Elimination on the line, especially in such a brutal Swiss round format. I would say Minerva had every single chance to win game 1, but for some reason, the gods of Valhalla just did not want that to happen. Bans so far are still the same, but sides have been switched.
I mean, at this point, might as well just go head on, start tweeting out, you know, hashtag mental reset for any Minerva fan out there here, because that was a rough one. Really, really rough. This time, Minerva is going to be going on to the red side.
They banned the Moskov.
They're like, no, stop. We're not going to let you do it again.
Moskov was the problem.
Moskov was quite the problem in game number 1. So I respect it from Minerva. Take away things that are going to make them stronger. I think Valhalla, they're going to be setting up for that Faramis. Let's see if Minerva is willing to give that away.
Not just Faramis, now we get to see what else Grant will play. He's been playing Moskov the entire Swiss round.
That's true.
We have not seen a secondary marksman. Now he has to pick one.
I mean, it's got to be Natan, right?
Feels like it.
Feels like
He's
that's
not
what
a big fan of Roger. He does not pick Roger.
Just you wait and see. This will be my game against Soren. So far, I think, you know, both gold laders are exceptionally good at what they do, right? I think it's one of... I was expecting Soren to dominate the lane really, really hard, but I got to give it to Grant. He played his lane well. He waited for his item power spikes, and most importantly, just made sure that Soren didn't leave that lane feeling too comfortable, right? There's that looming threat of that ult just coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think you also have to give credit to Panha in that early game where he was able to set up that freeze. And of course, Natan, like you called it, is going to be the choice for Grant.
All right, so this means Roger pick?
Oh,
they take the fire miss for sure.
They take the Faramis away. Still could go into the Roger angle. Or they could keep it for a Claude later on.
Claude's not bad, yeah. Okay, so they're going to go for power picks. At this point, locking in a marksman is at no detriment. Unless Valhalla would be like, oh, you want to take the Roger? Throw him in the jungle? By all means, go ahead, brother.
Is Valhalla mad enough to do that? They do. They play the Dyrov.
Grant is looking at his jungler. It's just like you take the Roger. Do it now, brother.
We got one more game. Don't worry.
We got one more game.
we can
believe in our 6th member, the Lord.
We are not the win condition. Lord 4 is.
Oh, I don't know how many memes we can keep on ripping out one after the other. Oh my god! Oh my god! No! That's crazy!
They didn't even attempt to hide it. They were like, since we picked Roger, we picked Barat's XP. Let's go!
They're so honest. They're so honest with the way they draft. I love it. This has to be one of the most entertaining series. Dude, without context, people just watching game 2 have no idea how funny this is after game 1. Oh my goodness, I'm actually crying with how funny this is. This is crazy. Oh my god, that's so good. We see the Yuzong locked in for Minerva side. Double marksman, by all means, I'm gonna chase you down.
So what else? So, wild guess, they're gonna consider banning Tigreal.
Okay. To be fair, they were playing around the Tigreal pretty fine.
Yeah.
Do they care about Novaria? I don't think so. Maybe, probably the Terizla, right?
But there's the Barats already, right?
Oh, so that's true. Barats is already there.
So they still ban the chip. If mid laner, who do you consider? Lilia, I guess. Lilia.
It's tough because like as much as you want Lilia in that composition, the Matilda makes it really difficult. So you can't get like consecutive glooms on top of the shadow balls on top of the same target, which can be a little bit annoying to deal with until you get like your Ice Queen's wand. But even then, there's still no guarantee, right? You can just miss the last hit and it's all not worth it. Artillery mages aren't safe because of that Yuzong. Is there anything good at this point? Anything?
Odette?
Odette is alright, I suppose. I mean, like, worst comes to worst, you still have Sicilion if you need like a scaling mid laner, worst comes to worst.
So they banned the Fredrin. So the only tank jungle left is the Baxia, but they could consider banning out Xborg here. Well, actually they don't need to ban Xborg unless Lakes plays the Xborg jungle. Florian ban, that's what we saw yesterday. You know what? What if Valhalla brings out the Halkert roam again?
Actually, wait, no. That's actually kind of sick if they do, because that means they can 100-0 this Farmers before he gets the Netherrealm ult off.
Yeah, because he has the silence, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it does disrupt the Matilda as well.
Hey, wait a minute.
This
hey,
could be-
wait
this
a
could be
minute.
genius. This could be a genius draft.
Wait a minute. What happened to an honest draft here? Wait, let's see. We have 10 seconds left to see what Valhalla is thinking about right now. I think there's also like things to consider is Akai is also another one. Moxia is pretty straightforward. All right, totally makes sense. At this point, Minerva, they need to start thinking about either A, do we want to go along this line of, do we deal with this Roger and fight fire with fire, or are we going to play a traditional tank jungler just to make sure that we have a good time and play towards the meta?
Man, they took out 4 junglers at once, including the Roger. So, no tank junglers. If you go to Assassin, you have the Ling, but it doesn't really have the best support system.
Joke's on you, Ruby Goldley.
You know, bring back Joy.
Bring back joy. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, so they go for carry
Wow.
instead? Wow.
Wow, it really takes some guts.
Wow. Okay. That does take quite a lot of guts here. I mean, carry does pretty well into the Natan matchup early on because you can trade autos against him pretty effectively. And let's not forget, as soon as Natan walks into that light wheel, it's very difficult for him to walk out because of his natural movement speed. So that's when you can expect Soren to instantly win that lane.
Go back. So Valhalla goes back to Vexana. So nothing. No smokes and mirrors. What's this last pick? This is the Roamer pick.
I mean, when did Valhalla ever play with smokes and mirrors at
All
this
right,
point? Tigreal, do it! We know what it's coming! I think Tigreal is still okay.
Yep.
Yeah?
So not much changes. Well, actually, everything is different except for the Roamer.
So funny. So funny. Final pick, Martis. I respect that a lot. Because now they have a little bit more early game pressure. They can rotate around the map and actually take these fights on without having to worry about the Daytona's welcome or even the implosion in the earlier turtle fights.
Actually, it gives them good pacing also, right? If you
Very good
get that
pacing.
early, if you start snowballing early games, suddenly you become a massive threat to everyone on the side of Valhalla.
Yes. No, I mean, overall, it's really going to be where this jungler is going to be and how Valhalla plays around him, whether they mirror him or are they going to lean into just playing towards their gold lane like they did in game number 1.
Now, only one way to find out. Let's head into game number 2. This time, Valhalla on the blue side, Minerva Esports on the red. Valhalla at the cuffs of surviving the Swiss round, sending Minerva Esports back home. And honestly, if Minerva somehow loses this is going to be one of the most hilarious / heartbreaking losses in a series.
They're going to walk away from this series thinking, we played as best as we could on that day, but I respect them. I respect them. It was out of our control.
Can't even be mad.
It's honestly one of those matches you can't be mad about.
It's not meant to be. We'll come back next season.
Call it fate, but next season will be stronger. Who knows? Minerva might be able to knock out Valhalla here in a reverse sweep if it does come down to it. It just depends on who makes more mistakes.
I didn't know the banning out of Moskov could bring out the worst.
Is it the worst though? I don't think it's the worst.
Quotation marks.
I think it's an interesting response to the situation. I mean, the Cambodians, they're looking real spiteful right now.
Telling you, if this goes game 3, the Jawhead is going to come out. That's where we know that we have truly gone back to their roots.
Hey man, back to the M1 days, back to the good old M2 days even. Well, let's see. Karasu getting a good freeze on his side of the map, making sure that at least if his jungle wants to gank, it's very possible. But good response from Valhalla, right? They're making sure that they're mirroring the positions and the rotations from Lex just to make sure that he's unable to create impact in the early to mid stages of the game.
I wonder if... I wonder if he lost 1 or 2 minutes. I'm not sure if the ranged one was collected by him. But still, he should be almost even in terms of levels. This time, Valhalla, they are not going to have that the level of aggression like game 1 when they had to die off. Roger needs some time to farm up. But I'm surprised Minerva isn't putting much pressure on him.
Yeah, they can't seem to be invading willy-nilly just yet. I think they're just waiting around level 4s first because they don't have much of an early game advantage anyways. Topside, I mean, it's just hard shoved in.
So Xeon actually pulls him back. but of course, damage not enough just yet. Minerva gonna set up for the turtle.
I mean, if they want to invade, this is a pretty good angle to do it, but unfortunately, Karasu, he's really far away. They have to regroup first before they consider that as an option.
Karasu needed to hit his 4, and now we'll use that Black Dragon form. Okay, Flicker, Daytona's welcome. Karasu is going to hit the back line. Then around use Valhalla gets the turtle. Getter will be chased down. First blood given away to Pana. He's in Lycan form. Has that reset opportunity. Links, he's down low. Pana finds a double kill, and now goes for the house. Sees Karasu as a prime target. Triple kill for Pana, and Valhalla off to a great start.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I can imagine right now that Leix, he's put his phone down while he's dead, hands on his waist, looking at Louis. He's like, brother man, why you be taking the kills? Let me reset, bro.
Can they at least get Pana? Oh, they don't have the damage.
They don't. That could have gotten Minerva Esports' favor so easily had he got the Decimate reset there. And he created 2 opportunities for that to actually happen, both of which stolen away.
Karasu and Louis. Poor guy.
Just let the poor man get the Decimate, man. Like, I can understand Karasu's situation. He's too far away to actually respond, but Louis is like, this guy.
Guys, I got the kill.
I got the kill. One tear rolls down Leix's face. It's like, yep. Good for you, brother.
But at what cost? Look at their jungler. He's 3-0.
He's 0-1. He's 0-1 and 2 assists, right? He's only fallen back 1 level against Panha. Well, 2 levels now, but wait for him to catch back up, right? Right? Oh, take the beetle? No, not even gonna get the beetle.
Nice one, Grant. Unintentionally aggroing it. Dude. No one's gonna get it.
Nobody's gonna get it. Nobody gets to have fun. He's dead.
No. Why would he walk out?
Soren, save him!
Wait, okay, both teams trade mid laners, I believe, at the top side. But with Leix being forced to recall, they lose control over the turtle pit.
Yep, honestly, nicely done by Leix, right? Holding on to the second half, of the mortar, just to make sure that he can cancel out not the Lycan Pounce itself, but at the very least cancel out once he comes out of that Lycan Pounce form.
There's no implosion. They used it early on to kill the Baramis.
Black Dragon
the turtle still given over to Valhalla. Black Dragon form is going to expire just a little bit. Legs, no decimation, gets pulled into Nelson, and Nelson will pick up the kill instead. And Karasu will be chased down, blasted by Pop Mart. Geller will get the pull. This time, Pana under the tier 1, but has enough help to get out.
2-for-1 trade in favor of Valhalla once again. It looks like Valhalla's winning out a majority of these situations, to be fair. Like Leix, he's falling super far behind in comparison to Panha.
Wow, the flicker combo.
Didn't even give him a chance to respond, right? As soon as he got hit with the fear, it was over for him.
Can they at least get this tier 1? Nope, cannot. Just the damage was just enough. Panha actually wants to go for more purple buff this time. And he actually gets it.
Can't do much about it. His retribution is just so much bigger. Leix falling even further behind. He's highly dependent on his side laners at this point, but tier 1 on bot side already destroyed with a quick lane swap at the same time. I don't know, because Nelson, he doesn't seem to be dying very easily here.
I'm looking at the API. I just want to say that Louis' net worth is almost the same as Leix.
Really?
Because he has 2 kills. That is actually really funny. I saw him buy the Flash of the Oasis. I was like, wait, this guy is actually rich.
He is busted. Man has stacks upon stacks. Just hiding underneath his bed. Listen, look at the red. Oh my god, he really does. Oh, but the poor dude.
Oh, imagine being the Martyrs right now.
Oh, it feels so bad. It feels so bad. What's worse is that Panha as well opting to go for a pretty greedy build on his end. He going for the Brute Force Breastplate as well as the War Axe, not even opting to get the extra movement speed or the attack speed from a Windtalker first. The man is just building up stacks and running people down.
Majority of the network advantage is on Panha. He's almost 3,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. Third turtle, Minerva, do they still want to consider fighting this? Seems like they have the intention. Again, Nelson, Karasu goes to the back with the Black Dragon Fall. They get a Daytona's welcome to force out an early nether round, but Valhalla seems to have enough damage. The jungler of Minerva is already dead, and that's a double kill for Grant. Valhalla just running down Minerva, and there's nothing that Minerva can do.
I don't know. At this point, it feels like Minerva keep making the same mistake about how they kind of fall back or push forward, right? Choke points is going to be so detrimental to their composition because it just lines them up for Grant to hit multiple targets, getting extra value for each one of those auto attacks. And we all know when that entropy is online, you do not want to mess with a scaled up Natan.
You do not want to walk through choke points. Decimation, do it!
Okay, he's got it. Can he find a second one, though?
Oh,
It gets feared instantly.
This might be a good angle to go to the Natan. He is in, Auto Coil, gets it onto the Tigro, but runs out of the ultimate reset. So no reset for him, gets knocked up by the Eternal Guardian, and Grant, he's just going to start walking up into the entirety of Minerva, so he flickers away. But Minerva, they're not really in the best spot. Grant's going to be challenged by Karasu, and Karasu instantly regrets that. He's going to end up dying also.
So good, so good. The changes to Weakness Finder just makes it so much easier to chase down your targets with a single auto attack, and now they're harassing them even underneath the tier 2. I don't know, man. Lex, I can just imagine he's just staring down Louis, and Louis looking back at him telling him, hey, I'm the jungler now, brother.
Look at me, I have 3-0. A wise friend once taught me, if you play support and you have more kills than your carry, you are authorized to talk down on them.
What is that, Lex? You have a badge for being a jungler? I'll take that. Thank you very much. Damage. Oh, please tell me he out damages him as
No,
well.
wait.
Louis is having the time of his life. He's like, yes, I am top 5.
You know
Take that.
You know what's worse? The carry is he's only almost 70 damage behind the Tigro.
I mean, Soren so far, the only reason why he's 1-0 is because he's short range and he doesn't have opportunities to get in on the fight effectively, right? Nelson and as well as Xeon have zoned him out, but let's not forget that he also gets chased down by the Eternal Guardian, which can be rather annoying. It does a lot more damage on the swing, and PopMart has specifically been dropping that Eternal Guardian, sometimes not even as a combo component, but just the zone out Soren.
So the first Lord taken by Valhalla. See how much they can do with this. Even if they can just take one inhibitor, that would be good enough. We're looking at almost 8,000 goal advantage for Valhalla at this point of time.
They have to take their time. Minerva, even their high ground defense isn't exactly the best in the world. They're going to have to deal with a pretty strong siege coming in from Valhalla's side.
Is there to be Implosion used already? They get the pushback, and that is Karasu instantly gone. So Valhalla will get the bottom inhibitor. It also makes sure to turn their attention to the mid one. Minerva losing that Yuzhong means that there's no backline dive. They just have to give space to Valhalla.
Yeah, I think Minerva, they're the ones who honestly need the space, right? They can't find the angle to get carry into this fight effectively. And each time they're about to, we see that Valhalla's one step ahead and Xeon finds an isolated pick to actually capitalize. And with Valhalla scaling, it's very dangerous to be by yourself at this point, especially if Grant is on the other side.
One more entropy, Black Dragon this time used, and then Karasu looking for the backlines, but his team not able to follow up. In fact, he takes a beating to the face and he's forced to retreat. At least Minerva defends that top inhibitor, but still massive damage sustained.
Soren did end up losing out on his Purify, but at least Nelson doesn't have the Daytona's Welcome. If Valhalla stick around for too long, this is probably not going to be worth their time unless they get that pick.
Entropy is back up again. Grant can use it as much as he wants, this time guaranteeing the last inhibitor getting destroyed. Now Valhalla, they can just wait for the next Lord.
They can't do too much here because Valhalla, they just have so much burst at this point of time, right? Grant has come to a point where even without like the entropy, he does some real damage to Minerva. Even Pandha has so much base damage that he's able to burst people 100 to 0 as soon as they hit 50%. And at this point, it's whether PopMart can work together with Nelson or Zihan to find the initial combo or even just land the fear. You land a single fear, the rest of the team is going to collapse.
That one Lord push broke them into the 10k net worth lead. It was 10k for a little bit, but now Valhalla, they're just going to let the waves freeze. Every time Minerva walks up to get something, they put themselves at risk.
Dear God, Pandha is literally double the amount of farm of Lex.
Lex just buying every minor component.
I mean,
Dreadnought armor, Molten Core.
He has to, right? Like, what other choice do you have? You got to be cost efficient with the resources that you have. 4.37k ahead. Holy cow!
Man, Lex picked up the Levi skin, and it was this was not how the anime went.
Give me another shot, Chief. Give me another shot. Coach, please. Please, I swear. Oh, man, this is going to be rough because at this point, Valhalla, they're not worried about this at all.
Yeah, they see the Yuzhong defending the base. They know that it's go time. Geta will push Popmart away, but there's no chance of contesting this. It's all just a feint. Valhalla, they have the game, the palm of their hands.
Oh, man. This is a checkmate scenario. Valhalla have put Minerva Esports in the chokehold. How long can Minerva actually hold out here?
How do you even pull off this defense?
I think you have to stagger the waves. Like, somebody might have to try to turn this into a 4v4 while buying enough time in their own 1v1.
So they did stagger the bottom wave, but they have to do it again because the fresh wave is showing up.
Yeah, this is just the regular minions.
Yeah. Minerva can't even walk out of the base.
Okay, to be fair, Soren can actually deal with the Lord by himself. It's just, how do you deal with the super minions around him?
Xeon concealed already. They're
smart.
forcing Minerva to the top side of the base. And Lex is going to get bursted down. He'll do everything he can. They have the net around. Petrify from Karasu to get onto Grant, but the damage is just not enough. Grant stands his ground, gets the shutdown, and Valhalla executing the upset in the Swiss round, taking down Minerva Philippines 2-0.
Woo! They joined the 1-1 bracket. Your days of finding paradise, they're not numbered just yet. You're moving on to the next day. Well done to Valhalla.
One more week for Valhalla to prep for the next phase, but overcoming Minerva, this is something that I definitely feel was super unexpected, especially after the game 1, right? Minerva showed promises early to late game, just some unforced mistakes, but game 2 was Valhalla all the way.
Yeah, Minerva really broke after game number 1, man. That game number 2, Valhalla just held them hostage the entire way. None of their lanes were doing well. Even their gold laner was only going even against each other. Valhalla still coming out strong. Great competitors, an honest game of MLBB, 2-0 in favor of Valhalla.
Yeah, very, very honest, very, very straightforward. Nathan, Roger, it was supposed to be a joke, but Valhalla took it seriously. But perhaps that forced Soren to play carry of all things. Feels like a chain reaction. You know?
It does feel like a bit of a chain reaction. Don't get me wrong here. I would have never expected this out of Tier 1 teams, but the fact that Valhalla and Minerva, they're so honest with each other in the draft alone, just the way that they communicate with each other, so much personality in Valhalla where it's just like, you know what? If this goes to a Game 3, I'm down for it, but at the same time, I'm a little petty.
It's like, why not, right?
Yeah, and the Panha is just like, okay, you saw my Dairoth, and if you think that was bad, check out my Roger. Way better. Yeah. Way better.
After one total fight, they knew that it was within their control.
Ah, it's so brutal way in the fashion that they did so as well, right? A lot of these just came down to very small micro mistakes in the earlier stages, which inevitably became the foundation of Valhalla's success.
Yeah, and for Minerva, I feel like even in the XP lane, Karasu did a pretty decent job. Like early on, they were actually pressuring Nelson a bit, and then the first turtle fight happened. It felt like Minerva never regained control of the fight.
Yeah, the worst part is that even Soren, right, with his perfect KDA, just cannot find the angle. Everybody outranges him. Everybody, right? He walks up too close. He wants to auto even the tanks. It's still dangerous.
He walks up and he eats like one auto attack from Grant. He's like, okay. All right, buddy, I'm done trading autos with you. Doesn't even get to participate in most team fights. He has a 25% KP.
I mean, just goes to show, right? Like, literally no surprises here. It all just boiled down to whether or not they could get like an early snowball lead off of Legs, or at least have Legs even level with Panha for a majority of these fights. And if it wasn't for that darn Lewis taking away those kills in the early game, maybe Legs would have had a good time, but still. A lot of things could have happened differently for Minerva.
Wait, what's the KD of this Matilda? Let's see. He is 3-1. Lex is 3-4. It's not the worst, but he net worth wise, yeah, he's not having a good day at all.
How many assists? Wait, let me just double check. How many assists does he actually have? He has 4 assists. 4 assists. That could have been. He could have been 7-4-0.
He could have been. And even the Hall of Fame is all from Valhalla. From the Gold Miner to Carnage, Man of Steel, Selfless, everyone from Valhalla.
I'm surprised Panha wasn't in the 900s, or at least getting close to 1,000, because it felt like he was like, I'm pretty much power farming everything on the map.
Yeah, it does feel like it. think him and Grant, right? Primarily, they were just taking every single resources. They were taking Minerva's jungle. Nothing that Minerva could actually do. Even with this Matilda, it really felt like there was a bit of a disconnect in this team fight. Karasu is doing the same thing every fight. Black Dragon form, I go to the back lines, and then I realize that my front line is dying really fast.
I mean, it's a contradictory type of draft, right? It's like you want to snowball, but at the same time, how do you keep them together as you're running into enemy lines, especially when you're running into the man, the myth, the legend, Grant Con PH himself on an Atan of all things. Like, those autos go forward, but they also come back, so you're getting like 3 or 4 targets every single time they get caught in that choke point, giving Grant a free game, right? He just has to not get hit by the backline divers, and then he can turn that fight around single-handedly if it wasn't for Panha.
Yeah, you know the game is that good when his third item is a Holy Crystal.
Oh, yes!
He's probably like 2 minutes away from that full build. So last game it was him on the Moskov. This game is him again on the Natan. Grant has cemented himself throughout the series, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was playing really, really passive in the earlier stages of the game, but he was just laying his heart out against Soren, one of the better players here from Minerva's side. And honestly, both very scary players when they have a lead.
Now, when we look at this, the replay, this is the first turtle fight, and this was kind of where disaster already begun to struck for Minerva.
It's so hard to take care of your battle lines with this type of composition, right? So many people want to dive into the backline, but your backline isn't able to kind of keep up, and like this awkward mid-range balance, both sides keeping each other in check, and more so doing damage to themselves rather than putting it on their opponents.
Yeah, you gotta really feel for Lakes, because he is trying his best to either get objective, avoid being crowd control, zone away crucial targets of Valhalla, but no matter what he did, it's either out damage or he was outranged. Just poor guy.
Yeah, there's nothing much he could have really done here realistically, right? Just maybe got a couple of decimate resets, and even then, he probably would have been outscaled. His time was ticking from the get-go, and I think that Valhalla took full advantage of the situation, putting him not only behind, but making sure that he never really recovered from it as well.
And they got such a big snowball going. I think when the game ended, they had more than a 10k gold lead. Not that it matters though, but definitely a very dominant series for Valhalla. Game 1 was shaky, came down to the finest of details, but Game 2 was just pure domination. So congratulations to Valhalla. They continue to thrive in their kingdom above the skies, and they have 1 week of break before they continue their bracket. And we have Grant here with us from Valhalla, the gold laner, the man, the myth, the legend. How are you feeling?
Fine.
Oh, you're feeling fine. I mean, we were wondering how you were feeling after like that game number 1. I mean, it looked like you guys were, well, we're pretty happy about that game.
Just lucky. Just lucky.
He's so humble.
Just lucky.
He's so humble. That Lord MVP at the very end, and he's trying to be humble about his 6th man on the team. But overall, what are some of your expectations for Valhalla in the SPS? Do you expect you guys to make it to the next stage? Are there any teams you're worried about?
Oh yeah, of course. We expect that we go to another round again.
So from the beginning, you're expected to keep on playing. But I want to ask you about yesterday, right? You guys play against Alter Ego. It was a loss, but what is like kind of the biggest takeaway you guys had from that series itself? One of the biggest lessons?
I think they just got a lot of experience because, right, there are MPL pro players there in Indonesia. That's why.
All humble, and the man is not bragging at all, not even in the slightest. This is his moment. But okay, quick question I want to know. What was your team's prediction of how many rounds you would make it through the Swiss? Like, what would be your final record that you guys would be happy with?
I don't know. I think we just see to the future first because we're still training a lot more than right now.
Right. So if there's one team you guys like hope to face in the Swiss round, which team would that be?
I don't know. Anyone we can face. It's fine.
Anyone. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who comes.
Doesn't matter.
So one more thing I want to ask. The second game, right? You guys went for the Natan opening, and then you guys went Roger. So talk to me about what made you guys come to that decision.
I don't know. It's just we just what do you call that? Like, we just trust our jungler to carry also the game. That's why.
Oh,
Not more tank.
so your jungler called to pick up Roger. Nobody else did?
Yeah.
We were joking about it, and you guys actually did it. All right. Any final words, for your fans out there who are supporting Valhalla?
Thank you guys for supporting us, and hope you support us. Like.
I'm sure they will. Again, congratulations, Grant. Regards to the rest of your team, congratulations, Valhalla. We'll see you guys for the next round in the Swiss group.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Humble guy, and definitely one of those tier 2 teams where it's just like, man, I've never been on a stage like this before, coming in for an interview of all things, and this guy, he's like, give me the Roger. I'll show him how it's done.
I called him, man. I was like, this guy plays Dyrov. Like, he could easily call for Roger if he wants to. Like, just didn't imagine him to actually do it.
He's clinically insane.
Sometimes you need these kind of people.
It's true. And Grant is just like, I'm okay with it. I trust him wholeheartedly. My children and my children after him will know this Godfather.
Best part is that we don't know any of the teams. We just fight them as they come. That is the true fighting spirit that Valhalla has. But coming up next, we have Bigatron Beta against TNC Pro Team. This time, we're heading into the 1-0 bracket. One of these teams will be delivered their first loss in the Swiss round.
Yep, and we'll see how they're going to be able to take it, right? Because again, we've seen teams bounce back even stronger after they drop a single game, but some teams just keep up that momentum regardless. We don't know which team we're going to get, but we'll see in that coin flip match.
Yeah, we're going to head for a short break. When we come back, Bigatron Beta takes on TNC Pro Team.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Another match once again here at the SPS by ESL. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky here at the desk for the English broadcast to keep you guys entertained. And after a very honest 2-0 from Valhalla, we move on to our second best of 3 today. And we're going to be seeing the Niners from Malaysia go up against Onyx PH. And I don't know, they're using their B team this time around. I don't know if they're going to start putting in their A team members.
Oh yeah, I personally, I think after yesterday, if you are Niners, you're definitely looking to continue extending the lead, right? Especially when Onyx Philippines, there are also no pushovers. And Niners yesterday, after a win against Falcon Esports, that is a big confidence boost.
A major confidence boost, in a matter of fact, right? But it's not like Onyx PH is going to be a pushover team to deal with. I thought maybe they had to deal with their A team with Escalera, King Kong, so on and so forth. But who knows what we're going to be getting here today from Onyx PH. I'm assuming that their A team is going to start preparing for the playoffs, while the B team is going to take the majority of the work here at the SPS. But there's a lot to learn, especially with brother and sister teams, A and B teams. They learn so much from the A teams.
It's either that, or if suddenly Onyx PH drops the game and they're like, okay, we got to call in the big boys.
It's time
Second
to call
phase.
in. Yeah, let's call in our version of the Avengers. And it's just Kelra on the other side. It's just like, who called me?
Kelra, Escalera, ooh, that is going to be exciting because, you know, even for JP Niners, they have had quite a run in the MPL Malaysia, right?
Yup.
Didn't do enough, well, performed good enough to not get relegated, but just enough. I think that is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, they had quite a slow start during the local season, right?
Yeah.
The local regular season. But coming into the SPS, they're finally coming together for once. So it's exciting to watch, especially when we have a look at the roster from Onyx PH. These guys are a team that you should keep your eyes up on, even if it's just, well, if you're worried about their A team, their B team is also something to not mess with here, right? Like, good kid once again, going in big time for Onyx Philippines. Kekadut, James Bunks, as well as Chovy.
Yeah, and of course, yesterday we saw them kind of perform, and they had a very, very straightforward series. Even if you might not have your eyes on Onyx Philippines, I know one organization that has, Fnatic, right? If anyone has been following the grapevine, Onyx PH about to go through a massive, massive evolution. So that, I think, is only going to motivate these players even more, regardless of where you're from the A or the B team.
Yeah, I think it's crazy because it really lines up with the identity of their A team currently that Fnatic have picked up, right? At this point, it's like it's one of those like you're so obsessed with the game that you would say that they are fanatical, and that's exactly what this team is all about. Like Escalera as well as King Kong, even Ben Things, all of them really obsessed with the game, and I think that same mentality has been imparted to their B team.
And we'll see if this B team is enough to take on the MPL standard team that's JP Niners. Because if we're not fighting, if they're not bringing out kind of the main roster, that means that Onyx Philippines are still testing the waters, right? They are confident that this bunch of players is enough to get them through the finishing line and continue that win streak.
I mean, that win streak is looking good so far, but to be able to continue through it in a Swiss format, they've got to have some strong fundamentals, like we mentioned right at the beginning of the show, and that's where I'm worried for the JP Niners, right? I think that the Niners, in this case, they've had on and off performances in our local MPL league, translating it over to the SPS, where they cannot prepare for their opponents. They have to trust their own instincts and play what has been working for them in scrims.
If I'm not mistaken, I looked at yesterday's series. Onyx Philippines, they took on Asterisk from MPL Singapore, and they have shown a wide diversity of hero pool, right? They have transitioned from the Archive jungle to the Ling jungle. They have Tamus, Roger, Edith, Loi, CC, and this actually connects really well with the roster of JP Niners because these guys are also mad scientists. One of the few teams that play the double fighter composition. They have somehow managed to convince Zav to play more Ruby than traditional marksman. But you have the veteran Moonji, you have Max, you have Yetri, you have Barbosa. This looks to be a great best of 3.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how polished the JP Niners do look like now compared to the regular season. Now that they're not making it even to the playoffs of MPL MY, it'd be good to see how much they grow in this short period of time.
Even, I believe that JP Niners have also picked up the Lolita, right? Like Lolita has 200% win rate game. Well, 200% win rate, what I'm talking. Played 2 games, both of them were victories. One of them came from JP Niners yesterday against Falcon Esports. And they also picked up the Moskov for Zavs.
You heard it here first, Lolita. You get a win in your current game and the following game after, guaranteed with that 200% win rate. But yeah, Moskov has been on the up and rise in the Tier 2 scene overall in comparison to the Tier 1, right? We've seen it happen in more MDLs than we have seen it in an MPL league.
Oh yes, I think it is true for every single MDL region. Even for MAL, everyone's going for Moskov and Natan, just foregoing the Harif. But I expect it to be a game where there's a lot more face, not as honest as the previous series. Chip, Arlet banned out, Roger, Harif on the other side.
Interesting. A lot of gold lane bans out, and I think that Liquid Kid was able to kind of, manage no matter what. But then again, they were playing up against Asterisk that time. So against Zavs, we'll just have to wait and see, because pretty standard bans, Chip, and as well as Arlet from the side of the JP Niners. The question is, are some of the top priority picks, like Matilda, for an example, going to get let through?
Yesterday, I believe Matilda was banned out both games by Asterisk when they take on Onyx Philippines. We see this time on red side, if they were to let it through, I think JP9 would definitely jump at the chance to have it. Like, Barbosa loves that hero.
Oh yeah, he definitely loves that. He also likes the Selena, to be fair. But again, it's one of those, like, you gotta wait to see what the composition is first before you start making those hard decisions, rather than going at it blind.
Right, so they banned out the Luo Yi, which was something that Onyx Philippines have shown yesterday. We have not seen that hero play by Moonji just yet. Matilda banned out, so good respect given by Onyx Philippines. His first pick could be an Arlet angle. I know JP9ers, they do love that hero.
Arlet is banned.
Oh wait, Arlet is banned, yeah.
Do they just go Natan? I mean, if they're going to play around the gold lane, they're going to first pick Natan. If not, they could still opt to go for... Masha is too early to say it. Even then...
Novaria, right? It could be a Moonji Novaria.
Moonji Novaria, I think that's if they're playing real safe. But considering that they, got some confidence off of Falcon, they just could be looking for a power pick at this point.
What power pick? Angela there.
Okay.
It was let through finally.
All right. I don't expect Moonji to play it. I expect Barbosa to play it for now, unless Onyx PH have a response to kind of alter that situation or alter that decision.
There are a few dead giveaways that JP9ers can put out. I was about to say, if they ever pick a Ruby, you know for a fact that it's going to be a Zavs Ruby. But I also like how on the Philippines, they instantly take the Ling away from Max.
Man, how much preparation have they done for this already, right? Because again, we don't expect to see Ling picked so early on, if not blind against your opponent on first rotation on red side.
Just really wanted to deny that from Max, right? It was a hero that when Max played it against Todak, in week number 5 of MPL Malaysia, that was what gave them one of the best comebacks in the regular season, and subsequently, preventing JP9ers from getting relegated from MPL. Barrage also getting picked up, so Onyx Philippines taking away big power picks that would really have benefited from the Angela.
All right. I would have said the Roger lock in here for the side of Max, but it's already banned out. Man, Yishin would be so hard to play in this game.
He picks Amon again.
Grage. Oh, Amon might not be too bad.
They might just put him back on the Fredrin, yeah. So
okay.
Fredrin, Moskov. So going back to a very standard comp for JP9ers.
Interesting. Okay, so at least with Moskov, they have some form of counterplay against the Ling, assuming that he doesn't have, the Ling doesn't have the ult at that point of time. Final pick on the first rotation here. They could also respond with their own gold laner. It could be, oh, well, to be fair, if they want to get really, really wild. No, then again, they already have the Barats. Yeah, the Titan is the safest pick.
Yeah, so obviously, both teams just showing their hand very early on. It's, no flex potential, considering that, especially you have Ling and Barat. So second phase, you're looking for a mid lane ban if you are Onyx Philippines. Let's start with banning out the Yuzhong first.
Okay, they want to make sure that at least the Swiss Army Knife matchups, I think they're also going to get rid of CC as well, if that is the case, right? Especially knowing that your Barats is going in blind, you might as well take out some of the worst picks to deal with as the Barats.
Could be the Xbox too. But I guess if you have Ling and the time, you're not that worried.
Yeah, I feel like against Xborg, at least Barats is able to just focus on clearing the waves. If you have to deal with like Yuzong, then it's like, oh, not only can he somewhat clear the waves, but he actively trades against you, which is not something you really want to do, especially in the earlier phases.
So the Grok ban coming out from JP9ers. The instant pivot into the Fire Mist. So they are still... So they're going to let the CC through also, which is a pick that they themselves would go for if they didn't have the Barats.
Do they have enough enablers here? I feel like JP Niners at this point of time, having the Angela makes sense. Fredrin, a good enabler. Having the Moskov, another enabler. But now you need something that allows Moskov to land the arrow consistently. I think they could be setting up for a Novaria, but they also need one more tank. And I was thinking whether Edith was going to be a consideration for the EXP lane, but now that it's banned out by the Niners, they've got other plans.
So the Minotaur and the Tigre are still in the game. I was even thinking whether JP Niners want to take the Edith themselves, right? Because very good single target lockdown. Now that Edith is out, we are going back to Minotaur Tigreal. It could be a decent option for Onyx Philippines, but they decide to hold on to that Roma pick. They reveal that Vexana first.
Interesting, interesting. All right, all right. It's either Moon is going to pick up on this Angela. If not, I don't see Barbosa playing some of his pocket strats, right? I don't see him playing the Selena, unfortunately. This is just not the game for it. As much as the Natan is going to give you an idea if you know his history, but at the very least, Novaria doesn't seem too far off, and then putting Angela into the wrong position, and then they have to figure out what is a strong enough tank that has some form of CC in the EXP side to help enable the Moskov as well.
Would Valentina work? Doesn't feel like it. So they take the Nana. So Nana and Torresla is big AoE team fights. We'll see if the Nana win rate continues. So far, picked 3 times, all 3 times resulted in a win.
I respect that. I respect that. Now they've got like some really good combinations between the heroes, all of which can still enable this Moskov to get on top of them. But now it's not just about Moskov. It's about, you know, the Molina Blitz as well. A pretty effective ability. If you just penalty zone Molina Blitz on top of the Vexana, you guarantee a kill.
Yeah, even against the Ling, right? The Ling wants to use the Tempest of Blade onto you. If you have the Molina, you can easily just polymorph this man. Just instant crowd control. I think it does allow Niners to have some guaranteed lockdowns. Now what's going to be the Roma choice for Onyx Philippines? They're going to lock in the Tigreal. Just go back to a big team fight. Very straightforward.
Interesting. I would have expected maybe single target lockdown, maybe like Cho, arguably even Kaja at this stage of the game. Both of which pretty effective of what they do. But this way, at least, if they're going to team fight and they know that they want to team fight, this Tigreal is going to open up big time for their team, breaking Purifies, forcing Purifies for free on the side of JP Niners during their setup phase.
Yeah, both teams have a very straightforward idea, right? Both teams have a team fight comp, but of course if you get sucked in by the implosion, that's where the Natan gets to go ham, just to do damage freely. You can say the same for JP Niners, depending on whether Ye3 can land the penalty zone of his career. This is setting up to be a very exciting game 1.
Yep, and it's going to be against Onyx Philippines versus the JP Niners. Malaysia versus Philippines once again here in the 1-0 bracket sector. Let's jump right into this game.
We already have one team from Malaysia that has garnered kind of a high-level respect from the Philippines. We'll see if JP Niners can be the second team to do that. The first true roadblock, in fact, after conquering Falcons, I think this would be a good way to gauge whether how far is JP Niners in terms of the league, in terms of their power rankings.
Honestly, that's true, right? Because we're all, I mean, we've been expecting Niners to be doing way better in our local MPL league, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to meet up to that standard. And now here at the SBS, I mean, obviously, I'm still hopeful for them, but it's there's a certain level of expectation I'm hoping that they hit. They're now playing standard for... this is what... Oh, no, first blood. No, he doesn't get first blood. Oh,
thank goodness.
He's still alive. He doesn't even lose his flicker as well.
Yeah, 4 flickers on Onyx Philippines just for the penalty zone alone. Something that JP Niners needs to keep track of. There's also been examples of this Natan Moskov matchup. It has been more and more common. Some people say Moskov wins, some people say Natan wins. We'll see where the pendulum swings in this matchup. It seems like the good kid is having a better time.
Yeah, I think personally for me, I think Moskov wins this matchup if he has Inspire. Generally, it's about the early trading of Natan, but at the end of the day, right, you would expect that Moskov is able to find better angles against the Natan until level 4. And once level 4 turns around, that's when Zamsk has to be careful.
Almost got the stun, but he committed his movement ability and now can't get out, even with the Purify. It's first blood for Onyx Philippines.
Yep, first blood. And more importantly so, Lay Good Kid willing to flicker forward just to try and stun down Zobs a little bit longer. Just cut the number of auto attacks he needs to get back, needs to get out to get the dash.
Very well done. Now the fact that Ling cashed in means that he's going to get to accelerate the tempo. Max is still level 3, just hit the 4, so means that one of the camps might have been stolen by Onyx Philippines.
It definitely has been stolen here. He hit level 4. He hasn't even hit level 5, or at the very least, he should be very close to it. No, yeah, he definitely missed out a camp. If he was like very close to it, then he means that he hit all of his camps, and then he should be hitting level 5 on tempo. Now, he's taking his time here, and Onyx Philippines, they're just buying extra time for James to farm up even further. They have no need for this turtle, honestly.
Yeah, they just take their time, and they've already not just won the jungle in a way, but they also kind of freed up that goal lane a bit. Zobs is on the mid side. He's preparing for a potential fight at the turtle, but that is not going to happen for a very long time. And now Zobs shows himself, which means that there is a lot more space for the Natan.
I mean, Natan, he's still... Wait, hold on.
Flicker, explosion, Flicker penalty zone as a response from the entry, only connecting onto Turtle, but Max steals the turtle, and first blood goes over, well, first kill goes over to Moonji. Sanana with the combo, and now they're chasing onto Dur with the support of Zao from downtown. That's number 2 for JP Niners.
All right, not bad, honestly. I was surprised that they got the turtle in the first place, but Max keeping it real with the team, and that Heartguard playing a very large part of keeping him alive. Moonji, his job is extremely simple, but at the same time, requires a lot of management. Oh, Zobs, he's dead.
He's dead. He is so dead. Can't even clear out the can.
Yeah, unfortunate. As a Moskov, against a Moskov or a Natan, sitting behind your turret is so dangerous because of the way their auto attacks work.
Now James start going into the jungle. Gets tagged up by Moonji. Can he at least get the purple buff and get out? Had to use the Tempest Ablaze to escape. But at least keeps his life. Just got the Berserker's Fury.
Good defense. I think now they should invade the enemy purple buff at this point of time, right? Or do they not know that it's already gone? Oh, wait.
It's already taken.
Wait, it was given over? Was it given over to Chovy?
Yeah, who got it?
I'm pretty sure it's Chovy, right? I don't think Kekadude actually needs it. No, he doesn't.
Wait, did Max steal it?
Did Max steal it earlier? I thought I saw the icon earlier. Huh. Huh. Looks like we missed it on this one.
Oh, that is good news with Niners.
Oh, I get it. Okay. It makes sense now. Max did take it. Max did initially take it away, and that's why we saw the response coming in from James. And the one thing that we were seeing on the map was the little camp from that purple buff, and that's why the icon was still there.
And that is going to slow down James just a bit. He's not going to have the purple buff for a while. Turtle is spawning on the bottom side, just like the previous one. Despite Zobs going down 2 times, he's not too far behind this Natan, actually.
Yeah, it's what? 849 to 879? Yeah, really not too far away at all. Not even breaking into the hundreds, but let's see how this turtle dance is going to go. Max does have a level lead onto James this time.
Willing to let the turtle reset a bit, but not fully. Pulled over to the side of Onyx Philippines. Again, reset it.
They're worried about Dur. Because Dur has a Daytona's Welcome, and Max is like, I don't want to deal with that. And even for Year 3, he's like, yeah, I don't want to get eaten either. I need a counter engage, so I don't know about this, brother, man.
No one is willing to get gobbled. James now fully committing. Daytona's Welcome, penalty zone. Of course, this one given over to James, and Dur facilitating a retreat. Very well coordinated.
Unfortunate. I mean, even Year 3 flickering in to try and block the Daytona's Welcome before Max while mid-penalty zone. Didn't work out the way that he wanted to, but Zobs, he's got to be careful. He's getting chunked out, and now he's going to die.
Again, this time with the help of the Angela, he's going to use the Purify to get rid of the knock-up effect. Wants to fight this, but Onyx Philippines brought in backup, and Barbosa is also going to go down. The Melinda Bliss actually didn't connect onto James. That could have been a trade.
Man, he didn't get the second part of it down. He needs to kind of like really shorten his range if he wants it to like overlap with each other a little bit more. But no excuses for Zobs though. He shouldn't be doing moves like that. Like the hard guard is giving him a false sense of hope, and he feels like he needs to trade back to find some sense of purpose in the game.
Now the lane truly freed up for the good kid. 3 assists so far, all 3 kills went over to James. And that is going to help James recover from the slight speed bump he faced early on. Overall, Onyx Philippines, they're only ahead by 2k, so not the worst for JP9ers. Zaf just got the golden staff.
Well, let's see how Onyx... I mean, they've unlocked this Natan, right? So the real question is, where are they going to utilize him to start crashing down on these structures? Because the good thing about Natan is that he deals with structures really, really quick with the help of his auto attacks that bounce, as well as the entropy, which doubles up on it. So at this point, James, it looks like they're setting up for another top gank as well, right? Early proxy of the wave, trying to make sure that at least they're making Ye3 lose out on EXP.
They're just trying to... I feel like they have something against Zavs. Keep bringing manpower to the top side, and this is going to be the 3rd turtle of the game. Could see a full-scale team fight here. Zavs still not switching lanes. They're giving up the bottom tower to Onyx Philippines. And James will gladly take it.
He's going to take it straight away, but keep your eyes on Kekadu here. He's looking for Zavs, and he knows.
Dot does have the conceal. He's just going to zone out the rest of JP9ers. Max does get the turtle, but Zavs becomes the target again. Just killed off in the back, off screen. On the Philippines, they might be able to get more than just one Ye3. He is so far away from the rest of his team as James takes out Moonji. Ye3 to follow Onyx Philippines is with 3.
Oh man, and they don't even get the kill onto James. Bang manages to walk away with 10% of his health, 15% of his health still left here as the rest of Onyx very healthy, taking away the tier 1s and even fighting Max underneath his own orange buff.
And the good kid, he, instead of sidestepping, he walked past Max to dodge that ult. Man, Zaf is not having a good game at all. 0, 4, and 1 so far on this Moskov. Bottom tier 2 taken out.
Nobody from JP9ers seem to be peeling for him, right? Like Max and as well as Ye3 are very concerned about the neutral objective, and Moonji can only do so much, and Barbosa is majority of the time in these team fights playing within the hard guard, so it's not like he can keep Zavs topped up as well.
Just gotta wait. Just gotta give Zavs a bit more time. And look at the good kid. Holy Crystal on the way. Has the 3 staffs already, so another 460 gold. He is going to get the item.
He's rushing quick. He's scaling up a little too fast for JP9ers. And I think that like with this 4 turning into a 5k lead, Onyx, if they're able to get this next neutral objective and take away 4 members of JP9ers, they set up a checkmate situation. 3 kills onto JP9ers is still manageable because they should be able to take out the last two tier 2s. 2 kills might be a little bit tough. At most, it's a 2k lead.
I just realized that James Pangs has the lethal ignition on the link. There it is. Holy Crystal done. This first Lord fight. How is JP9ers going to set up for this?
I think first of all, they need to dedicate somebody to actually peel for Zavs, right? Like Zavs has just been having a really rough time. He's not done with the Trinity build, so I can understand why JP9ers don't want to put too many resources on him. But at the same time, they got to figure out what they want to do. Play for this neutral objective or play for the fight.
Max is going to show himself. He's the only one that can walk up. They need Ye3 to be the counter engager. Good thing about Onyx Philippines draft is that even though the Barras is not a jungler, he can sit on that objective forever. And now Flicker into Daytona's welcome on to Max. They want to burst him as fast as possible. Counter engage from Ye3. Penalties are only hitting onto 1. The hard guard barely keeping Max alive. But Zaf joins the fight and instantly gets bursted by the good kid. Now the battle lines have been completely split. Appraisal Swap lands, but James, he is single-handedly dispatching the backline of JP9ers, finding 2 more for Onyx Philippines. This board is gone.
Onyx Philippines continuing to pull and stretch the Niners in ways that they don't like very much. I mean, they're breaking between the seams at this point. This dough completely flattened out as Onyx PH still, despite everything, don't even lose a bottom tier 1. All of their structures are still available.
That is probably one of the best case scenario that JP9ers could have gotten. But again, Zavs, the angle that he joined the fight, not covered by any one of his teammates, and I think Ye3 missing the penalty zone didn't help either. K-Dot just got the immortality. So this Tigro had just gotten, it's just going to be double the scary.
What is Max building right now? Sky Guardian's helmet, Oracle.
I don't see Athena next.
Radiant Armor, actually. He doesn't seem to be getting too much like physical ways to deal with physical, right? The main person who's been melting him down has been Lay Good Kid. James has been interacting with him very minimally, to be fair.
Good job, welcome again. Zavs is trying to get rid of Baraz, but Baraz still survives. They needed a bit more, and again, with the help of Max and Barbosa, they managed to get it. Even taking care of the Lord at the same time, the Good Kid had to use the entropy to get away. It's going to be the implosion use. Max is still tanking on, but for how long? Mon actually escapes. Year 3 helps his team get away.
Good bailout from Year 3. I'm worried for Zabs at this point, right? He is losing his Purify off a cooldown. He's too happy on that trigger finger because he's worried that he's going to get jumped on by people like James. But at the same time, he shouldn't be eating free damage, like, right? He shouldn't be like taking, oh, Muji. Passive?
Let's
Okay.
have the passive. Okay, gets stunned. But in the Blitz is ready. Ow, I don't think Zabs follow this. He's going to try. Tempest of Blaze.
Oh!
Man fights this. The Good Kid will be the one that bails James out. 6 death for Zabs.
Why is he dashing forward? Why is the man dashing forward? Dash back, dash backwards. Get love tapped by Barbosa. Get a free top up. Work with Year 3. There's so many ways that we can like turn this around. And it looks like Zabs, he's, I don't know, he's fighting as if he's trying to prove himself or something.
Man's officially lost the plot. On the Philippines now, can't go for the push. But without Zabs, there's just no way for JP9 to effectively hold back the Horde. They will lose the top inhibitor. Bottom one worked on by James, but does not have the minion wave. This is probably the silver lining for JP9ers, but Zabs has to really assess the situation.
I mean, Matt's got to lock in. He's been making like a lot of spiteful and weird moves in this game and throughout these past 13 minutes, right? He shouldn't have died like 6 times. 2 of those times, easily he could have walked away. The other times, well, give or take. Give or take. Depends on whether Onyx PH makes a mechanical mistake. But overall, they seem to be in high spirits and honestly setting up for a really good end-game scenario.
This next Lord is going to decide it. And again, wow, JP9ers haven't gotten a single turret yet, and then Natan just got his blood wings. And even James producing the Malefic Roar. This should be a free Lord unless JP9ers pulls out some miracle. But that doesn't seem possible.
They're going to lose Lord real fast here. Man, they just melted that away. And this Lord advantage is going to throw them into the 10K area, right? In a lot of situations, for a lot of professional teams, 10K is a death sentence. And JP9ers, they have Moonji for high ground defense and even Zabs to deal with the Lord as well as the waves. But I don't think Onyx PH can do it. Keep your eyes on him. He's going to be looking for an engage. If not, it's definitely got to be Dur.
Well, good news is that Niners actually have decent wave defense with the Moskov and Nana, as long as they don't get jumped on. But Onyx Philippines, they're already starting to take up all the space on the map, letting the wave shoved in. Top wave will not be as synced, unfortunately.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. The rest of Onyx PH is syncing, making sure that they're syncing up mid and as well as bottom side, alongside to get a consecutive collapse for these inhibitors. But let's see how they play this out.
South is going to be working on the Lord, so Onyx Philippines will take that opportunity to work on the inhibitors. Little one's already taken out. James pushed the bottom wave systematically. Just destroying the base of JP9ers.
I'm surprised that Kekadu isn't posturing himself like further forward to really start claiming this space, right? To make JP9ers sweat about the impending implosion. Here comes the Conceal.
Conceal. They do see the Tigreal. Can they break his momentum? Doesn't have any intentions of committing the implosion. It's not the time just yet. JP9ers keep the bottom inhibitor intact.
Interesting. Onyx PH playing very respectful. They're giving JP9ers another opportunity. No plays being made from the side of Onyx PH. They could not find an angle to find an effective engage to start taking down these inhibitors for free, but they will continue the siege at least.
That is a lot of damage onto Year 3, who has the immortality. But Onyx Philippines will eventually break that inhibitor. It's only a matter of time, and JP9ers now in the vice grip of Onyx Philippines, 12K behind and with no inhibitors.
Yeah, but at least they're hitting the 42K mark, right? Which means that their carry should be getting close to their final builds. We're looking at Zobs. Yep, he's on his final item here. A component in the making. Could be a Malefic Roar. Could be something else that he wants to build into from that Legion Sword. Yeah, 3 on the other hand, 3 tank items, including an Immortality. He knows his job is just to eat damage for as long as he can. Even for Max, right? We're looking at his last couple of items. He already has the Immortality, but he needs some means of actually dealing with just the raw amount of damage the good kid is pumping out at him, right? Like, I don't know. Even if he does decide to go for an Athena shield to double down on not getting bursted by people like Chovy, for an example, might not be worth his time.
I mean, he needs all the damage he can get. I'm gonna sell his boots after this. This is the third Lord of the game. And it's one that JP9ers have to find a way to maybe try and contest this bottom side. They see James. What is Zav's thought process?
Oh, please don't get picked off here.
Oh, just as James leaps away.
Okay, so that at least they know he's in pinch poise form.
But Max needs help, okay? Pantheon's ult is committed. Zav shows up with the ult! And he is gone already. Just eats the damage off his Natan. The attempt as good as it gets, but it's just not enough. James sees that opportunity, kills up Barbosa in the base. And this is the endgame scenario for Onyx Philippines. JP9er exhausted every single one of the avenues, and they don't even get James spanked. And Onyx Philippines with that game 1 win.
Yep. Real nice game coming up from Onyx Philippines. They made it look easy almost, right? At a certain point, JP9ers could not put up, again, a decent fight against them. Every time they walk forward, like Good Kid puts them back down where they belong, and James Mancas continues to stretch them further and thinner than they have been before.
It's a very textbook, straightforward game for Onyx Philippines. But for JP9ers, definitely a lot of holes that they need to plug.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta get certain things together. Micro wise, like Zobs, he's gotta lock in. He was very delusional in this game with some of those ults that he decided to take, and unfortunately this strategy has not been working well. Big disconnected overall with Moonji, Maxon, as well as Ye3 looking to deal with the front lines, but the back lines unattended, and allowing James to have an almost near perfect score, 10-1 and 3 by the end of that game.
I am very surprised that Niners had the chance to take Natan, but took Moskov instead. And afterwards, just proceeding to go 1-7 this game. Max and Ye3, they were trying to keep it together, but without the Moskov being able to get out of the lane in a good state, it is really hard for the Niners.
Yeah, it's really too tough. And it's unfortunate, right? Because Barbosa is worried about Max, but he only has one Heart Guard, and he can't necessarily commit to Zobs all by himself when Max is absorbing the majority of the damage.
Even we might not have talked about Chovy a lot this game, but those crowd controls also have been a big deterrent for the Niners. And I just like how Onyx Philippines are always so focused on their calls. The moment they see Zobs enter the fight, they immediately turn their attention to focus fire him down, knowing that without Zobs, there really isn't much that Niners can do.
Yeah, not a lot of like consistent damage. They're very ult dependent, very cooldown based. More like spell slingers than auto attackers other than this Moskov, right? I mean, if we look at the damage dealt, world's worth of difference, right? Nearly 80k worth of difference in terms of overall damage coming in from Onyx PH. And I mean, James, he knows where to like poke at the Niners, right? He sets up slow pushes on the side lanes, making sure that if Ye3 leaves the lane, he's gonna get punished. If Zob leaves the lane, he already is losing the lane good kid, but he neither has the option of showing up isolated because James has been a looming threat.
Yeah, and also showing the Niners that you don't really need the Angela to make this link work. He got it to work just fine. I believe this entire game, the Niners didn't even get a single turret from Onyx Philippines. The closest they got to was the bottom lane one, but even that one didn't fall.
Yeah, even that one didn't fall at the end of it. So great fundamental game coming out from the side of Onyx PH. You can definitely see that they're putting some ideas into place ahead of time and showing the signs of having some decent foresight. Oh man, James 950 when it comes down to GPM with his 10-1 and 3 score, our MVP of the match.
Completely uncontested. That one death in the early game was just a slight misstep. Afterwards, he was just rolling in cash, getting objectives, and just single-handedly dismantling the back lines of JP9ers. Every time he shows up in a fight, Zavs and Moonji gets forced away. There's really nothing that they could do.
Yeah, they got punished a little too hard. They couldn't clump together because of the Vexana, but if they split too far apart, their backlines won't receive reinforcements. They don't even get that peel. Let's have a look at the highlights to see that game all over again, because again, I want to see how far that James was kind of pushing people, right? These laners were able to set up some great motions to punish them, like Zobs jumping in the middle there, not recognizing that at least James would show up. Ling's continuous perseverance. He could have cleared up the top side of the map, but instead opted to go for these lane ganks.
And at the same time, I think Onyx Philippines, after seeing how Zavs played in the first 5 minutes, started to really abuse his tendency of trying to overstep, trying to just man-fight people with that Moskov mentality. And every single time Zav does that, they punish him. And with that alone, they got themselves such a big lead, and JP9 just could not respond.
Not only couldn't respond, but like motions of these fights are really, really awkward. Like this, for an example, very blatant mistake coming in from Zavs. He probably didn't intend to jump into that direction, but wanted to kind of cut off James from able to try and finch points away, right, by knocking him back.
Even this final fight, I just noticed that K-Dot was so patient, held on to his implosion the entire time. Sees Zavs, flickers implosion.
Instantly, right?
Target public enemy number 1.
I mean, Onyx PH, they're dealing with Lego blocks here, right? They're picking them off one by one. They're deconstructing the structure and making it feel very easy to do because it's a very honest draft coming in from this lineup.
Hey, yo, what is this?
Man, Onyx grew up in a weird way.
I didn't know Onyx Philippines were Malaysians.
Zepper! What's going on here? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But at the end of it, Onyx are looking really, really good here. Nothing to worry about from the fans. I think, you know, JP9ers, they're looking very much like they're in the regular season, right? It looks very, very messy, and I feel like at least mechanic-wise, Zavs, he shouldn't be making that many mistakes.
Yeah, this reminds me of the Zavs when they were back in MPX NC right here. There's so much aggressive tendencies, and these plays, if you go up against an experienced team, you're going to get punished over and over again. Big no-no, but thankfully, these teams, they have some time to mentally and mechanically reset. We're going to head for a short break, and when we come back, it's game number 2 between JP9ers and Onyx Philippines.
Here we go!
Onyx PH fans rejoice once more as they are currently at match point against JP Niners to finish off their second Swiss round here. But the JP Niners, they've got an opportunity. But they gotta fix their mistakes. What are these mechanical mistakes we're seeing from this squad?
Yeah, so much difference compared to the JP Niners. They took down Falcons Esports yesterday.
Yeah, and Falcons are currently playing on the BM broadcast against Omega Neos, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Smart Omega Neos, right?
Smart
I think
Omega
they're
Neos.
MDL team. Well, for Niners, we'll just have to see if anything changes for game number 2 because honestly, game 1, not impressed. Not impressed at all.
Yeah, definitely not impressed here. It really looked like they got outclassed by Onyx PH's B team here, which is a little nerve-wracking. Let's see whether or not they're going to get these changes down in the draft. Barats as the opted change here.
Yeah, so they banned Barats, which means that there's a chance on the Philippines just straight up let Angela through again, and if Niners want to pick up the Angela for Barbosa, they have to have a plan B, right? Ling is definitely out of the question at this point. This time Matilda ban out. So it is an Angela angle, but will Niners bite?
After seeing the Ling play coming in from James, do they really want to let it through? Yeah, they're not. They're going to take it.
I feel like compared to a Ling, you would rather take Angela.
Yeah.
Still a safer option.
Yeah, especially go as a first pick nonetheless. Like, what are we, like 4 or 5 seasons back?
All right,
Ling
so
first pick, okay.
James Pangs again with the Ling.
Yuzong blind. Oh, Terizla.
Wow, they take the Terizla away.
Dang. Okay, I respect it.
Yeah, because Barras was banned out, right? So Onyx was like, okay, if you ban Barras, we just take Terizla.
I think that's been one of the bigger problems for Max specifically, especially in these Retribution fights. He has to deal with the single target lockdown that suppresses him when he's inside the belly of the beast. But now with the belly of the beast out of the way, maybe they can have a decent chance because we're seeing the exact same draft coming out from the side of the JP Niners.
Oh, doing the run it back. But if they...
Natan, right?
Yeah. Why would you pick Natan?
Confidence, maybe. Confidence and global presence. So far, they haven't made... Well, I want to say they haven't really abused the global presence, but to be fair, Onyx are, like, hella prepared. They set up the bunkers early on. As soon as they see him take it, he's dead.
Yeah, technically they did abuse it, but it's just that the payout wasn't good.
Payout didn't get enough, right?
So this time Yuzong banned out again. This is really going to start eating into Year 3's hero pool.
Yeah, it really would. Is there a world where we see Aurora get picked up by Munji? If they don't go for the Nana, or is there any other mid laners that they have to worry about? Probably the Lilia, but even then, with that much of a lead coming in from James in game number 1, I don't think it would have made much of a difference here. Grok gets banned out from the side of JP Niners, followed up by the Yuzong from the side of Onyx. Farmis gets knocked off too, really good stuff. What's the last ban? It's probably going to be the same, right? They're probably going to get rid of the Tigreal.
Tigreal was not banned in game 1. What are they going to ban? If they were to ban the I feel like Tigreal isn't really that bad of an option, considering that they already have the penalty zone. You don't want 2 layers of team fights. But if you are Year 3, you might be looking at a potential X-Borg pick.
Ooh, an X-Borg pick doesn't sound too bad. But then again, could go for the Swiss Army knife if he's really feeling it. Benedetta, full damage. You also have the help from the Heart Guard potentially. They get rid of the Vixana, trying to make sure that at least mid-prio is going to be at least somewhat contestable between both mid laners.
This could be a Novaria angle.
Oh.
Right, for Onyx. Novaria is open.
Novaria doesn't seem that bad.
So,
Edith.
So
okay.
they take Edith first. That
like
also
this.
hurts Year 3.
Yeah, I like this a lot because that way they can peel backwards in case the situation gets really, really dangerous and still makes Max's life pretty difficult.
So there's an opening for Moon to go for Novaria himself, but it doesn't work as well as it would have been if it's on Onyx Philippines. I'm definitely more concerned for Year 3. I feel like you could go for Benedetta, or you commit to an export and just hope that Zavs carries this game. Oh,
yeah.
Also the Arlott, right? It was let through.
Arlott was let through this
Arlott
time round.
Valentina, okay.
Valentina, interesting. Okay, at least we can get the Primordial form, I suppose, and maybe even a penalty, steal away a penalty zone for the upcoming fights. Doesn't change the fact that Munji is pretty much by himself when it comes down to the back line, when Ling jumps there. Assuming that Year 3 is like too deep in the fight, right?
Yeah, because Barbosa is definitely not going to commit his hard guard onto Moon.
This will be
They
interesting.
probably would just use Max like as a sandbag, just like they've always done. And I think
Yeah,
on the
that makes
Philippines,
sense.
they see this coming. It's very telegraphed.
I think this might be an angle for, honestly, Nana doesn't seem too bad. Aurora, if they want like a similar passive with strong CC capabilities. Lilia, if they're thinking about just chunking that front line, but no, they lean back onto this Nana. Super safe pick, combo very well with two of the enablers being the penalty zone coming in from Dur, or even just the raw setup, like traditional setup from Kekadu on the Edith.
Life is going to be so hard for Max this game.
Yeah.
How can you even enter a fight? I think you just get crowd control to death.
Well, I think it's not even about the crowd control, right? I think at this point of time, they need to kind of like, it's a battle of logistics. How exactly do they distribute their forces around the map? Because if you're looking for that initial invade onto enemy purple buff, you need to be able to have an extra member sitting next to the gold lane to help out Zobs in case something crazy happens.
We can only hope that Niners, at least they readjust after the game one, because, you know, social media is a pretty brutal place to be, especially a lot of Malaysian fans are watching this series. I know Todak has already made it to headlines. JP Niners might be next in line. Game 2 underway. JP Niners still on that blue side. Evonik Philippines on the red side.
All right, let's find out how this game is going to play out here. Because once again, both are going to be doing the purple buff start. They're going to be ending up on opposite sides. Oh, wait, no. James is going to be starting on the same side of the map as Max and will end up on the bottom side of the map instead.
Interesting. I suppose for Onyx Philippines, they're not worried about any potential invades, not when you have Angela, Valentina, right? There's no threat to your jungler at all. In fact, they can start taking up space in the enemy jungle. Just happen to catch Max reaching that orange buff. And Zab is already out of lane.
Yep, he can't really do too much at level 1, especially when he doesn't have Inspire, but he will try and freeze the sacrifice of a little bit of his HP. Lethal Wanderer falls into the hands of James here. Let's see. This could be like... they have to top him up, right? They can't leave Zabs alone, because if he's too low, he's going to get dove by James regardless.
He did manage to freeze the wave a bit, but every single lane is getting shoved in by Onyx Philippines, right? It feels like they have no lane where they can get the priority. Valentina doesn't outshove Nana, Moskov doesn't outshove Natan, and Arla definitely cannot do that against a Terizla.
This is why we're seeing, like, at least for Kekadu, he understands that with his Earth Shatter, he can actually manipulate these waves in their favor, right? That's why we're seeing, whoa, rushing for level 4s here, and a quick invade coming in from James.
He's going to see that. Oh, would have been really nice if he secured it.
Man, denies Max the level 4.
And even if Max wants this 4, he might have to commit a retry. Because only Philippines, they definitely have a steal angle. See if they... I think they got it. Oh wait, no, Max hit 4.
He hit 4, he hit 4. He
Thankfully.
still has it, right?
Yeah.
But James, if they stall this out long enough, he should be able to get that full level lead, right? He should be close to level 5. Yeah, so close to level 5.
I don't think he's in a rush. He can just start posturing around. Edith just hit 4 also. Depends on what all Moonji wants to steal. I think you might consider stealing the penalty zone. Flicker, it's gonna be Flicker find the slash. Moonji trying to facilitate Max, but still James that gets the turtle. First blood given over to Chovy. Barbosa on the run, picked up by James, and Moonji can only do so much with the stolen primal fall. Looking for Kato, actually gets it. Yetri still trying to reset the vengeance. Finally runs out of gas, and Moonji with the dash doesn't get enough damage. Terrified, but it's the Nana passive. Moonji would have definitely loved that kill, but Onyx Philippines ends up picking 4.
That's so sad. 4 for 1. And so many of the members were so very low. JP Niners lose out in patience.
Zubs.
He's dead. No, he's alive. Oh my goodness. The auto attack wasted on the Corbolt camp. Real sad there. Sorry, the Beetle camp there.
And Barbosa saved his life, literally.
Oh boy. Oh, it could have gone a lot worse. Zobski is not having a good time here. If it wasn't for Barbosa, that could have been a guaranteed dive from James's side. Good kid. He's having the time of his life. Free lane, harassing consistently against Zobs, breaking his Purify consistently too.
And also being almost a full level ahead.
What the heck?
Moonji actually, so much, he's dealing the most damage.
I mean, that one fight he was hitting, with the Shadow Strike alone, he was hitting multiple targets, right? He was hitting like 3 to maybe even 4 targets at once.
And the stolen Primal Wrath.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. The Primal Wrath probably really inflated the numbers too. That makes a lot of sense, but once again, the lockdown on Max.
The Cash wants to burst down Max. The hard guard, not enough to keep Max alive, and K-Dot to be immobilized. Stolen Primal Wrath from Moonji. He's the one that's a true damage dealer. Topside Yeatri just got pushed away from his lane. Chovy also forced back. Well, I mean, at least for JP9's Moonji is able to contribute in these early fights.
Yeatri, he's so far behind.
So 2 levels behind.
And he's dead. He saves the tier 1, loses his life at 2 levels worth of EXP. At this point, he is out of that lane. Like, Dirt is too strong for him to handle. He tries to go for the all-in, it's not going to matter.
Actually, his final slash came up after that. So he didn't want to wait because he was worried that they might get the turret beforehand, but still. Was it really worth it? I guess so. You keep the lane, but you are going to lose pressure around Turtle.
Oh man, Zabs, he really has to scale fast. He really needs to get strong now. They can't wait for this. Like, they're on a steady pace to set up a checkmate situation. Kekadut taking the majority of the damage, but Primal Wrath.
Yeatri is going to eat up all the damage. His life is forfeited from the start. They do give Max the turtle, but now James shows up. Barbosa flickers away. Does have the hard guard. Usually onto Max. The Princess Rat keeps him alive for a bit longer, but again, not enough despite having the necessary protection. And Moonji, he's isolated. 4-man on top of him. James Pangs with the kill. Onyx Philippines picks up 2 more.
Yep, even Kekadut forced to flicker backwards away, even though the Earth Shadow was probably going to connect, just to make sure that he doesn't give another free kill over to the Niners. Keep in mind, right, a lot of the games that we are seeing here today can be turned around in a single fight. Momentum is key for Onyx PH if they want to set up for that 10K gold lead.
They're already halfway there. 5.2K at 5 minutes and 45 seconds in.
1,000 gold a minute, man. That's exactly what they want. I think James, he's looking for that 1,000 GPM record.
It's the highest we have today in 899.
899. Yeah, that's the closest that we've gotten to so far.
And they're looking for Zabs again.
Don't do it. Don't dash. Just wait. Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. Yes, don't make the mechanical mistake again. Reinforcements are on its way, and the dive will commence.
I think you just give this away. Might have to consider doing that. Thankfully, Moonji is there. Still holding on to the I am you. Does not want the penalty zone. Doesn't think that having the extra engage will do anything.
I think he wants to make sure that he denies what he had. Oh, they saw him walk into there.
Yeah.
They definitely did, right? Yeah, they know.
Then they come in. Moonji actually pull back right in the time, but thankfully, this time, able to steal the Primal Wrath. Yeatri is going to be around the block.
Okay, they're still alive, and Barbosa finally getting the Flask of the Oasis. That's going to keep his team alive, especially whoever he's hard guarding at this point of time. Moonji actively looking for the Primal Wrath, but look on the opposite side of the map, right? Every single time we see Onyx PH dedicate too many resources, they quickly retreat and then start redistributing where they need to put pressure across.
I wonder if Moonji would ever consider stealing the Molina Blitz.
It doesn't sound like a bad idea, but there's a lot of movement abilities from I mean, there's a lot of flickers to be fair.
4 flickers. So this turtle should be, yeah, it should be a free one. I don't think Niners can even have a thought of contesting this.
No tempo, no pace. On track to do. Oh,
penalty zone. This time onto Moonji, able to dash away, and even with the Primal Wrath, K-Dot, the follow-up flicker of Shadow was just accurate. Max thinking of fighting this. Another Earth Shatter, forcing on the Purify from Zabs. Dirt with a flicker to get away from the Appraiser's grab. James now joins the fight. Final slash from Yeatri. Dirt underneath the turret. This is the turnaround for JP9 at least give a kill over to Zabs. Missed the ultimate.
Don't do it! Don't do it!
Wait,
Okay, at least he waited for Kekadu to actually use the all-wear before he made that choice. While all of this is happening, despite only getting 1 kill, they lose a tier 1 down bot side. So Onyx PH, they set it up perfectly. They minimize the potential punish that could be coming from the JP9ers had they lost more members.
Yes, I mean, Onyx Philippines, they are really pushing JP9ers to their limits. As Moonji played at the best he could, still got caught. No Purify for Zabs for another 40 plus seconds. This time Moonji takes the Molina Blitz, sees the value in it.
think he's gonna probably use it. Oh no,
Oh,
not
Zabs is
using it
dead.
early. And Zabs dead again.
Just wanted the wave.
Yeah, and Barbosa's like, I'm not gonna hard guard if you're gonna walk up. Zabs is like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Zero negotiation.
not even a point of discussion.
He just did it. He asked the question, he was already at the wave. He's like, what? Yeah, boy, this is looking rough. But Onic, at least, they're giving a lot of respect to JP Niners, right? They're waiting for very specific conditions.
Putting a blitz, catching onto Munji. The execute damage is not enough, but still, James will be able to secure the kill. Tempest of Blades, mega kill for the lane.
He took all 3 of the blasts. Every single one of them. He wasn't sure where the angle of the Molina Blitz was coming from.
Yeah. He even used the Purify. That's the worst case scenario, and this Lord is gone.
Yep, this is it. This is the checkmate scenario set up by Onic PH. Beautifully done.
The thing that JP Knights can't do, despite Zabs not having 7 deaths like the previous game, it's not like he can do much in this scenario. James 4-0-5. They're 4-1. Chovy deathless so far.
Oh, this is such a rough game. This is such a rough game to watch. Like, from Barbosa's POV, there's nothing much he can really do to start affecting the lanes anymore, right? He walks by himself, he's in danger of getting get counter-rotated by James Pong. If he decides to hard guard, that target usually melts away unless it is Zabs. And even then, there's a good chance that he might throw that opportunity away, right? And even for Yan 3, if he wasn't so far behind, he might have been able to make something happen like he did previously by utilizing that final slash. He's not completely out of this game, but it's really tough since Onic PH are not giving him a good opportunity to coin flip the fight.
He would have been a good option for the hard guard if he could survive slightly longer. Despite all that, Munji still deals the most damage so far.
Yeah, and look at this, Onic, they don't even need to they just have to posture for a dive, and JP Niners is forced to give up the space.
We'll take care of the Lord at least. Actually, bit of a stagger there, but James Pong just got enough distance. Eruption does go wide, but again, on the Philippines, they don't need to rush this. Oh, the good kid commits the entropy. JP Knights, they're looking for an angle to walk up, but Max knows that if the moment he gets caught by a crowd control, he is dead.
Yeah, he's going to be locked down for way too long. And I think it's tough, right? Because you need to time that energy eruption so that you get the extra stats from it to survive. And most of the time, Max isn't even able to get 2 combo points before that even happens.
It's hard to lock anyone down. Can't get to Natan, can't get to Chovy. You lock down to Edith, she crowd controls you. We just saw the blade armor purchased by Dur. So now Zabs has to really think twice on who he wants to hit.
I think this is the beauty of how Onic PH is playing this game right now. Because again, if they had Purifies, they probably could play a little bit more disrespectfully. But the fact that they took all flickers, that's why we're seeing such a strict regimen of looking for these conditions. If Munji walks up too far, maybe Le Good Kid can find the initial opportunity to pick him off. If Zabs accidentally uses his movement, his dash especially, that's when James can jump straight for him in combination with Dur.
And Chovy just upgraded his boots. He changed it to the roam boots actually. Got the encourage. Even more stats for team fight.
Ooh.
The good kid just got his holy crystal.
He's so strong right now. Holy cow, they are so strong. 1,000, almost 1,000. Yeah, 1,002.
Did Chovy change it out?
Oh
wait, he changed it back again.
He changed it back again?
Yeah, just now he purchased the encourage, but it's not showing. So he probably was it a misclick?
What's the current timing? It's currently 12 minutes 35. Did he miss it already? Is he looking for the 14th minute, if I remember correctly? We'll see it a little bit. We'll see it a little bit. We'll keep eyes on it.
So this is Lord number 2, but JP Niners have no way of contesting this. Just have to play base defense. 11,000 goal lead for Onic Philippines, and it's only going to keep on ballooning.
I think it's ballooned more than enough, right? This is the exact timing that they're looking for. 11,000 gold lead. Very similar timing to game number 1 here. Onic PH just giving no room for JP Niners to breathe and giving them the respect that they deserve. But at the same time, it feels like they're getting choked out here. Niners having to deal with like a python around their neck.
On the Philippines, they're just going to wait for the wave to show up. The top wave was already set up way before that. So that's going to slowly push in. They hard shove the bottom wave. They're going to have all 3 lanes crashing in at the same time.
I I mean, good luck to the Niners here. They've got a difficult base defense to pull through. Now that the high ground is a lot weaker compared to game number 1 because Moonji decided to go on this Valentina. They're going to lose their inhibitors one by one.
Just dealt with the top wave, and Zap just took that. There's one jab from James. Took out 30% of his HP. Thankfully, they can deal with the Lord pretty easily, as long as Onyx Philippines don't hard-on commit, which they don't really need to. I think the Primal Wrath, they actually dropped the Melina Blitz. Zaps again had to use his Purify.
Ooh, interesting, interesting. Haven't seen somebody bold enough to use the Primal Wrath, Sun as a way to kind of initiate and start a combo with Chovy, right?
Oh, now there's gonna be a Flicker Panty zone. Instant retreat from Niners. They get the Terrify onto Dirt. He's underneath the turret. He will go down, but Onyx Philippines is ready to make that sacrifice. A small price to pay for that inhibitor.
Yep, they sacrificed Durs as well as his Flicker just to get another inhibitor. And now it doesn't matter on which side the Lord spawns. They always have a consistent pushing long lane. And Onyx Philippines, they've done what they can. Now, JP Niners, they need to find any kind of gold on the map, and Onyx PH need to deny them of it.
Wait, Barbosa Flicker?
Oh.
Barbosa, probably Fat Finger his Flicker and Zaps dies.
Oh no. Oh no. This is so brutal. Wait, where is Zobbs currently on his build? He already has the Winds of Nature. He just doesn't have the Malefic Roar.
Yeah, Flicker onwards. K2 able to ready to give up his life.
Oh!
But this is done and dusted. Onyx Philippines 15,000 goal lead and not even a contest. As they finally choke JP Niners into submission, it's 2-0 for Onyx Philippines.
That's the tap out. That's the tap out by the JP Niners as Onyx Philippines walk away 2-0 victors in the second round. Swiss here at the SPS. Congratulations.
And Onyx Philippines continues to move on forward. They need 2 more best of 3 wins to secure their slot into the challenge season. But for JP Niners, thankfully, they're not out just yet. They still got 1 more chance next week.
Yep, a 15-minute game, a little bit longer than the previous matchup, but Onyx PH continuously taking everything from the top to the bottom of the leaderboard, where it be your buffs, your turtles, your lords, but mainly your structures. Niners not even cracking one open.
Just like the previous game, and this game felt even more dominant. What is this? 17k goal lead? 16k goal lead.
Oh, 16k
at the end of the game.
Brutal stuff. Brutal stuff. Not everybody can walk away with a perfect KDA. And if Kekadu, if he didn't die earlier, maybe he would be in contentions for it. But they definitely saw Durs 4-1 was like, okay, somebody needs to die for this inhibitor. And Durs was like, all right, take me.
I'm a Terizla, you know.
Just doing my job. Just doing my job. Kakadu could have done it, but no, I can hit multiple.
Kakadu did it for the crystal. Everyone else, you know, like Good Kid, Chovy, James Pangs, all deathless.
They all put their hands down as soon as the vote came up, and they're like, nah, I'm good. I'll sit back and watch.
But this game to have Moonji back on the more utility base, I'm curious how much damage he dealt overall when the game ended, because I think he's the only one that was able to consistently dish out damage against Onyx Philippines.
That is actually true. He has the second highest damage in this game with 35,907, just below James by nearly 4,000. Wait, actually, yeah, by 5,000 damage overall.
So, what's the next one?
Next one, Liquid Kid.
Next one is Zaus, you know, from Niners. There's Moonji with 35k, and then there's Zaus with 20k.
Yeah, he wasn't able to have a good time in this game either, right? That's why we're seeing a huge skew in the stats, right? 145,000 in comparison to 85,000. Like, all lanes were losing. They got outclassed in the laning phase. Rotations were already set up perfectly for Onyx PH to minimize that damage. So what can you really say about it?
You know that Max is really not able to play the game at all when Barbosa dealt more damage than him.
That's a feels bad.
Like, this entire game, Max is just a, well, little man of steel, but not in a good way. Well, at least for Niners, they got a bit more tower damage compared to the previous game.
That's true. They
by
did
400.
Get a little bit, by 400. That is significant here. That is significant. Got to take the small victories. But unfortunately, against Onyx PH, those small victories are very short-lived. And for the Niners, they need to regroup together. Like, what was that? What was that? A lot of weird mechanical mistakes coming in from Zabs. Does he have to go back on the Ruby? Does the rest of the team need to kind of buck up here?
I feel like it's a collective effort. Niners, they prioritize the Angela so much, but they haven't been able to make it work. Or more like Onyx Philippines have found the perfect way. They probably studied JP Niners' playstyle through and throughout and came up with a way to deal with Niners. Give them the Angela, let them take it. We have so many other alternatives. It really felt like Zaz was put in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the deep hero pools are really making a difference here for Onyx PH, right? Because it feels like they're prepared for a lot of these types of situations. Oh, you want to play a dive comp? We can play something that peels a little bit harder. Oh, if you want to play the team fight composition, we're going to play split. Like, there's so many different ways for Onyx PH to utilize the tools that they have, and they're executing it extremely well, being very disciplined about it, right? They're not trying to be disrespectful. They just cannot afford to let JP Niners have any breathing room. If not, they might just get outscaled.
Just a perfect game, and even missing his flicker Earth Shatter, pretend we didn't see that. Because amongst the minor mechanical errors from Onyx Philippines, overall it was a perfect game. They just knew what buttons to push. And JP Niners never really got to touch Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, they really didn't get to set the tempo at all. And I think, especially with these Filipino teams, when you give them tempo, they know what they're doing with it. And I think, you need a tempo breaker, but Onyx Philippines, they covered that insurance policy as well, shutting down Ye3 super early on, making him non-existent in that game.
Yeah. And I feel like maybe for JP Niners, they came into this series kind of expecting it to be hard, but for it to be this hard, this is definitely a rude awakening. But guess what? It's time to pay a visit to the Church of Chovy. We're going to bring him on. Onyx Philippines, the mid laner. Let's talk about kind of that sweep against JP Niners. Let's have Chovy on. Hello, Chovy. How's it going? How's it going?
Well, yes.
So 2-0 against JP Niners. Was this, did you guys expect this result before the series started? Was it an easy win?
No, but it's a hard game.
it's a tight game. I mean, I like the bold words here. Now, Chovy, I know this is your first experience here at the SPS. How's it been so far, and when can we expect you to join the main Onyx lineup?
Exciting because
So it's been an exciting one.
exciting.
Right. So you guys have completed 2 of your best of 3s, right? You got 2 more before you lock in your slot for the challenge season. How do you feel? What do you feel about your chances? Playing for Onyx Philippines and now getting one step closer to the challenge stage.
It's okay. No pressure, just enjoy the game.
No pressure, just enjoy the game. I like it. Wise words coming out of Chovy. Now, I'm curious to ask, right? Chovy, you're playing under the Onyx PH banner, and I mean, obviously, there's the main lineup, and then there is your current lineup here today. What's the big difference between the two teams so far within the organization?
Nothing. We're
Basically the same.
Basically the same. You're just different sides of the coin. So right now, is there a team that you want to meet and beat in the Swiss round? What is the team that you want to kind of meet and give them a 2-0 beating?
nothing for anyone.
Anyone and any team. All right. Good luck. Good luck to you, Chovy. Before we let you leave, do you have any words you want to kind of give off to your fans here watching on the English broadcast?
To all Onyx fans, thank you for supporting us and keep supporting.
Thank you so much, Chovy. Appreciate it. You did well for your interview, man. You did well. Don't worry. Have some confidence. We'll catch you back later. Maybe another interview some other time. And see you, mate. I'm telling you, these guys, they're nervous.
Yeah.
They're nervous when it comes to these interviews.
Yeah, first, quote-unquote international, regional tournament, first post-game interview, but a good sermon from Chovy. I'm pretty sure we'll see more of him.
Definitely going to see more of him. I can't wait to see more of him, in a matter of fact. And hopefully, this interview is going to excite him. I mean, it's brave enough that he's willing to come on to the interview. He's definitely getting poked fun by the rest of his teammates in the background.
Whoa, what do you say? Anyone?
Anyone?
Ooh, big statements from Chovy, but still, Onyx Philippines, this is big confidence boost. But JP Niners back to the drawing board again for Niners. Don't be too harsh on them. They still have one more chance. But this is a very good very good litmus test to see where JP9 is, and the result is quite far from Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, can't do much about that, right? This team has been playing together for a longer time, and they also have their main roster who they frequently communicate with to kind of get up to date on what exactly is going on in professional play, or at the very least, keep themselves in check.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we still, for JP9ers, they have time to reset. But for Onyx Philippines, I am very excited to see what they can bring to the table, right? Especially when we're in this meta where Ling is starting to come back, but not many teams are willing to pick him up. At least now we know Onyx Philippines is one of those.
To be fair, Onyx Philippines, they play Ling very strict, right? A lot of teams like to play a little bit more fluid, a lot more like depending on the situation. If you're there, can you respond to it? It feels like Onyx, they set everything up from beginning to the end, from what the wave needs to look like, where it's placed in the lane, to where the rotation needs to come from directionally, so that they have the right conditions to set up the scenario.
Yeah, when we see games like these, the best games are decided by just the tiniest of macro decisions, right? Onyx Philippines, they gave us a macro masterclass, honestly. So that concludes our second best of 3, but we got 2 more coming up. The third one, this one is also going to be interesting. If I remember correctly, Spectron Beta against TNC Pro Team for real this time, but it will only happen after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The question on everybody's mind, how are they going to move on to the next round of this Swiss stage? It's Bigatron Beta up against their opponents today, TNC Pro Team, both of which we saw yesterday. My name is Gideon. This is Husky on the English broadcast to guide you guys through this trying time and brutal format.
And this is also going to be the 1-0 bracket in the Swiss round, which means the winner moves up to 2-0 and loser still has one more lifeline. Well, TNC Pro Team, they actually had a pretty easy going series yesterday. They took on Foxora. That was a straight, was kind of a breeze for them. But Bigatron Beta, they had to go through a full best of 3. Today, we get to see which one is the stronger team.
Now, I'm excited to see both of these teams. These are the B teams for each of these very big organizations here. So we're expecting a certain level of quality, but at the same time, we're hoping that they stand above the rest. We're expecting clean macros, some good decision making. It might go all 3 games.
Yeah, this could probably be the most intense series we had, right? Because so far we had 2 2-0s, but there's one player I want to highlight, which is James Pang's on that link just now from Onyx Philippines. Both games only having 1 death per game, but overall the carry for his team and of course the overall MVP. Game 2 MVP, in fact, 6-0-5.
I mean, the macro that they have set up is really, really good stuff, right? You're really abusing Ling's Finch poise to get across the map and set up these like unwinnable situations for the side of JP Niners, right? And even when he's off of the side lane splitting duty, he's just waiting for a mistake to happen before turning it on their heads. Look at this, 1 and 2. Should have been able to secure the kill, honestly, if he just picked up the other Divine Sword. But he trusts his teammates, right? And that's what really gives him that extra level of confidence to make super plays.
Even in just game 1 itself, he reached the point. This one just graceful
Outplayed.
movement.
Oh, so good. So good to see that Ling players are on the up and up here, especially here at the SPS.
Even when it comes to these early team fights, the target selection, target acquisition for James Pang's also very, very well done, right? He knows exactly what buttons to press, the timing to dodge key abilities, and to constantly put pressure on JP Niners' backline, making sure that the rest of his team has room to do damage.
Something to consider for this upcoming matchup here, right? Both teams are currently 1-1. They're going to look for any advantage whatsoever. I don't know if these assassins are going to get by as easily as we did see in our previous one, but at the same time, who knows, right? With both of these teams, pocket strats could be the way to go.
Speaking of pocket strats, you might have your wish of Aurora getting picked granted, because TNC Pro Team yesterday did whip out the Aurora against Foxura in game number 2. They also have the classic Loyi and Thamus. This could be an interesting one to see if they would bring it out against Bigatron Beta.
I mean, considering where the general bans are going towards and are invested in at the very least from blue side as well as red side, it seems to be the case. I mean, everybody is picking up the Loyi if it gets led through the draft. But with that being said, it's time to show you the main lineups for both of these teams competing here today in this 1-0 bracket. Hopefully looking to chain that together to walk away and find that top 4 qualification spot. It's Bigatron Beta with Narashi, Lynch, Zuriuzi, as well Zive and Finn.
And of course, yesterday Bigatron Beta also showed their own flair with Florin, Nana. They have very, very good command of the Natan for Zive, but also the Lapu Lapu, which has been a pick that we haven't seen for a long time. Narashi is very comfortable in commanding that hero.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Bigatron Beta is where they want to invest their resources in, and we see that Zive is very profitable when given the time and effort to scale up into this game. I don't think they're going to change from their plans here, but it's a very big identifier of how they're going to prioritize their draft.
Yeah, but it's good to see that, you know, Bigatron Beta against their opponents, TNC Pro Team, have very different identities coming in, right? The picks that they gravitate towards and what the game plan is. And considering the fact that because TNC Pro Team didn't really have to sweat too much yesterday, I wonder what the prep for Bigatron Beta is going to be.
Yeah, again, these teams are informed about their opponents pretty late on into the day, right? They have to wait until the entire Swiss round is done before their next opponents are predetermined. So not a lot of time from yesterday to today to prepare for your opponents, unless you make a hard read, right? Because TNC Pro Team, they're bringing out Heads, Ryzen, Hatred, Nomad, and Ben Things.
Not a team to be trifled with. These guys, I would say battle-hardened veterans, especially when we saw their gameplay fast, clean, and precise, and especially today, feels like it's a Philippine day. Actually, every day it's a Philippine day, but today, a lot more dominant.
A lot more dominant indeed, and the person you got to worry about is Ben Things. This guy is disgusting. He is somebody that you don't want to mess. He finds some really interesting angles for TNC Pro Team to get in on these fights, and let's not forget about Hatred, right? This man is willing to sacrifice everything to make the super play, whether for Ryzen or even Nomad.
And this is reflected in the heroes that they like to go for. Lore Yi, Aurora, utility type of mid laners, and Ben Things, big team fight setters, Arlet and Grok. So in terms of the bans, I think this is definitely going to give a bit of a, you can put Bigatron Beta in more of a thinking position. What do they want to prioritize? Which side do they want to take? Whether it's a red, blue or red? For TNC Pro Team, I think this could be just another walk in the park if they get that ball rolling.
Well, to be fair, I do think it's going to be a big test for Nomad, specifically in his own lane. Can he hold up his own against Zyve? And we've seen Zyve, even when he is doing poorly, he goes 50-50 and then eventually scales up into the matchup and then becomes a super dominant force in the mid to late stages of the game. We didn't get to see too much of Nomad just then, but based off of the information that we have of their MPL, PH games, as well as the current games they played so far in SPS, it's not like it's impossible that they could lead into that strategy.
Yeah, they both share the same hero pools, right? At least for Nomad, we know that he doesn't only just play Natan, he also plays the Claude, and Claude so far, before the start of the day, had a almost 100% win rate, right? 80+%, so that could be an option that TNC Pro Team can consider, but they will be on the blue side with Bigatron Beta on the red. We see the Chip, Angela, and Harith banned out.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out here, because I don't think they're going to commit too, like Bigatron Beta specifically, aren't going to commit too many gold lane bans this time round, right? They get rid of the Loyi, they also get rid of the Harith. They don't want these strong first picks falling into the hands of TNC Pro Team. Chip and as well as Angela seems pretty standard all across the board, unless they are worried about specific strategies. For an example, where's Matilda? Who's going to ban it out? We're expecting Bigatron Beta to be the one who ban it out, but it's dependent on TNC.
Especially when the Angela is already banned, so Matilda now kind of shoots up the priority rank. I like the Loyi ban, so you do remove some of the heroes that Hatred likes. Florian ban as well, so TNC Pro Team doing their side of the homework.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that we've seen Finn play before in their previous matchup, right? At the same time, does that mean that this is going to force out the Matilda to get banned out alongside? That's 3 Enchanter Mages just out of the pool if they do that.
A lot of priority picks is going to be given over. If you ban the Matilda, I wonder if then TNC Pro Team actually has a very good reason to just grab the Arlet for Ben Things.
Yeah, I think both of which are really good here, and I think, you know, TNC Pro Team are willing to go throughout this series with that gamble in mind. 13 more seconds until we see Bigatron Beta. They ban out the Grok instead. I respect it.
Yeah. Very early Grok ban. So now Matilda and Arlet both led through. TNC Pro Team can only pick one.
This is really smart, right? Because Bigatron Beta, instead of saying, I'm going to pick one or the other, I'm just going to make another hero's stonks increase. And in this case, that's Arlet. So Ben thinks has a couple of options. They could either flex pick into the Arlet for EXP or support, or they can just straight away show, hey, Matilda is just good at every single comp, we might as well lock it in.
Yeah. I think even if they pick, I think they'll just go for Arlet still. Yep. It's the Arlet first pick. So far, we haven't really seen heads go on this hero. It's more of a Ben Things thing. If they want to flex it, now there's the flexibility. Let's see Bigatron Beta, do they want the Matilda? Because if Matilda doesn't get picked, a TNC Pro Team has, they can go for it if they want to.
Yeah, they can really use the extra mobility, right? Especially since Arlet isn't exactly the greatest when it comes down to pushing waves. But blind picking this Arlet and assuming that it's going into the EXP sector is highly dependent on whether Bigatron Beta want to show what their EXP is going to be. Whether it be like CC, for an example, or it could be just rather standard and traditional Paquito.
Go for the Barats first. So far, Bigatron Beta hasn't really shown much XP laners. All 3 games yesterday were Lapu Lapus. They do take the Valentina, so you can steal some abilities. No Final Slash. I believe that the Farm is also a pick that Bigatron Beta also likes. But if TNC Pro Team wants to go for it, they have the Valentina.
I think the hardest part right now is that Bigatron Beta cannot just say, I'm going to take a strong gold laner and run with it. Because in this case, that's Natan as well as Roger, right? And Roger really struggles against the Arla. The consistent amount of CCs really disrupt your rotations of spells each and every time you want to throw it out, human or in Lycan form.
We take the Natan away. You can. They would take the Moskov and the Fredrin.
Okay, so that means this is going to be a Natan to pick for the side of Zyve, right?
Yeah.
Right?
It is in
Yep.
despair that I see
Straight up takes the Natan.
Okay, as expected, but now mid laners technically haven't been locked in for the side of TNC Pro Team. To be fair, Hatred could lean into the farmers, but I think Bigatron Beta set that up very nicely by taking away the Valentina super early on. They can just ban out the farmers afterwards, but there's no real need to, so they're going to really diversify their resources in terms of their bans, getting rid of the Yuzong, which is consistently being banned in the second phase or within first phase on blue side.
Yeah, picked in first phase, banned in second. I think they could also start setting it up for Narashi's Lapu Lapu again if they wished to do so.
I see a little tough on this one. If you get Lapu Lapu, you have a strong diver, but Moskov is a little slippery, right? And there's no guarantee of locking him down if he takes Purify as well. I think that's the only thing I'm worried about. If that's the case, maybe Terizla might be a more reliable option here, especially since you're up against the Arlet anyways. You just want to hard push your lane, minimize your interaction overall. Lolita!
Wow. They banned Lolita.
Okay, okay.
Lapu Lapu is banned by TNC Pro Team, so again, respect shown to Bigatron Beta.
Why ban out Lolita if it's just for the Natan? Maybe this could be a Barat to the EXP lane that, again, just sneaking suspicion.
Who else has a projectile that you want to hit?
Roger in human form, Harith is already banned.
Unless they just want to get rid of like the big setters. And no, they have a suspicion that this artist can still be flexed.
I mean, then high, right? More than it would be the Lolita. We'll see, because now the Matilda gets banned out here, and unfortunately for Bigatron Beta, they can't just lock into the Matilda and say, hey, TNC, you have to show your entire hand before we do.
Roma, what else? No Flori, no Matilda. This could be a new pick for Finn. Tigreal.
Tigreal doesn't sound too bad, but TNC, we don't know if this composition is going to be playing around that Moskov like global presence or not, and they have two ways to enable them as well. So to me, TNC, they're not really revealing too much of their composition. We don't know what that mid trio is going to look like just yet. We know that it's like Fredrin, something and something, maybe an Arlet, maybe not.
They can go Edith actually.
Oh, Edith is actually a pretty good shout. I like that a lot actually.
Still does not really reveal where the Barats go. So they take the Minotaur, so standard teamfight comp.
Standard teamfight composition makes a lot of sense here. Edith is looking really, really good, as a matter of fact. They look for the initial engage. They can start actually not only start the fights, but start peeling backwards if the situation becomes really difficult. They have Arla as a tempo breaker just in case they overextend. Is there any better options here? I don't think so, right? I mean, worst comes to worst, you go Diggy, and that's just to annoy Bigatron Beta more than anything else.
Unless you take Export here and put bend things on the Arlet.
Ooh, that is also a good option. That's a good shout, but you're going in blind, assuming that the Barat is going to be the EXP. I don't know. I think Bigatron Beta, this is some nice drafting from their side. They're making sure that they're doing all the right moves to make TNC Pro Team question what options they actually have. It's not as straightforward. We see the Ruby. We also see the Novaria.
So double tempo breakers.
I like it. I like this a lot. Now they have 3 means of guaranteeing, and they have the extra insurance with the Astral Echo, so that Spear actually lands and marks their target.
You see what is the last pick for Bigatron Beta. Let's reveal where this Barat wants to go. I think you put the Barat in the jungle, right? And just pick XP laner here.
Yeah, I think a traditional XP laner is totally fine.
What else do we have? Damus? So they take the export.
Yeah. They could go Swiss Army Knife. They can look for like tank busters. Anyway, they can kind of like zone away their opponents here. I like this draft a lot coming out from Bigatron Beta. It's set up really, really nicely, playing towards the gold lane as per usual. TNC Pro Team is going. The onus is on them to make the proactive movements in this game.
Yeah, because if you just want to walk into Bigatron Beta, you are going to eat all these abilities, right? Tank shredders, hard crowd control. Really comes down to TNC Pro Team, like you said, to set the tempo. This game one was get the taste of what these two teams can offer, especially for Bigatron Beta, right? They had more screen time yesterday and taking on TNC Pro Team. This is kind of uncharted territory.
Yeah, well, let's see whether TNC Pro teams can make the smart macro decisions to keep Bigatron Beta on their toes. We saw yesterday what they like to do. They lean towards Xive a lot. Once he has a good game, he can eventually solo carry the game if given the right amount of space.
And this time, he's even given his comfort pick, which is the Natan, for free by TNC Pro Team. So TNC Pro Team on the blue side, Bigatron Beta on the red. Both junglers starting on the opposite side.
All right, let's get the show on the road. They're going to be mirrored on their starts for both of these junglers, but at the end of it, right, where are they going to end up? Ryzen will end up on EXP side, while Lich should end up by gold side as expected from Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, attempted steal. Now we saw from Finn, of course not able to do so, but does give decent info where Ryzen is. You see Bentix is doing the same in Bigatron's jungle. But Finn is already starting to take up a lot of space.
Yeah, and this is super a really early River Crab coming in from Xive, right? They want to find any advantages whatsoever. Finn willing to reset this.
I think it's secured. I think Xive got it.
Nicely done, nicely done. These small wins slowly add up here. Early level 2 before the wave even loses its minion, even better.
And because Finn is the Minotaur, Xive can even comfortably walk up for the trade as long as this Minotaur is with him. Even then, getting the wave hard shove.
Oh man, looks like this is going to be a pretty uninteractive game for the most part, right? Bigatron Beta just playing towards Xive, and TNC Pro Team just slowly poking and prodding to see where exactly the holes are in Bigatron Beta's gameplay.
And Lynch, he was there first, so Ryzen, I didn't get the crab, unfortunately.
He's not too far behind, to be fair. And Heads, he's playing this nicely. He's making sure that he's building up this wave, eventually going to crash it down later on, and that's why Ryzen is nearby, because Narashi can't break this freeze.
They're trying to break the Faraga armor first. And, very easy job. Energy eruption to taunt on Narashi to force the flicker, but this could be a first blood angle. Heads will have to flicker himself to safety. Good body block from Lynch.
Oh man, Ryzen didn't want to go for another dash onto Narashi to get the knock-up to allow Heads to actually go for the vengeance. They end up losing that. So now it's about rushing level 4s, right? Narashi hits his level 4, but he has no armor to capitalize on it, while Heads hits level 4, but doesn't. Oh, Nomad!
No, first blood!
Oh,
for Nomad!
Oh my god. Oh, the timing.
The timing.
That timing.
Narashi did get his Faraga armor back broken by Hatred thanks to the Astro Echo. Now final slash to bring Narashi into no man's land. He's gonna eat the Appraisal's Raven. Moscow Spears connect. No follow-up though. Don't need to do that.
Nicely played by Heads as well, being able to finish off the correct targets in Narashi. He's going to slowly fall behind as he's losing a decent amount of EXP and gold down by the bottom side of the map. But good job from TNC Pro Team. They played it well. And honestly, Xive, he's probably thinking like, man, if Nomad didn't have that quantum charge, he would have died there.
Yeah.
Oh, the
super
one auto
unfortunate.
attack. The one auto attack difference. Oh, feels so bad. And now Nomad is a full level ahead of Xive as well.
Even for Narashi, he got his Faraga armor back, and Hatred, he knows his job, breaks it, and Narashi was not able to function in the turtle fight at all. Even damage leaderboard, you see that his actually deals the most damage at this point of time.
Well, it's to be expected, right? He has so many different ways to get free demonic marks, well, in this case, vengeance marks, from his teammates, right? A lot of CC has its benefits in a comp like this.
Good Astro Echo to spot a Ruzi, and Xive gives TNT Pro Team a good idea of where Bigatron Beta is heading. No man, he can just let the wave push in. I think this lane is pretty much secured.
But nothing you have to really worry about, right? As long as Nomad is maintaining his farm against Xive, unless they get like they infuse him with some extra influx of gold, which they're doing right now in mid lane, right? That's going to be a double wave falling into the hands of Xive.
But TNC Pro Team, they also clears the way pretty fast, and now seemingly making a move to Bigatron Beta's purple buff side.
Wait, does Narashi have his... Okay, he just got his Faraga armor back. If he loses that Faraga armor again, that's a definite dive angle from TNC Pro. Yeah.
I saw the final slash, yeah, he just lost it.
He just lost it. Hatred, if he can stop it, stop the recall.
Oh, he just did.
Oh, this is great. Are they going to actually commit towards this dive? I mean, Turtle's coming up in about 12 seconds or so. So they're just going to get the advantage and then leave. Whoa!
Wow, Xive actually committing to force Nomad back. The spear of destruction.
Close. Very, very close here. I think he would have traded 1 for 1 at the very least had he landed the Spear of Destruction. But still, it's not like it's over just yet.
Bigatron Beta is going to be late for this. Astro Echo again pinging onto 4 and
45.
immediately jump on the Realty to force out the Purify. He hits the bag. Stolen final slash. Turtle going to the TNC Pro Team regardless. And Lynch, he will be sold out. And unfortunately for Bigatron Beta, they have lost 2. Flicker last his sanity. 900 damage and Arashi hops over to find safety underneath his own turret, but it's not safe even there. Hatred with the 3rd.
Big Sag. He wanted to kill heads, but wasn't in range. Rolled out of range from the fire missiles to actually connect onto him. Real sad there, as now Hatred will be able to absorb the waves and covering TNC Pro, not letting Gold and EXP go to waste.
I mean, look at this instant replay also. Just very good movements from TNC Pro team to split the battle lines. Lynch was all alone. He wasn't even a fully stacked Barats.
You know what's crazy? This comp enables Heads to do some crazy stuff. He didn't even use Final Slash that entire fight. All those marks were given to him by Ryzen getting the initial energy eruption.
Yeah, that too. That and Ben Things adding up to with his own crowd control. And one turtle fight, Nomad decides, I'm gonna go bot and take that bot tier 1.
These macro movements is really what's making it difficult for Bigatron Beta, right? They want to get the gold laner ahead, but now Nomad is in a very good position of his own, actually leading in the gold department by 700 against Xive. And because of that tier 1 falling into his hands, unlocking him from this lane, it allows him to kind of just absorb mid-wave whenever he wants to, and then go back up topside once the turtle actually spawns after this next wave.
Even Lynch is feeling very uncomfortable, despite being his own jungle. TNC Pro Team will take the top tier 1, not a problem. Bigatron Beta seemingly on damage control mode. And Lynch trying to find resources in the enemy jungle, but there is nothing for him.
Yeah, but this is the problem, right? When Bigatron Beta is just investing a lot into just one laner, and in this case, that's going to be Xive, right? All the eggs are in his basket. All their movements are dedicated around getting him farm.
And they immediately jump onto Lynch, who does not get to move at all. It was a luxury that TNC Pro Team did not give them.
Yeah, but TNC, just give that kill over to Nomad. Accelerate your win condition even further ahead of this metagame. This is really, really difficult for Bigatron Beta, right? Because at this point, it's like, how much do you want to sacrifice to get Xive ahead? And is it going to be worthwhile at the end of the day? Just the chain CC from TNC Pro is enough to put him out of his misery. He's not running Purify, he's running Flicker.
I think Xive is dead. They know for a fact it's in that bush. Yep. Giving it over to Nomad's heads should be fine here. TNC Pro Team systematically pulling apart Bigatron Beta.
I'm recognizing people with X in their name kind of play similarly. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. They can't do anything, right? BTR, like, they walk into their own jungle expecting to see at least a couple of creeps available, none of which. And the ones that they want to take away are too far in enemy territory for them to disrespect. They're losing a lot of ground a little too fast 8 minutes into this game.
Lich also doesn't get to safely stack his passive up. You have to give everything over to Xive, who has died 2 times so far. TNC Pro Team has a 6.5, almost 7k goal advantage at 8 minutes.
And they're barely interacting with Bigatron Beta, right? Like, Bigatron Beta are just waiting for the right conditions for them to set up this fight, and the only way they're going to do it is with Finn. I don't think they're going to take too many fights unless we see TNC Pro really overextend, but Finn, he's waiting for that flicker, right? 50 more seconds between for Bigatron Beta before they actually commit to a all-out war.
And for TNC Pro Team, there's no need to rush. And even when we saw these small skirmishes, the way that they were pulling apart Bigatron Beta's battle line does not allow Finn to get a good ultimate off.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, Ryuzi, it's I don't see him taking the I'm offended. I think he's always taking the final slash.
I think even the Astro Echo wouldn't be too bad.
I don't think it's bad either, but look at how far behind he is in comparison to Hatred. He is literally 2,000 gold behind. He sacrificed so much for Xive.
Yeah, how did that even come to be? Even for Xive, he is still behind Nomad by 800 gold. With the First Lord spawning on the top side, Beta, they have lost vision of their own jungle. The thought of contesting this feels unachievable.
Yeah, I think TNC Pro, they're doing a phenomenal job. They're soaking up the wave EXP. They're making sure that they're not hard pushing it so that Bigatron Beta has to walk even further just to get the crumbs of the golden EXP given by these minions.
Look at Narashi's position. He is just trying to take up space, give some intel to his team, but realistically, nothing much that he can do on this X-Borg at this point of time. He's trying to build towards the War Axe. His first item was the Brute Force Breastplate. So that means that he's neither tanky nor he's dishing out enough numbers.
Oh, they're getting stat checked here. Bigatron Beta, they're getting choked out once again. The Lord advantage continues to skyrocket in favor of TNC Pro as they're looking to set things up for a checkmate angle unless Bigatron Beta make a significant mistake, and that just could cost them the crystal at the same time.
Narashi has committed so much to his current build. I mean, a Ice Cream one would be so nice right now. The entropy just to deal with the Lord. Lynch, is he gonna get pulled back? Has the Daytona's welcome. Looks to engage onto Ben Diggs, spin him into the wall, and now follow with the Minoa's Fury from Finn, and that is the angle for Bigatron Beta. But so far, they only get one. Narashi even committing his ultimate. Silver lining, Bigatron Beta, they keep that inhibitor alive, and good body block from Zai to keep Narashi safe.
Ooh, good tempo breaker. Good play. I mean, Lynch initially, I thought he was using the Daytona's welcome to get out of there, but instead finds heads all by himself, allowing Ryuzi to actually steal the ultimate away while he's stunned up against the wall.
And Ben Diggs gets the Eye of Offender. Zai flickers away. Not part of the fight anymore. Finn trying to heal out with the motivational raw. Was able to heal just enough. Bigatron Beta again stopping the secondary siege.
Yeah, and Zyme, he is not willing to use that entropy to get out. He does not want to risk it. There's still a little bit of channel time in compared to his flicker, which is instantaneous, right? 73 more seconds here and 4.82k in terms of Lord advantage for TNC Pro. That puts them, well, unfortunately not as far as they want to, right? The checkmate situation averted by Bigatron Beta.
And surprisingly, this Natan Zyve has the highest net worth overall.
He's catching up. And I mean, that's what happens when the rest of the team sacrifice all of their gold to funnel it into him.
Yeah, Holy Crystal. It's going to be Bloodwings next. So the Divine Glaive has to wait, but I don't think he is too bothered about it. Negative 275 gold difference. Not the worst case for TNC Pro team. They would have really loved getting the inhibitor, but Bigatron Beta put up a good fight. Had to commit all the flickers. So that's 60 seconds for Zyve to get his back.
Yeah, this works out pretty well, right? Considering where they were earlier when the Lord was pushing down, a pretty hard scenario to fight from Bigatron Beta's position. But TNC Pro team, right? They weren't expecting the tempo breaking play from Bigatron Beta to hurt them that much. They were kind of hoping to use that final slash to push the members of Bigatron Beta out towards them from underneath their inhibs.
The second Lord spawn. See Bigatron Beta finally able to get some space back in their own jungle. Push forward a little bit. I think Zyve just got the Bloodwings, yeah.
He's strong.
He's so strong.
He's so strong right now. And TNC Pro team, I think they're aware of that. Hopefully they don't make the similar mistake to Minerva Esports. Minerva, if they walk into that choke point, same exact conditions apply.
Bantings was hovering there with his team and realizes that Bigatron Beta, they're nowhere near. So PNC Pro team switching their attention to the Lord Pit itself, but they're not fully committing to the Lord. They still need info where Bigatron Beta is.
They need to draw out Bigatron Beta. As soon as the Astral Echo is going to come out, I think Bigatron Beta is going to back off, and that's not what they want right now, right? Because Hatred can easily open up the map if he wants to. They want Bigatron Beta to walk up closer. Show us that backline. Where is Zyve? Show us his face, and then we can make some decisions.
Now they see him. Zyve has shown himself. They want to rush on the Lord with the entropy. Here comes Spirit of Destruction. Astral Echo ping. So all of them is going to be the Barats. Lynch to take the Lord away. And Finn able to keep everyone alive. The healing sufficient for the rest of Bigatron Beta to pounce onto TNC. 3 kills for them, and the lead that TNC has gotten in the early game evaporated.
What a huge flicker coming in from Finn to disrupt the important members. Like Nomad, he couldn't get out of there. This is what happens when you don't take the Purify, right? Any CC could cost your life, and Bigatron Beta were prepared to jump on Nomad's shadow as soon as he took it, despite Nomad being extremely patient, waiting out that Minoan Fury.
Now see how much damage can Bigatron Beta get. They've already got like what, a 7k, almost 8k Lord advantage. It might just be a bit more, but TNC Pro Team, they will revive in time. At the cost of Benting's flicker, Biggotron Beta doing more than enough. And that is without the Lord still.
Let's see what happens when they have the Lord. They need to sync up these waves because Ryzen as well as Benting's pretty far out, considering it's only a tier 2 standing in between them and the rest of Biggotron Beta.
Let's see if they can at least get to tier 2. It doesn't seem possible. The damage from TNC Pro Team is enough. But Biggotron Beta, they have another wave. Benting gets a pull over the wall. This time onto the Zyve again. But Ryuzi able to get away. Lizzy again keeping his team alive and no Fury to keep Ryzen in place. He cannot move at all. Zyve finding the killing spree, and Ryuzi commits for more. Couldn't get the final touches onto Bentings. The snipe from Hatred to finish off Lynch, but still Biggotron Beta able to get a trade in return. And Nomad, he's playing with fire right now. Zyve is going to be controlled by the energy eruption, and Finn trying to keep his marksman alive, and it's just enough. Zyve committing forward to get the kill onto Nomad, and Biggotron Beta refuses to stop.
Oh man, at this point, nobody can really finish off Zyve. They get him so low, but they need Hatred to land a single Star Shatter that could change the course of this game.
Stolen Astral Echo, and that should be the final blow. Biggotron Beta with a comeback in this game 1 to open up the series.
What a strong identity from Biggotron Beta. They sacrificed so much to get Zyve into the game, and when he finally found his stride, he made sure to repay them with a game win.
Just one fight at the Lord Pit was all it took. And you were right, you know, even in the worst case scenario, he goes 50-50. In the late game, he comes alive. This post-game stats tells a very different story. You would think that this is just a minor, 2.4k gold advantage, but 2 minutes before that, it was a 10k lead for TNC.
Yeah, I think TNC, when it comes down, when push comes to shove, their macro is looking a lot better than BTR Beta. But when it comes down to team fights, we're seeing there's a lot more chemistry between BTR Beta members. They're so synchronized with the way that they actually approach that fight in comparison to TNC, where they're looking for opportunities and to extend the hand in the play.
Yeah, you can even see TNC, they are locked in. The whole point was we catch Zyve, we try to kill him off and take the game back, but they never really got the chance, right? I'm surprised that this game only had 18 kills in total and 9 per team, and Finn was a part of every single fight in this game. He even went deathless as the Minotaur.
Yeah, surprisingly enough. It goes to show that he was clearly not the target for TNC at all. They're just like, oh, Minotaur, get the cow out of here. We don't care about the cow. We want the cow to use his ultimate early, whiff on everybody, and then we go for your main carry. Even
in terms of damage, now look at the stats overall should give the impression that it's TNC's game and Biggotron Beta, and they were pressured early to late, but that late game, that one turnaround was all they needed when they hit that iron spike.
They got to be careful here. I think that TNC probably going to have to readjust the way they approach this draft. I think they should have played a traditional front to back here. Nomad many times using that Spirit of Destruction Shadow and ends up behind enemy lines while TNC hasn't claimed the space back for him.
I think even for his, he got a bit, you know, jittery, right? He's like, oh
yeah,
this game isn't going well. I need to hard commit. Couldn't get the Valentina, couldn't get the Natan. Ryzen in that late game stage also was struggling a lot. He was getting crowd control for days on end.
Yep, days on end. I mean, that's the thing, right? There's nothing much they can really do about it, especially since BTR, this Valentina pick on Ryuzi, really making the difference here at not only stalling out the game, but also supporting plays by becoming a super player himself, stealing away final slashes at times. Other times it could be, I'm offended. Whatever they have on the arsenal at that moment of time, Ryuzi really maximizes it.
I'm surprised that Zyve still managed to claim the gold miner title. Highest GPM in a game like this. Of course, our MVP for game number 1, only dying 2 times. The first one being an unfortunate solo kill, but afterwards it was smooth sailing. This guy able to kind of cap out his item. Even when they were behind, he has more net worth than his counterpart.
Yep, he has too much gold. He has too much gold for one carry to have. Zyve, definitely a player to watch out for from Biggotron Beta here, and I think TNC Pro Team, if they're going to look to hurt the draft, that's how they're going to do it, right? If anything, worst comes to worst, they might even consider
I know you take the Natan, right? They
Do you just take the Natan? Because there's still Moskov available. There's still like other things that actually scale just as strong. I suppose taking away the Natan from Xive is going to force him into Moskov, but I think you can definitely punish the other sectors of the map, right? Let's look at the highlights one more time, because again, the early game just really well played coming in from TNC Pro, being able to out macro their opponents and honestly outplaying them in the earlier stages. But then once we get to the later stages, when the win conditions are online with the scaling, with Xive just scaling out of his goddamn mind, that made this game way harder to deal with.
And again, you said the macro for TNC Pro team, early, mid, late, did it perfectly, well, did it very well. But Bigatron Beta able to pull off this base defense, I think is a very good indicator of what they're capable of in these team fights, right? The chains, the stolen final slash, the fact that TNC Pro team were not able to get a single structure off of this Lord kept Bigatron Beta afloat.
Yeah, and I mean, again, tempo breakers are so important in this current meta game because it feels like you can't get back into the game without it, right? Without a huge ult to turn things around or a super play to happen. And these tempo breakers like Arlet, for an example, even Finn with that Minoan Fury could be the difference maker in these types of fights, especially when it gets to the later stages and it's very 50-50. Like, we look at the gold lead here, right? It's 44-43, previously 43-43.
I just want to say that Finn had a lot of things that he needed to pay attention to against TNC's draft, and somehow he's making all the right calls, right? He's taking calculated risks, keep his team alive, he's willing to sacrifice his jungler if he needs to, but the key member to keep alive is Xive, and to a certain extent, even for Ryuzi, he's able to hold his own ground.
Yeah, I think he held his ground very well, and I think, attacking this draft, it's clear that they put a lot of time from the side of Bigatron Beta into perfecting what this draft is capable of, right? The way that they team fight is exceptional, and I think that TNC Pro team need to make sure that like team fight mechanics are slowly stripped away and really try to make sure that Xive tries to hard carry by himself.
Yeah, well, we've already said that this is looking to be a very interesting best of 3. Started it off with a comeback by Bigatron Beta. I think it will only get better from this point onwards.
Yep, it truly will. It truly will. Hopefully, we do get to see, Minotaur, upcoming Minotaur bans within first phase.
Yeah, it has to go. I think at this point, if you let the Minotaur to true, I think, Bigatron Beta, they're going to pick it up. But I would say both teams did very good homework on each other, right? It's not like they didn't get comfort picks. Xive got his Natan, while Bentings got the Ruby, but they still got the Arlet for hits. It's just that endgame scenario, it was in favor of Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, it really was. Again, scaling is going to be important here. And right now, I mean, this big argument between Moskov and Natan, it seems like Natan is coming out 9 times out of 10 so far.
Yeah, it has been a classic, an El Clasico today in that gold lane. We're going to head for a short break. When we come back, it will be TNC Pro Team against Bigatron Beta for the second match of the series.
Here we go!
Match point currently for Bigatron Beta. They could be walking away 2-0 in their second Swiss round, but that could change with TNC Pro Team looking to adjust to actually deal with a very clearly gold lane centric team.
Yeah, very nice to see a change of scenery where MDL teams are also stepping up, right? This is the theoretically not really a fair fight. You have TNC Pro Team from the main league and Bigatron Beta are just sitting in the MDL, but they are proving that they can also pack a punch.
I'm telling you, one dangerous MDLs to be around. Indonesia comes into mind because a lot of their players eventually become superstars in the MPL. We have many different examples of that as well, right? Even in like Boots or even Sans playing from the MDL and then eventually coming to the MPL into what we know now as the super team.
Yeah, the super team Onyx Indonesia. And I mean, right now, this season is the most competitive one for Indonesia as a whole.
Yes.
So we'll see if Bigatron Beta can finish what they started. To get the job done cleanly. This on game 2, they're gonna get that blue side luxury. TNC Pro Team goes on the red.
I like this. I like this because now they can predetermine what that gold lane matchup is going to start looking like, right? If we see any gold lane matchup bans from the side of BTR Beta, that's when they're going to have some problems. But first, they're going to start off with that Novaria. Want to make sure that Hatred doesn't get too far ahead because he was like, what, 2K ahead of his counterpart in Dan QT. Wait, they actually swapped him out. They swapped out Yurashi for Dan QT.
Yeah, no Ryuji, now it's Dan QT. So interesting move by Bigatron Beta. But this, by ban, I wonder if the Chip or Loi will get let through, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of Chip and Loi today, banned out today.
That's a good point, actually. Whether BTR Beta actually care about some of these like high priority
I literally
picks
invented
and
one.
bans. Chip gets banned out for the side of TNC. They don't want to reveal what they're up to just yet.
I will choose my own
Arlott banned,
I
start
understand.
taking away the power picks of TNC Pro Team. So that's 2 out of the 5 heroes from previous game banned out. I think if you have Bigatron Beta, you probably would just let Loi through, considering, well, assuming that their mid laner, Dan QT, has the same hero pool as Ruzi, right? But yeah, they're not gonna get it.
Okay. So this is where it comes down to whether Bigatron Beta ban out a gold laner. If they do, TNC will also respond with their own ban. But if they don't, they ban out Roger. Do they give Harith over and then play into Natan? Which are they more comfortable with in that trifecta? Moskov, they're going to force it to traditional gold laners here. TNC, what's it going to be?
It's either Roger or Harith. Or they could let both through, right? They could ban Harith, and then they pick either
Natan or Roger, right?
It is in despair.
So they ban the Natan, okay.
Okay, they're going to force the Roger into Harith matchup here.
This should be a Harith pick.
Because I was just
Right.
like, check me out on carry. Check me out on Claude first pick, blind.
I've seen statistically teams that are allergic to Harith first pick usually loses the game. And I'll give you a very good example. Gaming Gladiators, NACT Finals.
No! Too soon! Too soon! The poor
tell you,
guy!
People who are allergic to Harith first pick.
Everybody feels amazing.
Hey, get rolled.
You know what? Harith Roger, do it now.
Harith Roger?
Do the Valhalla strat.
Do the Valhalla strat!
Just take both of them away.
Be spiteful. Dude, if TNC Pro Team actually lock in the Harith Roger, I have so much respect for them. That's such a bold move in the first phase of the draft.
But you have to take Harith right now that the Angela is taken. Yeah.
100%. 100%. And I like the Barat setup because now it kind of sets things up for heads to either play, to basically have this flex pick.
You have a very solid jungler into like a potential Fredrin, which was the reverse matchup last game. So even if Bigatron Beta picked a Fredrin, it doesn't really feel all that good.
They can set up pretty well. Like TNC right now have a significant advantage in the draft unless we see a direct counter to this Harith. I mean, Arlet is already gone, right? So again, no way to kind of disrupt that CC. So next big thing would probably be like Phoveus, Mincetar, ways to kind of disrupt that dash. Lane dominant heroes like Roger, for an example. And even then, you still get outscaled.
Wow, they straight up just picked Narashi's Lapu. So early. So Lapu and Fredrin.
Huh, that's,
So Roger is not touched at all. What else can they pick? Claude? I mean, if we go down the list, it probably is Claude.
It's like Claude, it's Carry. Carry probably not exactly the best pick even. I mean, there's a lot of burst potential, right? But if you get caught in the middle of the Synchro Fissure, you basically get 100 to 0.
If you're TNC, I think now you could just take your...
Mid laner?
Mid laner?
Valentina, what?
Valentina, Valentina. You could take Faramis and actually?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Go Faramis and then ban out Valentina within the second phase.
Let's see.
The night sky tells all.
Nita, they take...
Wow!
They take the Esma.
They blind Esme. Wait, no, the Esme already does pretty well against the Angela's Heart Guard, but into the Lapu Lapu? I guess that makes sense, right? Because Lapu doesn't have the strongest laning phase either.
MAL taught me that this Mesme could go gold.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare bring that filth here. You watch yourself, brother.
I'm just saying.
But then Harith goes jungle, and then Barat goes EXP. Okay, all right, I can see the angle. 15 more seconds, second phase. Let's see where these bans are starting to lean into. Knowing that BTR is very teamfight oriented, do they get rid of things like Faramis? They still dedicate to the gold lane.
I think you just shut down Zyves, right? You just
get rid of everything, right?
Even if he picks Roger, like, what can he do as a Roger? Like, there's really no one you could reliably kill.
That and also, well, then again, this is under the assumption that Zyve like does not win out his lane, like really, really hard, right?
No, TNC can still pick Faramis if they want.
They absolutely can, but we need to wait until somebody bans out the Valentina. Nobody has touched it so far. And even the Matilda hasn't been touched by either team.
So Croc ban.
Alright. Ban out.
In fact, I think if this is how they want to play, TNC can just leave the mid laner for last. They could take a Minotaur or something.
Oh. Ooh.
So regardless of whether who picks Valentina, who takes Faramis, you have a response, right?
You ban Minotaur?
Wow, we banned Melissa.
How? Okay, wait. First of all, how deep has TNC done extensive research on Zyve? Did they just like whip out his Liquipedia just before this game, where they're like, how many heroes has he played so far?
I think they just look at the gold laner tier list. You know? Claude, Melissa. Next up is Carry. Like if he doesn't pick Carry, there's no one else he could pick. Like Brody is not good here.
It's definitely not the greatest. Like, who exactly do you start shredding, right?
Like, there's Brody, Beatrix, Carry.
I feel like you have to play Carry at this point. You already see, like, 2 dedicated tanks. We don't know whether Esmeralda is going to go with the Starlium Scythe build or, like, traditional Esmeralda setup into, like, Enchanted Talisman, full tank, and then eventually Ice Queen's Wand.
See, this last ban is going to be the Halkert ban. What?
Halkert to deal with the Fredrin. I get that.
Yes.
Is there anything else that's dependent? I mean, they already got rid of like majority of the heavy hitters when it comes down to like the gold lane, unless they're thinking about Ixia.
It could be, but
I mean, she doesn't trade very well against Harith. Let's be perfectly honest here, right? It's mainly for her teamfight presence.
Depends on what TNC picks for the Romo, right? Matilda is still open if they want.
Yeah, they can easily go for Matilda.
If they go for Matilda, then Ixia is not an option anymore. In fact, no gold laners will be an option. Do you just go for fight the gold laner?
Ruby?
CC?
CC as well, yeah.
So they take Valentina. Yeah.
Alright, so they give Valentina just to be a little bit more flexible, I suppose.
So they go for the Roger. Yep, not really much choice left.
Yeah, they really narrowed it down for Zyve here. They didn't give him much else to play.
It's like, wow, you didn't pick Roger in the first 3 picks. we'll do it for you.
But the worst part about BTR Beta's position is that even if they get the Matilda, it doesn't do too much for their composition, right?
You need someone that can do burst damage mid. No Novara and Lilia, I guess.
This is actually they can play like an artillery mage if they wanted to.
Do they play Aurora? Is Aurora doable? Nana?
Maybe Nana. Edith.
What?
Angela in the
It's
mid lane,
Angela.
and then afterwards
Yeah, Angela
Edith
mid.
to kind of complement, right? Because that's the thing. Whenever you put Angela in that mid lane, you need a support who can actually either utilize a concussive blast or has natural inbuilt kits to clear up that wave to maintain the mid pressure against their opponents.
Imagine they don't really have much damage, magic damage, right? It's very reliant on the Roger.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, we've seen BTR play a very similar comp. BTR Beta play similar comp yesterday, so not too surprised that they're still leading into the same things. The only issue is that I think that TNC, if they go Matilda, I think that's totally fine here, right? Matilda is kind of able to enable this team to get in and out, especially when they have to deal with the Primal Wrath, right?
Or it could go for the
Interesting.
Lolita.
I like this actually. Yeah. You know what? If we're going to be in your face, we're going to dive really, really hard. And if you try to peel backwards, if it's a projectile, I'm going to knock it back into you.
It's like, wow, Edith, good projectiles.
Why are you hurting yourself? Why are you hurting yourself, Finn? Why are you hurting yourself? But this will be interesting because I want to see whether Esmeralda is going to be a worthwhile investment for TNC Pro.
They're going to have a lot of shields, right? Lolita plus Esma. You have Valentina for the hard guard if they want to triple down on that.
Yeah, Lapu has a passive shield as well. They have a good amount of ways to actually generate it. This will be interesting from the side of TNC because they have to be surgical with their strikes.
See, for Bigatron Beta, they just need one more win against TNC Pro Team to send them into that lower bracket in the Swiss round. But this draft looking more favorable for TNC Pro Team. So we just got to see game number 2 underway. Bigatron Beta blue side and TNC Pro Team red.
Based on what we've seen so far, TNC, if they play for the earlier stages of the game, they generally have an advantage here, right? Because BTR Beta are dedicated for their gold laners, and everybody else is just a side character to the side party.
And starting on the mirrored side for both junglers. I wonder how this Fredrin is going to fare into the draft of TNC Pro Team. I feel like there's a lot of things that you need to deal with as a Fred.
I feel like at least for Fredrin, he can rely on Finn to get eaten by the Daytona's welcome because he has technically his escape mechanic and he also has flicker as well. If you look at the emblem setup, nothing too out of the ordinary. Master Assassin coming in a big time for Zai because that makes his trades very, very effective down by the gold lane, right? That's why you can see that Nomad, he's very careful with the way he walks up.
Oh yeah. Even for Harv, you do need some time. Triple purify this game is to make sure that they're not straight up chain CC by Bigatron Beta, but very early invade into the jungle, and Zyve trying to keep Nomad at bay. Still trying to man-fight and move the Lycan Pounds damage. Able to use his shield to absorb the Synchro Fission.
Yep, nicely done, nicely done. The top side, first blood, given over to TNC Pro Team. A good gank coming up from Ryzen's side, right? He didn't even use the ultimate as well, so it really means that Narashi really messed up hard deep into the lane. Like, Head set it up real well right in front of his turret.
God has flickered out. Now the turret...
They can kill him again.
They can.
Ryzen needs to walk up. He needs to walk up, land the Daytona's welcome. Yeah, Narashi should not be able to walk up at all.
He's going to lose the entire gold plating. Or at least almost the entire gold plating. He definitely misses the whole wave.
Oh, no, he's not going to hit level 4 on time. This is so sad for
He
Narashi.
can't even walk up. I think if you're Lish, you might have to consider giving this away.
He's going to take a little bit of damage here. That's totally fine, right? But the Daytona's welcome is what he's really worried about, right? Hatred, at this point, he's already got the Permanent Wrath. Now,
Oh no. Lish missed the knockup, so he's not going to get enough combo points.
Hard guard.
He's going to have the hard guard on top of
it
him.
doesn't
Western Prince
matter.
of Wrath still does not have enough combo points to get it through. He's going to jump in with the energy eruption. Gets the knockup. Still cannot unleash the ultimate.
Oh my god.
Just complete disaster for Bigatron Beta at the Turtle Pit. Giving away 2 more kills, making number 3 as his just dives past the turret.
Perfectly played. If Bigatron is going to continue playing around their gold lane, no problem. Narashi is vulnerable and free from the pickings for TNC Pro.
Everything that could have gone wrong with a Fredrin went wrong in that fight. Just could never get enough combo points for the ult.
It's like having the power of slow motion, but you're about to die, so you just you just die in slow motion, which extends the pain.
They did get the Purify out from Nomad.
He's dead.
Oh, Zyves. Woo!
He's gonna die right here. Zyves, he needs to hard push this lane, wait for his life compulse to come back up. Ben Things needs to save them. I mean, they brought the whole Goon squad here to make sure that Nomad clears this wave.
Hatred is not going to show himself yet. Okay, Finn. Flip. Now Zyve sees that Hatred is there. Stolen Primal Wrath. They're not going to commit it in. Numenon Blast. Finn. Good dodge with the ult. And now with the hard ground, Zyve's going to go straight to the back trying to look for Nomad. But the Chrono Dash shield is going to keep Nomad alive for longer than expected. Zyve could not move at all.
No!
And even ends up going down. Nomad still stayed alive after all of that. And now Ryzen shows up to the bottom lane. Dan QT has nowhere else to go. Just pincer between a dinosaur and his turret. That one given to Ryzen.
Outplayed on the bottom side of the map. 3 minutes into the game as it turns into 4 TNC Pro Team once again dominating in this matchup. 0-6 for the early game. But Bigatron Beta, we've seen this before. We've seen them lose out heavily in the early game, not letting TNC Pro Team make it to that 10K mark and dragging the game out so that Zyve eventually can carry. I don't know how he's going to do it on a Roger of all things. He's very dependent on the rest of his team.
He hadn't a ton in the previous game, so base defense not a problem. But this game, I don't know how you're going to mount a base defense with this draft.
I mean, to be fair, the last time we saw Zyve actually play in that gold lane, he did opt to go for a Blade of Despair instead of the Malefic Roar as his third item. So he might be looking to scale later on. Wait, hold on. No, he went for Corrosive Scythe. What is this guy on?
What is he going to go for? Corrosive Scythe and then what, on hit? Is he going to go Holy Trinity?
I don't see the Holy Trinity happening, right? Why would he want to go for an on-hit build, especially when you're up against a Lolita? I would have expected him to actually opt for Windtalker, just so he can hard push that lane whenever TNC want to invade.
And TNC want the turret, and I don't think it's negotiable.
I'm not going to dive him here, right? Narashi's in that bush, and they just spotted him out.
And I mean, look at where it hits it. He is cutting the wave. He is just straight up in between the inhibitor and tier 2.
What's Head's building right now? He's got a Thunderbelt. Huh, interesting. Interesting hybrid build.
Actually unkillable.
Did he take Common Emblem? No, he took support.
Oh, just falling star on Dan QT. Whoops, stolen hard guard. Dan QT is gonna flicker away, but still, there's no running away.
Hey man, he's living up to his namesake. Hatred ain't gonna let you go that easily. That's a tier 1 on top and bottom side falling into the hands of TNC Pro. And they're looking to set up once again, like, oh man, Zyve, he's just not strong enough. That Corrosive Strike doing no good for him as Heads gets the walk away and turn this around.
Zyve, can he get the Lycan Pulse at least? He's gonna flicker forward, get terrified, but still gets the kill. And now looking to find a second one to flicker the middle blast. Actually missing onto Zyve, but still Head's still alive. They're gonna flip Benting's back, and this should be a second kill given over to the Roger. There is the reset. Zyve coming online a little bit in the top side. At least Bigatron Beta finds some kills and turret.
Yep, and they're trying to cover the mid-tier 1. That's why Narashi is just taking his time to clear that wave. Just showing presence is good enough. TNC Pro Team unable to wrestle back for a trade or even for tempo.
I'm looking at Zyve's item build. I think he's going for Holy Trinity.
Is he actually? Is he going to go Demon Hunter Sword as well? What do you... Oh, really wants to go for the on-hit here. I guess he thinks that there's no way for him to get deep into enemy line, so he might as well just wait out the shield from Lolita and then eventually just, you know, start chipping away at some of the bigger targets.
Speaking of that, I think they found him. And there's no way that Finn can save him. Numinum Blast slammed down Finn on the retreat. And without the Roger, Bigatron Beta cannot contest at all. Narashi throws in the Bravest Fighter, trying to use the Raging Slash, but it doesn't really matter too much. They will keep this tier 1 alive at least.
You can see just converging really well. They're using their high tempo against Bigatron Beta, right? Like Bigatron Beta is definitely a little bit slower on that rotate, but TNC Pro looking to intercept them as many times as they can to get even further ahead of this game. These turtles don't really matter, and they find another kill in Dan QT.
Wow, the Salmon Force. And that one, I think, stolen by Ben Things. These Zyves gets to get some farm, but the tempo still in TNC Pro Team's favor. 7k gold lead, almost 8 minutes in.
Oh my goodness, Heads is on the top of the damage leaderboard, nearly doubling Nomad's damage.
There's no way to kill him. He's going for Dom Ice next. How do you even have damage against him?
That's what I'm wondering, right? Is the Thunderbelt just that good as a first item for Esmeralda to be in this type of position, right? I mean, to be fair, he did get a little bit of support from his jungler, Ryzen, to actually set it up. He was able to get the full gold plating as well. So I can agree that he should be... I agree that he is greedy, and I think that he's in a very good position to do so. But does he keep scaling in this game to the point where he's unkillable, right? Where Zyve doesn't even lay a scratch on him?
I think that could be the case. Even just now, before in the top side, Zyve was barely able to kind of make a dent.
Okay, Dom Ice, he probably should be going for anti-Cuirass at this point, right? Just to make sure that Zyve doesn't have that much kill potential. Then again, he's going for the on-hit build.
Yeah, it's so...
Yeah, second item, Golden Staff. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I haven't seen this for a long time.
Trinity build onto Roger. I mean, he just wants to stay in the human form as much as he can, right? And he's hoping that his passive, after they're below 50%, with the extra attack speed that he has, is able to like weave those in. Oh,
I don't think he's getting out of this. He does have the hard guard onto him, but he needs it right now. Zyve also, he's gonna be gone by Heads. He's trying to run away. They turn a hard guard onto Zyve, and that means that they will give away Lynch. He can only save so many people.
Heartguard wasn't even committed there by Dan QT. They know that the Lord is about to spawn. That's the worst part, right? And now, with Bigatron Beta losing out their main tank, it's, man, they can't even play front to back, right? I think Bigatron Beta at this point has to look for these deep dives onto TNC Pro and split them into two.
Man, the higher damage, it's ridiculous. I mean, Zyve is losing a lot of space right now. I think they just found Narashi also. And that's just based off of one Esmeralda with Thunderbelt.
This is looking pretty unwinnable. This is starting to look very unwinnable. I don't know how Bigatron Beta is actually going to come back into this, right? What's a scenario where they end up winning? I think it's Narashi has to make the super play. Finn needs the full duration of his primordial form. Oh, they're collapsing.
And just the burst. Narashi didn't even get to do anything. Dan QT in the wrong place at the wrong time. They flip Heads over. But Heads is willing to really go toe-to-toe. Zyve is just giving him a massage at this point. Finn becomes the target of interest. Zyve turns into Lycan form, trying to escort his teammate out, but the rest of his team has already been killed off.
Yeah, it looks like the adjustments from TNC Pro Team is really paying off here, right? They recognize that, oh, if they're always going to play for Zyve, everywhere else is going to be weak. So they took full advantage of the draft to set themselves up for a strong early game comp. And Heads, he's supposed to be playing for later stages of the game, but after getting this many resources, he's having the time of his life.
He should be able to get at least 2 inhibitors, the mid one guaranteed. This could be an endgame scenario if they can get another catch. I mean, they're so strong right now. It doesn't seem like they even need to recall at this point. And Heads, he's gonna dive straight onto Finn. Finn and Lynch, the only true front line for the team. All inhibitors down. Falling Star Moon onto Narashi. Minion wave cleared out for now.
And now the siege. A 5v5 siege. Look at the damage coming in from Hatred. They just don't have enough resources to cover all the different types of damage this early on into the game.
TNC Pro Team, they are ready. Wave not really synced up because the mid one was cleared. But they're not in a rush. They can actually just stand there. Stand there and wait until Bigatron Beta wears himself out.
They're looking so menacing right now. The pokes continuing coming back and forth, but no real angles being opened up by TNC Pro against Bigatron Beta.
And the JoJo stance.
Just wide stance, baby. Oh!
And now the Luminal Blast catching Narashi. Some mini stun. TNC Pro Team with the commitment. Trying to end the game right now. Lynch barely making out alive. Gets energy eruption, but finished off by his. But the true linchpin is going to be Zyve, and I don't think he's going to be able to do too much. Narashi has already expired. TNC Pro Team extends the series, brings us to a game 3.
Good adjustments in the draft, really taking advantage of very small weaknesses against Bigatron Beta, known to be playing for their gold lane, but every other lane suffered significant punishment from mid all the way up to EXP. Nobody could breathe.
Yeah, and they use the classic art of Sun Tzu. To shut your enemy down, you ban all his heroes.
Yep, just make sure that he has no weapons in the arsenal. Force them to use the weapon of your choice. Man, what a game this was. 2-16, TNC really showing that they have depths of knowledge, depths and wealth of it.
That's why I'm very, very surprised that BTR, they probably didn't expect the draft to go that way with like, what, 4 or 5 marksmen removed overall. But TNC with this Esmeralda pick really stonewalling BTR. Really, BTR beta, nothing much that Narashi could do. We saw that early kill onto the Lapu Lapu, completely shutting him out from the rest of the game.
I think that TNC at this point of time, they've got their number, and now it's up to BTR beta to actually respond accordingly, right? We look at the 2 kills, Narashi 0% kill participation, when the other 4 members at 100 because they only had 2 kills throughout this entire match. 16 for TNC Pro. They topple them when it comes down to damage dealt. Obviously, damage taken, they'll be lower, but every other category is in favor of TNC.
Yeah, complete demolition. Even when you look at total heal, you would think that the team with the Angela would have more heal, but no, they have almost like, what, 3 times lesser the total amount that TNC Pro Team has. And even in terms of total kills, it's 16-2 in favor of TNC.
Yeah, it looks like at this point in time, BTR have to readjust their priorities in the draft. They need to make sure that Xive not only has a winning matchup, but a matchup that can actually scale. That's not too dependent on anybody else. So I'm thinking Harith and Natan are the 2 top picks for him. And I think that TNC has also have sniffed it out.
If Harith, Natan, perhaps, I think you might even consider falling back to a Claude, right? Just for some late game insurance, if the team can get them there. This Angela pick, I think some teams, they are prioritizing Angela a lot, but it's good to see that the opponents have answers, right? We saw that with JP9ers. You give them Angela on the Philippines, perfect response. TNC Pro Team doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think, you know, this Esmeralda was rather shocking, but then again, when you reveal your EXP later so early on, people like Heads can start to get ahead. Impure Rage, tenacity, and as well as agility with support emblems. What a good build. And I think, you know, especially when you have the, instead of like a traditional Starlium Scythe, going for this Thunderbelt is actually very complementary to the current build that we usually see from Esmeraldas. It allows you to chase down your opponents, and especially when you're ahead, it feels like you could never escape from her.
Especially when you run the support emblem, right? Even more healing and shield power, you get cooldown reduction and movement speed. It just makes it a perfect game, perfect scenario for this Esmeralda to thrive in. 605 with a 773 GPM. We don't see that often.
Yeah, we do not see that often at all, and that's why this early interaction Lynch just could not survive, right? Honestly, it got very scary because once the retributions are out, just look at how low it was. That could have easily been stolen away by Finn if he was just a little bit to the left.
Yeah. Poor Lynch, man. He was stuck at 2 combo points the entire fight. Could not get his ult off, and of course we have this part where TNC Pro Team, once they got the ball running, there really wasn't much that Bigotron Beta could do, except for this one where they gave Xives 2 kills, but it was just a minor speed bump in TNC Pro Team's grand plan.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very small speed bump. TNC, they recognized, like, okay, they got our number, we ended up losing 2 of our members. Regardless, we're going to make sure that they won't be able to walk out from the safety of their turrets very, very soon.
Even Nomad got so fed that TNC Pro Team, at one point, they realized that they are so strong that they can just literally run at Bigotron Beta and win the fight.
I mean, look at that. Look at Heads, right? Zoning off 2 people single-handedly, not having to worry about anything else. The most that he has to worry about is probably Xive, but even then, he's more than happy to take 3v1s.
That's why I don't think anyone can kill him. I think even Xives, not with the on-hit build. I think on-hit build, you probably need a Sea Halberd to even have a chance, but TNC Pro Team obviously didn't even give them that chance. 12 minutes and 22 seconds to end the second game. Of course, Bigotron Beta they're not done just yet. They got one more game to go to decide who is the true winner of the series.
Yeah, but honestly, it's just boiling down to the draft at this point, right? TNC, they have a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I think, you know, they're really putting that at the forefront to show off what they have against a team like BTR Beta, what separates the MPLs from the MDLs.
And I think for Bigotron Beta, if they still want to focus everything onto Xive, I think you take blue side, right? You take blue side, you probably just commit a first pick to his hero if it's available, and then you build your team comp around it. We just have to see what Bigotron Beta have in mind for game number 3. But for now, it's a short, break for all of us. And when we return, it's the final game of the series between Bigatron Beta and TNC Pro Team.
Here we go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. Currently, the match is 1-1 between these two teams, Bigatron Beta and TNC Pro Team. My name is Getting Q. This is Husky here on the English desk to bring you guys the action.
The first series today that went the full distance, and I couldn't have asked for a better combination between TNC Pro Team and Bigatron Beta. But so far, Bigatron Beta, they mounted a comeback in Game 1, but TNC Pro Team, they kind of clamped down in Game 2 in terms of the draft and showed us that that macro in Game 1 was not a fluke.
Yeah, this is going to force Bigatron Beta to get better. They have to play for multiple win conditions and not just one anymore. This MPL team is just not going to let them through if that's the case.
And I wonder if Bigatron Beta will still continue to keep Dan in that mid lane line, because they brought him in Game number 2, they ran the Angela prio pick, and so far today, Angela has not had good games.
Nope,
Her
not
win
at
rate
all.
is tanking.
Tanking fast as well. Again, I don't particularly enjoy it when we see players, especially mid laners, who are known to be tempo breakers and people who can see opportunities to turn things around for their team, be stuck on an Angela, because that just limits your overall kit and impact.
Yeah, it just feels really, really bad. And if you
Can't
don't,
do much.
you can't do much in lane, and you eventually fall off in the late game. Too many conditions to be met. But for Bigatron Beta, I think if that if they want to play for secondary win condition, it could be Narashi in the XP lane, because they did prioritize his Lapu Lapu very early on, and then they hung him up to dry.
They did him a little dirty. They did him a little dirty with a blind EXP pick that wasn't a Swiss Army knife matchup, and he ended up just getting like stomped on pretty hard by heads on this Esmeralda. Weak laning phase, Esmeralda much better in the laning phase. It gets better later on in scales. Really just puts him at odds against Lapu.
Yeah, we'll see what changes in this upcoming draft. It's game number 3, and I particularly want to see what Bigatron Beta is going to be on. Well, back on the red side this time, but of course some changes in the bans, taking out the Harry first.
All right, taking out the Harry. They want to predetermine what exactly the gold lane is going to start looking like, right? We do see, okay, Angela chip, this is going to be fast. Yup, Loyi. This is where it gets interesting. What are the bans going to be? Last time, in game number 1, it was Arlott. And then we eventually saw it
Moskov.
through Moskov. Yeah, Moskov was prioritized over the Natan.
Yeah, they banned, I think Bigatron Beta banned Moskov, and then TNC Protein banned Natan.
Okay, so this is what we should expect here from the side of TNC at the very least. If we do get rid of the Natan, are they confident in playing? Yeah, they're confident in playing the Roger matchup into basically anything, even into the Moskov, right? I actually do want to see that matchup happen once more, right? Bigatron Beta yesterday played something very similar, where they had Moskov on their side up against Sumpak, who was playing the Roger, and both were doing decently well amongst each other until one turnaround event.
Yeah, we only saw this matchup once, which was Minerva against Valhalla very early on.
Yes,
right? And that was
yes.
like it's not even a Moskov win, it was actually even.
Pretty
true
even.
and throughout.
Yes. Who was it? Was it Tanti? It was, I'll double check it a little bit.
It was Grant against...
Grant!
Against...
That's the one.
I don't remember.
It's not coming to me right now. It's not coming, but we'll check it in a little bit after we reconfirm a couple of things. One, Grok banned out very early on. They are that worried about Ben things making an impact and just being an absolute nuisance to the jungle.
But it does force TNC to make a couple of options, right? You want the Roger or you want the Arlott first? Or the Moskov. I think you take the Arlott anytime.
Yeah. Feels like the Arlott is going to be a little bit more effective here. That means it's going to be what? Moskov. Okay. They're confident in playing the Moskov into Roger matchup.
And then they pick Roger. I think you take Barats here, right?
Yeah, they definitely take Barats here, right? Right? Bigatron? I mean, it was a fast draft until this very moment here, so this could be pivotal for them.
If you don't take Barats, there's only Fredrin left, but if you take Fredrin...
I mean, there's also Matilda, to be fair.
Yeah, so take Barats.
Okay. Take Barats.
If there's I think they're not worried about Matilda going over to TNC because there's lesser incentive for them to go Matilda.
Yeah, that's true. They do have less incentive to do that. It's more incentivized for BTR Beta to pick it up for themselves, especially with the Barats, who is generally not as mobile overall. Do they just play Fredrin at this point of time, or do they want something a little bit faster, right? Do they want like an assassin to be able to jump into that back line, don't play... I mean, so far we've seen TNC Pro actually just play for the earlier stages of the game. I wouldn't be too surprised if they do decide to pick up something like Ling, for an example, and then start attacking the side lanes whenever they make a mistake, or at the very least be in position to posture for it. But no, Fredrin gets locked in. 6 more seconds left.
Or do you take the mid lane? I think they take the Novaria. So very, very standard draft.
Okay. Looks like they're doing a little bit of a repeat here. And I think that TNC, whether it's Roger or not, doesn't really matter to them, right? I think they need something that actually scales in this matchup against the Moskov while still doing relatively okay. Which a number of things could actually do that, to be fair.
I think if you're Bigatron Beta, you could take your mid lane here, and then you ban out the Claude. Ban the Claude, and then probably... who else? I don't think Esma is a priority, but you can... Yeah, I think the Claude definitely has to go.
Do they want to consider banning out the Lolita as well? I mean,
Actually-
right? Now that I think about it, it's like, wait a minute. Lolita hasn't been touched either way. Florin gets locked in. Okay, this is starting to look like their composition, looking like their composition a little bit more from yesterday. Now the second phase starts coming through, and I think that TNC Pro, they've got a decent amount of answers to this, except for that Florin in the later stages.
I will protect
So you banned the Lolita, so good call. They banned the Lolita.
Right,
Is to,
right.
so, do they want to force ban things to go on the Arlet?
They still have Yuzong, to be fair. So if they give Arlet over, they can start playing a little bit more dive heavy, and then it'd be pretty safe to lock in the Roger, assuming that BTR doesn't ban it out.
You have to find a way to protect the Florin also.
I think that's up to Hatred, right? He needs
Yeah.
to be able to kind of like snipe away and slowly chip away at Florin as consistently as possible to keep her heal constantly on cooldown. But then again, I mean, it's a tough margin to break, right? Because that heal, the base numbers for it is so much
Do
higher.
you want to make friends with Nana?
Nana ban.
So they're worried about mid prio? Is that it? Or they're worried about their team fights?
Bigtron really gonna open marksman options? I guess if they want to keep on ban, they can ban Yuzong here. Is there an angle to? With the Florin, I think there might be an angle to flex the Barats to XP.
That's what I'm thinking about as well. But then what's a better jungle pick at this point, right? If they want to find a secondary win condition, throwing it into the jungle might not be a bad idea, but Assassins generally just don't do that well against the Arlet specifically.
Alpha? I feel like it's an MPL MY thing.
yeah. This is the MPL MY talk coming out of us real quick. I don't think it's too bad either way. Oh, they banned out the Masha. I respect it.
So clearly, it's all for Zif. All for Zyf. It's all to keep him safe.
If they're banning out the Nana, do they also want to get rid of the Aurora as well? They kind of do the same things, except one has a lot more CC and can apply it more reliably than the Nana.
But then we see Aurora. So they ban the farm.
They can ban out the farmers. Because again, it's about the struggle for who finds priority in the mid lane without having to call too many resources. And I think for Bigatron Beta right now, because TNC can flex around where this Arlet is going to show up, they could still basically play the Eden if they wanted to.
So they take Yuzong.
Nice.
Barrage jungle confirmed. I think there could be a Vexana mid angle for BTR Beta.
Yes. Who do they combo it with? Whoever gets basically eaten by the... Yeah. I see it. Good possibility. That's a good possibility. But I think that TNC Pro should be able to respond with their own like heavy wave manipulation focused roamer, if that's the case. Ruby...
You take the Edith again? Because assuming that hits is going to be on the Arlet.
That's what I'm thinking. It's I would like to see a hard setter like the Kufra, but it's too all in, right? I think the counter engage from BTR Beta is also noteworthy. Oh, Melissa, interesting. So now the Yuzong cannot get on top of the back line at all, especially with the go away. Same goes for the Barats at the same time, but most of the time Matilda is not going to be that, Melissa isn't going to be that close enough to get hit by the Daytona's welcome. Pretty interesting solution here.
You do have a slightly easier way to poke out the Moskov in lane also.
That's fair.
I suppose the trades, you do have a way to trade with the Moskov. Lilia final pick for Bigatron Beta.
All right, very more neutral draft from both sides here. I think, this is not a perfect draft coming out from TNC, but it's heavily reliant on the side laners actually being able to not only win out, but maintain control over it. They're not strong when it comes down to like hard pushing. Melissa is not known to a hard push. Same goes for their EXP laner as well, especially when you're on that Arlet too. Especially when you are on that CC. Pushing power isn't your #1 thing. It's about how you trade, and it's about how does TNC Pro Team utilize the big three, right? Their mid, support, and as well as jungle to affect the motions of Bigatron Beta's map presence.
Yeah, whereas for Bigatron Beta, they definitely have the ability to accelerate the pace of the game. If the early game goes well for them, you have this Florin it's going to make the lives of TNC Pro Team slightly harder. We just have to see if Bigatron Beta can complete this series with the win. Set into game number 3, TNC Pro Team, blue side, Bigatron Beta, red.
It's match point here for either one of these teams. Whoever loses goes down into the 0-1, or technically the 1-1 bracket of the Swiss rounds. As they begin this, they're going to be starting on mirrored sides of the map. Both on purple side, they're going to be ending up on opposite sides, which means that Ryzen should technically be showing up by the gold lane. I think if I saw that correctly, and Lynn should be ending up EXP. Yes.
Yeah, I think Benting's already found Finn very early in the jungle. That's going to force Finn away. Benting's getting to set up the gold crab. And start to harass Xive if he can.
Nomad's got to be a little careful with the amount of life he has. He wants to hit level 2 before he looks for an all-in against Xive. So if Xive makes a mistake dashing forward, especially when he has Bloom on him without the on-hit effect, he's got to be real careful here. Nomad still has his Inspire since we see Xive just trying to skew the lane in his favor with a quick level 1 trade.
And that's why we saw Benting kind of neutralize it with the early rotation to bot. Lich will show up top, and that's going to give Narashi a way better lane state. Just freezing the wave and making sure the hit doesn't get remotely close to take that experience. But in return, this Florin is suffering.
Yeah, Finn, he's locked in this lane. It's very difficult for him to actually rotate out safely, especially since Ryzen. And let's not forget, Benting's especially just keeping tabs.
And I like Xive's response, right? Every time Nomad tries to all-in him, you just push him away. Push him away with the Spirit Misery, so he cannot attack the Muddles.
Just to making sure that he's really, really annoying here, right? Look at wow, okay, all right. Yeah, we're seeing a different side of Bigatron Beta. Really splitting up the resources, right? 3 and 2.
It's about the first turtle. Benting's not even close to 4, so at least there's no setter for TNC Pro Team. Nomad trying to trade with Xive. Xive willingly walking up.
Oh no. If
already winning the trade.
Oh, had he just hit level 4 there, that would have been a guaranteed kill. He could still throw the spear down the lane against Matilda, but no, doesn't find it. And Turtle will fall into the hands of Lynch. That's going to be first Turtle for Bigatron Beta.
They even clear out the mid wave. Ryzen wants to go for an invade, but Bigatron Beta, they have backup. So this invade will not be successful.
Can't do much about it, can't do much about it since Benting is on the opposite side of the map. That's another river crab for Xive. Again, I'm paying a lot of attention to Xive in his current lane state because, again, it seems like Bigatron Beta are just making a lot of decisions around him, but this time around, at least they are considerate towards Narashi.
Xive is fighting with Inspire off cooldown. No Daytona's welcome though. Lynch did try to prompt it, but preempted, but didn't find an angle to use it.
At least Ryzen was able to win out on that Little Wanderer fight. Now catching back up in some EXP at the very least, and heads. This is kind of rough for him. Now that Narashi is a full level, he can actively trade.
Yeah. Having a way better game compared to the previous one.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Dan QT has been taking a lot of punishment, but so much punishment in a matter of fact.
Still holding on to the black shoes. Should be able to go for a recall.
Interesting. So TNC Pro Team, they're just chipping away at Dan, and whenever they do so, they start making their way into enemy jungle and start scouting out for some free resources to steal away from Bigatron Beta, right? Because the lane states haven't changed too much between Nomad and as well as Heads, right? On the opposite side, Xive and as well as Narashi are completely fine with the current lane states as long as it maintains this way.
Nomad did get the gold crab. That should equalize. Well, that should allow him to catch up in terms of net worth just by a bit. But still, Xive, he is half a level ahead. Almost a full level ahead, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, that early recall coming in from Nomad, he ended up losing 2 minions off of it. And now I think that's a total of, like, what, 2 River Crabs to 1 in favor of Xive in that lane itself. Oh, wow.
Again, the Nexus is going to force the Black Shoe out, but Daytona's welcome. Use. Ryzen, he's going to have Benting to take the aggro to protect Ryzen, but still Ryzen will go down. First blood for Dan QT.
Oh, a mistake coming in from Ryzen. He should not have dashed back in. He saw Dan QT use the Black Shoes and he thought, maybe I could set up my combo points to get a fat ultimate here. Doesn't achieve it, and they lose the turtle because of it.
And the gold laners went on another Inspire trade. Both for the battle spells. Again, on cooldown. This time Bentings will be at the bottom side, but of course for Bigatron Beta, Zive has his own backup in the form of Finn. He has the Bloom available. So in fact, Bigatron Beta, they're going to be able to easily shove Nomad away.
Yeah, the worst part about this lane, especially from Nomad's POV, is that even though he is trading equally in terms of like battle spell cooldowns, Zive wins out at the end as soon as Finn shows up to top him up for the amount of life lost in the lane. So these trades technically is just paying credit, right, for the future, putting yourself in a life deficit to eventually pay it back later down the line.
Even for, we're looking at what, almost 6,000 gold advantage for Zive. Purple buff stolen by Lynch. Had to commit the red trade to do it, but it will be back up for the next turtle. And Zive's even got the window to recall because he shoved the wave so fast.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to Nomad, I think Nomad, he needs to focus on these trades a little bit more, but Zive not making it easy, and he has the advantage. Oh!
Dan QT and Finn, Astral Echo, 3-man ping, Dan QT able to get the Black Shoes off in time. With the help of Lynch again, the Daytona's welcome. Now the spear connects, and Zive easily joins the fight. The kill goes with the Lynch.
Instantly, the global presence from that Spear of Destruction, they've got to be more aware of it as Bloom has been given over to Zive. And this time round, because they're able to pull away pressure from Zive, because they basically brick-walled him, they're allowed to get the tier 1 on top side, unlocking their Yutong. So this is going really well for Bigatron Beta.
They can even unlock this bottom lane. As for Nomad, he can't even walk up, so Zive, just literal free lane thus far.
Lynch is taking away as many neutral camps as possible. Sorry, camps nearest to Nomad's land. 2v1 on top side.
By Narashi. Black Dragon form committed. That is just enough for Narashi to get away.
Yeah, I bet things didn't want to actually go for the Vengeance because he would have procced the shot residue, making it more difficult for...
Oh, it's gonna flicker. Actually, take the Petrify in the face. Bentings might end up going down, use the Vengeance. The Cannon Minion takes aggro a little bit, but the shot residue, the Dragon Tail is just enough. Spirit Destruction does miss, but Bigatron Beta, full control of this game. Hits forced away, Astral Echo, 3-man detected. The TNC still want to contest this though. The turtle is not going to be fully committed, and now Daytona's welcome will be used. They're going to control Ryzen, take the turtle, take Ryzen's life. Bigatron Beta easily wins out the fight.
These neutral fights are impossible for TNC Pro Team to actually win, especially in a 4v5 type situation here, right? They need Nomad to scale a little bit faster because, yes, Lynch is kind of immobile as soon as he swallows Ryzen, right? But that's perfect. It allows Muddles to be put behind Lynch, and then Bigatron Beta can't walk up to follow up with enough damage onto Ryzen to take him out in one fell swoop. And that's the main plan for TNC Pro. But so far, BTR have just been faster.
Oh, the spear actually cancelled the final slash. Now Bentings is in a very awkward position.
You see Fredrin walking up. He's going to notice that his purple is missing. He's going to walk away. He's going to head back to the orange side of the map.
Yeah, good Star Shadow from Hatred to spot the bush. Again, you have Finn, you have Florin, and that's the flicker from Hatred.
Yeah, he can't afford to get caught right now, right? He's currently 0-0, but he is the highest damage in the current leaderboards. He's consistently poking out his opponents, but not enough when Florin is just topping up, just the combat medic of the team doing some big work for Bigatron Beta to maintain this type of pressure.
Yeah, will be Bigatron Beta taking the first tier 2 on top side. That can allow them to set up for the next Lord. Spawning in half an hour in the bottom lane, the bottom end of the map. 4-0 so far in terms of kill. Bigatron Beta have not let TNC Pro Team get anything.
I mean, they're locked in. They're locked in for the win. They want to be able to get that 4 best of 3 series win to move on into the challenge season as early as possible. TNC Pro, they're not making it easy, of course, but definitely, they definitely are more confident in making these individual plays, which so far have been punished.
Man, Bentings went for the conceal, but ended up losing half his health bar to the piercing damage. They didn't even land his ult.
How did he set this up? I don't even think they can actually walk up to this Lord, right? Wait, let me just double check the items here from Nomad specifically. Does he have the golden staff? No, he's just a little bit off from that golden staff in comparison to Zive, who just finished the Trinity build.
Didn't even have boots, right? He went for extra armor. Really realizing that it's so hard to man-fight Bigatron Beta. I mean, how does Ryzen walk up? I think if you walk up, and they can just burst you.
Well, he has to walk up as if his team is behind him, right? That's why he's playing this. Wait.
Final slash, forcing out Purify. That's a start. Bigatron Beta, they can actually reset this door if they want to. I'm gonna let it reset. No rush.
Good reset. Good reset. There's a slow push down on bottom side that TNC Pro have to respond to it. That's why they're just going back and forth consistently. Bigatron Beta, they hard shove mid lane, and now they're going to look for the rush here and instigate a fight.
If they get this, that top inhibitor might go down. Snapdragon form committed from Bigatron Beta. Looking for info to force TNC Pro team away. Lord is already in the red zone. Bigatron Beta just stonewalling this. The Melissa damage is showing through with the Muddles. But they're gonna lose. The Petrified Zyme is in the back with the Spirit Destruction, finding hatred already.
Oh, the super play again from Zymes, bypassing the entire front line, getting access into the back line. Despite the go away from me, doesn't matter. If I'm behind you, you have no choice.
TNC Pro completely blindsided by that ult, and Bigatron Beta finding the big opening. Ben thinks he shouldn't survive this,
no.
dashes back into the Furious Dive, and that gives out his life. And this is a free Lord for Bigatron Beta.
Oh, they're gonna rush this down. No problem. Dan QT helping out his brother Lynch. Just make sure that this Lord ends up. Okay, it's getting a little worrisome. Finn nearby just in case, but this is a pretty good scenario for Bigatron Beta. They're 9K ahead after 2 games of giving up the early game. Now on the 11th minute, they are actually putting the hurt onto TNC Pro team.
Still flawless in this game. And how did Zai bypass everyone? Where's the ult?
Let's find out right here, right? He's by Pixel Brush. He throws it, it lands, and it connects.
Oh.
The shadow ended up so far behind him. So, wow, it hit, surprisingly enough, it hit Ryzen, but it sent the shadow even further beyond.
Best case scenario. That's one way to get to the back. Mid inhibitor down, they get stunned off, and that is going to be Ben Things dead. All inhibitors on the threat, 2 already taken out. The bottom wave has been cleared out by Bigatron Beta. They had the man advantage. Dan QT willingly tanks out his damage. Zyme, he just dives under the crystal to look for the kill onto Nomad. The superior goal laner in this game, given room to do whatever he wants to do. The Purify ain't gonna do much for his Ryzen. He's gonna soak out as much damage as possible. Narashi is dancing in front of their faces, and Bigatron Beta with the flawless game tree to get this series 2-1.
Another super play from Zyme to turn things around for Bigatron, thinking about whether or not they can get a checkmate situation, but with Zyme, it's guaranteed. GG, well played.
How did we miss that out 2 times? I genuinely did not see him throw that out.
Oh man, I mean, I don't even think TNC was able to see him. 0-10 in this game. BTR Beta locked in hard.
And through all of that, heads still remain deathless, so that's a badge of honor for him. But overall, 12 minutes and 39 seconds, BTR Beta completely demolishing TNC Pro Team. We talked about TNC Pro Team having incredible macro, but Bigatron Beta, they have something to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled in the earlier section of the game, and once they fixed their earlier section of the game and kind of left Zymes to fight on an island against Nomad, things started to get a lot better. Like, BTR were responding very, very well to where Ryzen was putting a lot of his time into, and the same goes for Heads, right? Unlocking Narashi so early on in that lane at the worst possible timing for TNC to lose a fight got BTR a free 4K lead, and they just eventually took that lead and held it against TNC's necks.
A very tough game for Ryzen in the jungle. It not only have to do with the barrage, but you also have to do with the rest of BTR Beta that did not let him function as a Fredrin. I just want to quickly sidetrack. The Moscow portrait is uncomfortably large.
Hey man, that's just Zyve in the spotlight. That's all you see. That's the POV from Zyve. Just looking at his phone, that's all he sees, man. It's just me, baby. All me. But speaking of which, right? First item that Dan QT's Ice Queen wand really making the difference here. Because every single time we think that TNC is about to turn things around, especially for like Ben things with that final slash, he gets hit once by one of that shadow balls, gets cancelled from his final slash animation, and then gets run down by Narashi pretty much every single time it happens. Like, BTR micro-wise were playing at an elevated level.
So much combo breakers. Furious Dive, Petrified, Daytona's Welcome. It really felt like TNC, I think they have like, what, 2 Purifiers? But regardless, even with the Purifier, there's just no way for TNC to walk up to BTR Beta. And the stats show exactly that. Even in the damage taken part, right, BTR Beta is willingly tanking these damage because Finn is always topping them back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It was tough from TNC's side, right? I think this is why they didn't want that Florian to actually be given over to BTR in game number 2. Just wasn't able to enact the exact same plan in game number 3.
Very, very unfortunate. Hall of Famers all from the side of BTR Beta, from the richest guy to the guy with the most damage. Of course, MVP, there's only one man that can take the cake, and that's going to be Zyve from BTR Beta. 4-0-4 on this Moskov, almost full build, 858 GPM with the Inspire, just fighting off battle spell cooldowns.
Yep, I mean, this is why, right? When you are confident as a marksman lane and you take Master Assassin in a matchup where generally you expect to get poked out in the earlier stages of the game, it's surprising, right? That Zyve is able to achieve so much.
Just incredible plays. Overall, I think Big Beta, they definitely fixed some of the game 2 problems. They have multiple win conditions, but still not deviating away from Zyve being kind of the Mr. President for the team. They just kind of alter the draft a little bit, give ourselves strong laners, give ourselves laners that have ways to get out of danger, and most importantly, allow us to play a fast tempo, take the Florian.
Yeah, oh man, with the Florian, it just made sure that Hatred's like damage doesn't stick, and I think, you know, their big poking tool, considering that Hatred was sitting on top of the leaderboard for quite a while in terms of damage, right? He ended the game, what, 39? Yep, 39,000 compared to 43,000 from Zyve, so he was second highest damage in the game as a whole.
Yeah, up to the Lord fight where he got like backdoor by Zyve somehow, right?
Yeah.
That's when he stopped dealing damage.
That's when he finally stopped and ruined his KDA. But the end of it, right, Bigatron Beta, some tough competitors here. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Again, just breathing life into the Indonesian region, right? The MDL team, Bigatron Beta taking out TNC Pro team, and just showing us that this season, I think, for both regions have been huge, but especially for the Indonesian region, they have been literally playing on 5th gear every single game.
Yeah, a lot of breathing room, a lot of ways to play, and good adaptation, right? I thought that, you know, at least for Bigatron Beta, they're very much the, oh, we're the gold lane team. We're the team that only plays around our gold lane. But it seems now, at the very least, that they do a kind of adjust according to their opponents to make sure that as long as Zyve is literally just better in the gold lane, leave him to 1v1, leave him to 2v2, it's totally fine with us.
Bigatron Beta just basically bring out the entire lane gap concept.
Well,
congratulations to BTR Beta, but for TNC Pro Team, it's not the end of the journey just yet. They got one more run in the lower bracket Swiss round in the 1-1 bracket. So, well, all the best to them. But for now, we're gonna be checking in with Narashi, the XP laner of BigTron Beta. Narashi?
hello?
I hear him.
There he is.
Hello, Narashi. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling? How is everyone on the team feeling?
I'm feeling happy because I beat MPL PH.
That's all he needs to say. I mean, MPLPH. I mean, considering that you had a pretty rough game number 2, game number 3, you did significantly better. Was that a significant confidence boost for you at the very least?
Wait.
No worries. I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat the question for you. In game number 2, in game number 2, you were really struggling. So game number 3, you were playing very viciously against your opponents. I mean, is this a confidence boost for you beating an MDL EXP laner? Sorry, an MPL EXP laner.
Because my coach predict their draft, so jadi so easy for we to take a winner.
All right. So, when before you guys played TNC Pro team? Like, what are the preparations? What did you guys kind of prep to go up against this team?
Because we
Open mid.
we do scrim and TNC and practice our
I see. All right, this is the last question for you before we send you off. Is there one team that you want to really meet in this group stage and beat? What is the one team you want to beat here?
Onyx PH.
Onyx Philippines.
I respect it. I respect it, Narashi. Do you have any final words to Bigatron Beta fans out there before we send you off?
Thanks for Biget Troopers yang apa ya? Thanks to Biget Troopers for always support tim Biget Beta.
Right, I'm pretty sure they will be delighted to hear that. Thank you very much, Narashi, for your time. We'll see you more in the future. Have a good night.
Thank you.
His coach was definitely not holding a gun up to his head during the entire interview. I'm just going to throw that out there for the Bigot Troopers, because once again, Bigatron take another win here against CNC Pro Team. And again, I mean, this gives us a little bit of insight, right? They're prepared because not only do they scrim against them, but even their coach, he is on the ball with the draft.
Yeah, predicted the draft to bring them the win. So, Onyx Philippines, you're up next. You know what would be funny? It'd be funny that because these two teams made it to the 2-0 bracket, right? It would be funny if they play each other next. But that is a mystery for the end of the day. We'll just see how the shuffle goes. But for now, we're going to go on a short break because when we come back, it's going to be the last series of the day, a best of 3 between RRQ Kaito against Foxura. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Now, with many, many teams underneath their belt, we're finally going to see RRQ Kaito up against Foxura. And this is going to be an interesting matchup here because, again, Foxura hasn't had much time in the Tier 2 scene. But even so, RRQ Kaito have started to gain accolades of their own, winning out in their own MDL, coming up in first place and winning the entirety of that league. So this is not going to be an easy matchup for Foxura, as some people may imagine.
Yeah, and to up the stakes a little bit, this is an elimination series. RQ Kaito, despite their recent achievements, were not able to clinch a win yesterday. So now they're fighting for their lives. Same for Foxura. So this is going to be a very, very important series.
Yeah, this is why the Swiss format is so very brutal. You don't know who you're facing up against. You could get an MPL team or you can meet up against Bigatron Beta. One or the other. It's not a fun time to deal with. And I think that, you know, it's a mountain to climb for Foxura, who have a significant lack of experience in comparison to RRQ Kaito, who've been playing together for a good amount of time.
Yeah, and, you know, when we look at the track record yesterday, right? Foxura, they had to play against TNC Pro Team. That was self-explanatory. I think for RQ Kaito, they play against EVOS Holy, right? That was a 2-1 series. So it went the distance, but we have the top hero picks for you on the screens right now. Fredrin, Natan, and Baraz. All three of them boasting a win rate above 50%.
Yep, and this is just within the SPS. We have 32 teams facing off against each other, so plenty of data to go around to understand where exactly a lot of the priorities are leaning more towards, and it goes to show scaling marksmen might be the way to actually play. Fredrin, very staple pick. Barat, a good way to answer against it.
Yeah, very wide pool as well, right? You have a staple pick, you have a late scaling marksman, and you have a very reliable flex pick.
It really just shows, it's not like the duality of man, but it shows like the complete scale. From early game, we have Barat, we have the late game, which is Natan, and then we have Fredrin, who is good at every phase of the game.
And surprisingly enough, they actually, it actually is like a food chain, right? Like Natan sits at the top,
Yep.
and then Fredrin somehow at the bottom, but still, again, can get most of the job done. The question is Foxura ready to take on RQ Kaito? Because I dare say this is probably one of the hardest games that they ever had to play.
Yeah, and despite having a lineup that has a couple of experienced players on it, they're going up against RRQ Kaito. Here is their main lineup with Ferds, Denjiro, Minigui, CY, and as well as Xnova.
Hey, yo, I didn't know Xnova plays this game, but at least he's playing the same role in the support role, so good on you.
Hey man, he's mass-produced clone at this point.
Yeah, welcome back from China. I'm pretty sure the years there have been great.
Hey man, put that X in a different place and he's Malaysian, I'm telling you. This RRQ Kaito is definitely a team that most people are going to be nervous about. With strong momentum coming in from their MDL, maybe they're not up to par with everybody else, because this technically would be their first time facing off against teams in a professional setting from around the world in Southeast Asia.
And especially in a gauntlet fashion as well,
Yeah.
right? They've already blown that lifeline yesterday, so from today onwards, it's all about survival, and their opponents is none other than Foxura, a team from Malaysia that I think a lot of people might not have even heard of before, but they also have some experienced players. Sitin Orsana, we've seen him before. We have Dusk. I believe Dusk was previously in one of the MAL teams. Oh, he was with MSL XUKM Aero. Yeah,
Yes.
now in Foxura, Imanatsu from mid lane, Papi Tetro, and Tenka.
Yeah, again, some familiar faces from the Tier 2 scene, but they've also got some MPL players in the back, ready to go when necessary. Let's see whether or not this team is going to be good enough to be able to hold their own against RRQ Kaito. And it really just boils down to the draft, right? We've seen a lot of these teams really change the pace of the game by having comfort picks rather than their traditional, this helps the comp and therefore we're better.
Yeah, I'm looking at the jungler. I'm looking at Dusk. I want to see how his hero pool has evolved, because when I last saw him in MAL, I can't even... I don't have a judgment because, and hear me out,
Okay.
It's not his individual performance, it's just the team's performance is, you know...
Not MPL level.
Yeah, not it disgusts the palette, you know.
Yeah.
So as a player, I want to see if, you know, with Foxura, what else can he bring to the table? Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot more he can offer when given the resources.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think, you know, Dust definitely, especially on his previous team, is very similar to Natto, you know? It's one of those unique flavors that not everybody can get behind just yet, but maybe it can be turned into a proper dish with the rest of these new 4 members from Foxura.
Yes, I also want to see if they've learned anything playing against TNC Pro Team yesterday, because, again, they got a pretty disgusting bracket.
They got walloped. They got a good beating.
MPL and then now MDL champions from the same region. We just have to hop at the draft to see what they have cooked up. Natan and Moscow, first 2 bans by Foxura. And of course, Harif and Matilda banned by RQ Kaito.
That means that chip is still active. And up for grabs for any one of these teams as we get into the final bans here of this first phase. Carry!
What?
Whoa!
Oh, wow. That's 4 gold laners.
Okay, so
Ban Roger.
So what we... Honestly, that's not a bad idea here.
I want to see that, right?
They got to dig super deep. This might just be like a first pick Claude situation even, right?
Yeah, Claude Melissa, you know, the only 2 left.
Claude, I mean, there's also Carrie. Wait, no, Carrie got banned out just now. Beatrix, you know, that's
Bruno,
another
yeah. MAL's favorite. Resident gold laner.
That's a Foxura special. Let's keep it. Let's hold on and not reveal all their pocket picks just yet, as the Angela does get banned out. No Matilda under their belts. Ooh.
So Chip, Loyi, Arlet. Yep, Loyi is picked up.
Do they go Arlet Chip here?
You can go Arlet Chip. It does reveal the lanes, but it's not a bad idea.
Let's see if RQ Kaito is like very up for the challenge. They're like, all right, we're gonna show you our hand. Let's see what you can do with it.
Actually, they pick Chip Masha.
Wow, really bold at that point.
That would be very bold.
So bold here. 26 more seconds as they are deliberating. What exactly is Foxura trying to do with their bans, right? Because the fact that they got rid of Carry does kind of indicate that, hey, we don't want to deal with your tank. We want to make sure that we can get tanks on our side. There's still a lot of like team fight capabilities that they can lean into. The Roger gets locked in for RQ Kaito. I appreciate that, as well as the Novaria. So Foxura, if they... Oh, no, they probably can't.
Did they pick Claude here? Well, actually, you don't have to. You might have to, because RQ Kaido can climb down on that gold lane bans. You might have to pick a gold laner here.
I suppose.
Unless you want to play a non-marksman gold lane. Into a Roger, I would say CC is probably your best option.
Would Papi Taro be able to play a CC, like a double fight, like Ruby or CC in this particular case? We see the Frederick here, and I think this is where, even for Foxura, they're trying to deliberate what exactly is this last pick supposed to be in this first phase?
I feel like you take Claude. There would be a lot more options if they didn't like ban 3 marksmen.
That is true.
Wow, they take the Grok, so we'll see if RQ Kaito continues to hurt that gold lane.
Yeah, just get rid of the Claude, get rid of the Beatrix as well, I suppose. Force him onto Melissa.
Imagine they pick Melissa here, so that Roger goes jungle, and then they ban another 2 gold laners.
Hey, not everybody is as spiteful as Valhalla, okay? Nobody is as honest as Valhalla. unless RQ Kaito, they show us right now how honest they want to be.
It's like, it would be checkmate, right? That's the ultimate move.
One person doesn't get to play the game, but everybody else is having the time of their lives. I mean, that's on the assumption that Foxura can actually find the lead in the first place in other sectors of the map.
You can take Barats here if they want. I mean, Arlet is still open. Plenty of options.
I think Arlet is fine.
Yeah, they can pick Arlet. Okay, they take Barats.
Okay.
Still a like, flexible pick regardless.
All right, I think that's totally okay. They're willing to give up on that Arlet for now. Let's see where the bans are going to be for the side of Foxura, because now if they commit any more gold lane bans, it's just hurting themselves.
But if you're Foxura, what do you start committing into the XP lane? You start prepping an XP lane?
I think Arlet is probably going to be banned out by the side of Foxura. Kaito, do they... I think they lean into the EXP bans, right? Anything that's able to generate space, like Yudong for an example, any backline divers to hurt this Novaria, anybody who can potentially disrupt. Arguably, even an Edith wouldn't be too bad of a ban for the side of Kaito as well.
So they banned the CC first.
Okay, so they're opening up options to make sure that this Roger could go into the jungle. that the Barats could go into the EXP lane. Foxura, on the other hand, let's see those bans. Let's see where it's going to be at. Where are you investing?
Now I'm looking at the draft of I'm looking at Foxura's draft right now. I think Export could be a threat to them if RQ Kaito picks it up.
I don't think it's that bad as well.
Yeah, it's not actually not that bad.
Does pretty well against the Roger. Doesn't give him like the instant reset. Does well against
as if for RQ
Barats.
Kaito, like if they pick it.
Ah, yes,
Yeah,
that would be much better for them.
Into Grok and Fredrin.
Let's see if they get that though. Let's see if they get that because again, Foxura are just taking their sweet time with this one. Now that they kind of pushed themselves back into the corner with 3 gold lane bans, maybe they should have considered diversifying.
Huh? They opened the what? Was that the plan all along? You ban out 3 gold laners and then you open the the draft?
You know what? I'm just gonna pretend that there was a ban there. Don't know who, don't know what. I'm gonna theory craft it for a little bit while we see where RQ Kaido is gonna ban out.
Whoever guessed it right in Twitch chat gets like 300 Twitch points or something.
500 diamonds on the line right now if you can guess for Foxura marketing.
What did we ban?
That's... Oh man, that probably shouldn't have happened here, but I think regardless, even if they do miss out on the ban, it's not the end of the world. We see the Export banned off of the side of RRQ Kaito.
Not what I expected. You know, Foxura opening up that ban actually messed up the API.
Yeah, I think it's this is gonna be rough. This is gonna be rough here.
Okay, so they're not gonna open the last ban, are they?
I mean, I hope they don't. I hope
at
they
this
don't.
rate, I think they would.
Honestly, yeah, that's also fair. I think at this point, there's nothing really to ban out. All the heavy hitters have already been taken out, other than like Chip, maybe, right?
Okay.
There's of course they're gonna do this, of course.
But why?
Well, but why not? Keep RQ Kaido on their toes. They're like, you'll never see this coming. Nobody proceeds, nobody gets to see this coming.
So this is where, if you are RQ Kaito, do you... this way...
I mean, Benedetta is already looking like really, really good. Have somebody with Petrify, access to the backline as well. Because who are you going to deal with, right? It's going to be the Claude. It's most likely either going to be the Claude, Melissa, who is it, Brody. If they show it early.
Oh, you take the Claude away. I mean, why not? I told you.
You were ahead of the metagame than I was, right? I was giving Foxura too much of the benefit of the doubt, man. Kaito, they're so honest. They're so honest.
Could have done it so much earlier, but since they're on red side, so there's no need to rush.
There's no need to rush. Yeah, they even put insurance policies as well. Dang, dang.
We're actually going down the list. If you want a good lane into the Claude, Bruno or Brody. But if you want late game insurance, it's Melissa.
Bruno technically has late game insurance, especially with the crit build at that point in time, right? They're expecting the hard dive from Kaito. So yeah, more kiting capabilities with the Brody, the Uranus, the Sandbag, very classic comp coming in for the side of Foxura. A legacy comp, some may even say.
Alright, what's the last pick for RQ Kaito? Wow, they're missing a roamer. Roamer right now.
Cho. No, probably not. The neutral objectives are kind of annoying to deal with, so therefore...
Arlet? Do you still go for Arlet?
It probably might not be the best, but it has backline access.
Okay, so they go for Minotaur. Very straightforward. You want to fight, I want to fight. Well, for RQ Kaito, they have a good balance of early to late. I know. I was looking at the Novara. Are they not going to switch it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking whether the Novara is going to switch, but I think for at least RQ Kaito, it's very straightforward what the comp actually wants to do. But now they have multiple win conditions, and they have somebody who's able to kind of like chunk out their opponents with or without the marksmans getting involved here. So they have a safe way to start the fights and a guaranteed way to buy time in the middle of the fight. The question is how much damage they can actually apply onto Foxura before that happens.
I just want to say that that open ban really broke the API. So for any viewers who just saw this, don't get confused.
Don't get confused.
Blame Foxura.
blame Foxora, or just blame the API. It could be maybe the API just didn't show us what that fourth ban was.
Yep. Well, I guess we'll never know.
Don't worry, we'll let Zipper tell us in a little bit. But for the most part, they're going to be loading up into this game. And I mean, like, for both compositions, it just makes sense, right? I think it's just how do you control that mid lane? It looks like we got an update from Zipper himself. Nope, they very much missed the ban.
Yeah. I was hoping that Liquipedia experts could help us figure that out, but apparently if you missed the ban, there's nothing else we can say about it.
Dang, man. Let's see. As we go, Foxura on blue side, up against RRQ Kaito on the red side, starting on the exact same buffs. They are going to be mirrored in the way that they end up on the map. EXP on the bottom side for Dust to eventually rotate to, with Denjiro heading up towards the gold lane.
Getting so much help from his team just to make sure that the pacing, the clear speed is going to be almost the same as Dust. The Fredrin does have a bit more damage early on against these creeps. But of course, the mid lane cleared up very fast. Both Loyi and the Novaria, with the help of their roamers, would make quick work of that.
Yeah, and then cut to EXP where it's just a pillow fight.
Basically.
Nothing is happening. Whoa.
Oh, but then the first blood angle, Lycan Pounce used. The Yin Yang reaction, Tenka holding on to the flicker. Still want to contest for the Little Wanderer, and it's Denjiro to take it.
Yeah, honestly, if Mingui was able to get a little bit more distance and land a direct shot onto Tenka, that could have been first blood. But Iman, he's making sure that he's blocking the shots, right? And even the splash damage wasn't able to take out Tenka to begin with. Now we come back to CT Narsana and Ferds. This is, man, both the EXP laners having a lot of fun.
Very fun.
Interactive game.
I think it's a lot more fun if you're the Uranus.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter, right? Both sides, they don't care. It's like you can have controls. Like, it's not like we're playing towards my side of the lane anyways.
Just watch. Like, you give me a bit more time, I will appear in between your structures. Potential die, Puppy Tetro, no way out, knocked out by X-Nova. Does flicker though. The snipe from Ingrid just on point. RQ Kaito with first blood.
Nicely executed for the side of RQ Kaito. 1,000 goal lead already. Quickly dwindling down as Foxura looks for something back. They're going to get on top of this turtle early on, but RQ Kaito, they don't care. We're playing Roger. We're just going to take your jungle.
This Loyi ult used. They're looking for the Roger. They have the info. And the turtle gets died. Oh, what?
Dust didn't use retreat. Dust didn't use retreat. Dust didn't use retreat. Where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong?
Maybe my assessment of his stay in MAL was wrong.
He's nervous. He's definitely nervous. Yeah. They missed out one bans and now they're on their toes.
Wait, the Roger got away. They brought like what they brought 3 men to gank the Roger, but those 3 members don't have damage.
Yeah, he hopped over the...
Okay, Flicker Daytona's welcome. Imanatsu knocked up. Barrage is tanking a lot of that damage. Ends up going down. At least Dust gets some gold back. He wants to continue going for the chase. X-Nova, well, he will survive this. Man, Denjiro is really hurting a lot. Wow.
It is. It really is. Right now, RQ Kaito, considering everything that has happened, they are starting to get disrespectful, and they got punished because of that. So now Foxura is, going up in terms of ego standings for RQ Kaito. They got to be careful with these first rotations coming in from EXP side.
And still, Denjiro is 2 levels ahead of Dusk, or about to be 2 full levels. War X done. Oh, they're gonna TP right on top of the Claude, and yeah, he just walked into the bush. So very, very unlucky timing.
Good thing that CY is aware of the diversion that's in play for Foxura, right? You gotta consistently check these bushes every single time, and as soon as you see that sigil drop down, you better run.
Easy steal on the purple. Drops the wall, but again, Foxura, they don't really have a follow-up. Puppy Tetro already losing out against CY. You don't see this every day.
Yeah, we are not seeing this. We definitely don't see this every day, but more importantly, Ferds decided to sacrifice an entire wave down bot side just to be here. He's tired of the sandbagging. He's tired of the pillow fights that keep occurring.
Wanted to join the fight. Still, I mean, how do you get in? You need Dust to be in front, and City Norsana will have to use that ultimate. Ready, Denjiro just chasing him away. This Uranus is not as tanky as it would have liked him to be. The snipes from Mingguin not making it any easier for Foxura either.
Yeah, I mean, CT Rosana already used his ult just to top himself up, but I don't think he can really get in on this fight.
No, not even close. Tenka actually went for the wild charge. Not really sure what he's expecting out of that, but at least they get to run away. Puppy Tetro not that lucky though, knocked up thanks to the amplified hitbox. Puppy Tetro got a flicker away from the Star Shatter. The invade continues for RQ Kaito.
Yeah, continuously, like, Denjiro, he's making sure that he's just mirroring Dusk at this point. If anybody gets caught in his way, they end up dying, cutting off rotation paths, making sure no reinforcements can actually support the structures. This is now becoming a very difficult game for Foxura if they keep on doing these early rotates to soak up EXP and gold.
And CY got the bot tier 1, so freeing up one of the lanes. And Puppy Tetro, he is struggling to keep up. Can't show himself in lane, he's sharing experience like you said. Tenka trying to keep this purple buff safe for Dusk. And he will do so. Dusk does get the buff. But there's only so much that the City Norsana can do in this situation. He can only hold on for so long.
To be fair, Foxura's comp needs to scale regardless, right? CT Rosana isn't tanky right now, but gets much, much better and becomes one of the ultimate brick walls in the late stages of the game. Imanatsu, currently he has a mana problem, which he needs to fix as quickly as possible. Let's see, he finished his Enchanted Talisman, so now he's just lacking the damage to get in on these fights. Because so far, right, if RQ Kaito keep on playing around Ferds, Foxura, that's their main target. Take away their foundation, and once the foundation is gone, then the rest of the structure will crumble.
And Claude, see why he is already two items. Almost a 1.5k net worth ahead of Brody. Second turtle spawning very, very soon. Third turtle spawning very soon. Astral Echo with a 4-man ping. Then this Claude is given all the space in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to farm any waves he wants. He's got both structure goals for top tier 1, bottom tier 1 at the same time. Like, right now, CY...
Oh, Divergent. We're gonna go into first. It's gonna just gobble you up. Daytona's welcome first, trying to back off, sucked it back, pulled back by the yin-yang reaction, and still flickers away and counter-engage from RQ Kaito does. He is all alone. He really wants this Barrage Jet, doesn't even get the chance to use the ult. And Denjiro now can do everything in this world that he wants. The rotation keeps him in place. Denjiro still able to dash away. City Rosana, on the other hand, pushed out by CY, and RQ Kaito, they will claim this turtle.
Really great Nature's Barrier though to kind of split off that fight. Unfortunately, it forced Dust to choose. Hey, it's either you figure out a way through our team to get back out to safety of your battle lines, or you try and chase down Ferds. And he decided, double down on it. We're going for Ferds.
Ends up dying. Mid-tier 1 still kept standing by Foxura, but the side lanes in shambles. RQ Kaito, they happily retreat. This game surprisingly only has 3 total kills across the board, but RQ Kaito, they're getting leads in every single part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're just using tempo in their favor, right? When you have tempo, you get that first move, and when you get first move, you get first position, and when they get first position, they deny Foxura a clean way of making a rotation, right? So they can't keep covering. They keep covering their tier 1s, but they're forcing the rest of the Foxura members to kind of gather up and play Brawl here.
It was the condition for Foxura. Even if they scale to the late game, is it going to be enough though?
Well, it kind of depends on how late is late game, right? Because I don't think RQ Kaito is just going to let Foxura scale up for free. And based off of the interactions we've seen so far, they've been outclassing them each and every time. In the damage department, the team fight department, it's only when we see Ferds overextend do we see Foxura find a trade back.
It's the diversion. They are out of there.
Huh?
And always City Rosana, he can afford to soak up the pressure. But even that, yeah, he is not invincible.
Wait, they went for a blind diversion to the top side of the map? No information whatsoever? Like, what was the call there? Were they hoping to find a straggler, I guess?
Either that or trying to get away. But, but at least they keep the tier 1 still. Astral Echo, 4-man ping, Dusk. It's a taunt. First is a tanky boy.
Yeah, I mean, Ferds, as long as he doesn't die, like, RQ Kaito can continuously, like, disrespect the space. He's, well, for a funny way of putting it, Ferds is basically a paperweight for the most part of it. You just put the paperweight there, keep it down for us until we need to move off, and then we'll bring you along. Oh, another TP. Down to the bot side! Just,
What a read! Do they... I would understand if they only sent the Brody there so he pushes and then backs off.
I mean, they have no vision across the entirety of the map, right? So they want to get Papitero in a place where he actually deals enough damage to threaten Furge, while the rest of Foxura are playing as 4 to deal with these waves. Because side lanes are pushed up to tier 2s. Mid tier 1 needs to hold on. Oh, wait, hold on.
Gobble up. They're gonna land it onto 10k. Wild charge, knock first up. And they actually had the appraisals grab to get rid of the barrage. CY getting zoned away by City Norsana. Another kill this time. Xnova ends up dropping. And then Jiro can join this diversion. It's gonna be good. But they're not gonna take it. And wow, Foxura actually got the bottom tier 2. So I guess Papitetro's kind of a short adventure paid off.
Yeah, I'm surprised that CY didn't opt to jump in with the Blazing Duet to try to look for a trade back. They end up losing 2 members off this Lord push, right? But by the time the Lord actually spawns, we're going to see the rest of RQ Kaito make their way with the second wave of a Lord-empowered minions.
Then you just got the Wind Talker. So War Axe, Endless Battle, Wind Talker for now.
I think he's going to go Hozclaw, just a sneaking suspicion.
Wow, 10k.
He's just eating shots after shots after shots. He does not have the magic resist yet to get away with this. He does have Cloak, but no, it's not going to be enough until he gets maybe an Athena Shield at this point. I think he's opting for the Radiant Armor this time around.
RQ did take the bottom tier 2 in return. All outer tier turrets down. Mingwin just bought the Blood Wings. CY got his Winds of Nature. So all big core items now coming online for RQ Kaito. They have like it's almost 6,000 gold advantage. Most of them is just solely from the Lord push. Just minus the loss that they had earlier on in the mid lane.
Yeah, RQ Kaito, they're playing to their strengths, right? Playing very disciplined right now. Aminatsu is actually catching up very quickly to Minigui, who currently is 36,000 in comparison to 35,000. Only 1,000 points of damage worth of difference between the two in first and second place. So I think right now, especially for Foxura, how do they get RQ Kaito to kind of clump close enough together so that Imanatsu is able to get some value from his passive?
I think in a full-scale teamfight, they can definitely do that. I think for City Norsana and Dust to be tanky enough. Which the Garden Helmet almost done, almost completed by the Fredrin. Game is slowing down. For now, RQ Kaito, they're waiting for the second Lord. We also see the Demon Hunter Sword purchased by Papitetro.
Interesting. He wants to keep his life topped up as much as he can. I thought a Winds of Nature might be the way to go, but looks like he cares more about just living in these fights and staying as long as possible. In these long, drawn-out fights, I don't think that RQ Kaito actually wins it out, but this is under the assumption that Min is able to, well, it whiffs every single Star Shatter, right?
Slowly working on the Lord already. I mean, RQ Kaito, they are very well postured. No chance for Foxura to contest this. Get the Daytona squad on the City Norsana, 10k late to the party. City Norsana getting bursted down. Does not even have a chance to respond. And the flicker with no inferiority knock up does it. 10k, that's the blazing duet from CY to the back. Finding Imanatsu, 3 dead for Foxura, number 4 on the way. Double kill for CY and RQ Kaito have just found the opening to potentially get a team-wide. Papitentro manages to flicker the safety, but Denjiro will not let it get away. Mingwin gets the vision and finds the snipe. RQ Kaito on track to get this game 1 in the bag.
And this is going to be GG well played. RQ Kaito, they waited for the main problem, Imanatsu, to throw out that rotation, and that's when CY jumps in with the Blazing Duet after the Battle Mirror image to close the distance. Nicely done by RQ Kaito.
Very, very straightforward. Slow, methodical, but decisive game, RQ Kaito. No smokes and mirrors, no fancy tricks, just a very honest game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep, just a day taking on the bag here against Foxura. I think they need to step up right now, because for now, Foxura, their laners, it looks like only City Norsana is able to manage on his own. Even their mid laner needs a little bit of time to scale back up, but once he hits mid to late, that's when he feels a little bit more connected. But so far, RQ Kaito looking like the more dominant force.
And to be fair, because the City Norsana was on the Uranus, right? So it's a hero thing, but overall, I think even in terms of the draft, Foxura might need to make some major adjustments. Maybe don't ban out 3 marksmen and missed the ban.
I mean, that's one thing. That's definitely one thing. But like, once they've already committed to it and they missed out that ban, I think that like, all right, at least they got rid of the chip by the end of that draft. I think this would have been very dangerous for them if they have to deal with RQ Kaito constantly pushing and pulling them on both sides of the map, rather than, you know, focus fire, take away your side lanes. You can hold on to the tier 1 for as long as you want, but when Lord comes by, you eventually have to sacrifice it.
At the same time, we are seeing RQ Kaito just being very, very confident with that draft. Roger, Claude, again, we thought it was just, you know, just a theory, but they brought it they brought it to real life, and it went very well. I mean, even Denjiro was deathless. The only people who died that game were the Barats and the Minotaur. Everyone else was deathless.
Yeah, again, they played through their trio mid, and they did a very good job at that, right? Get the information from this Novaria, start invading the enemy jungle. If Foxura is just a little bit slow, that's a free buff for them.
I just realized that CY has... Does he have the favor boost? Yeah, he does.
Is that no.
That's favor, yep.
No.
Is it Dire Hit?
No, it's Dire Hit. It's Dire Hit. Yeah. It's Dire Hit.
Yeah,
it's blue. It's blue.
It's the pigment.
It's the pigment. It's the pigment because of the green behind it.
Yeah, so it's Dire Hit.
Oh, I thought I was tripping as well. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think towards the end of the game, once everybody is like hitting level 15, I mean, might as well get the blessing. It's not like you need extra gold or EXP at that point.
You're just gonna hit harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's 13 minutes. I mean, I can understand dropping the blessing later on into the game to have enough gold to kind of swap out items. But for the most part of it, like looking at how inactive and passive Foxura was, I think that RQ were very confident in taking these fights.
And they even got some pretty wild reads with the diversion. It just didn't bear any results.
Let's not talk about those reads. Let's not talk about those reads. Like, I understand getting Brody into position, but they wanted the extra layer of like insurance in case somebody was prepared for them, right? Because they already seemed like RQ Kaito was prepared for divergence plays. We saw it in their laners consistently checking brushes, even X-Nova as well, going into enemy territory, double checking brushes, triple checking it sometimes, just to ensure that the diversion doesn't come out in a spot that they don't expect it from.
Yeah, this game, what do we have? 13 plus minutes and 13 minutes, 36 seconds and only 10 kills across the board. Again, the stats, everything leans towards RQ Kaito, except for the Man of Steel. That one, obviously, credit to City Norsana, with an average damage taken of 6,639.
Yeah, I think maybe the only thing they probably could have changed is City Norsana like double proxying a wave and forcing RQ Kaito to actually respond, because it just felt that tempo and control was always in RQ Kaito's possession. And even when they ended up making a mistake, it's not like Foxura was able to punish them too hard.
And also it feels like RQ Kaito's movements were not really read by Foxura, right? A lot of times this Grot was not where he needed to be. That kind of resulted in Puppy Tetro getting dove in that early phase. So perhaps I think that has to be kind of adjusted as well. Game 1 MVP going over to CY, our Claude for RQ Kaito.
Yep, again, big stuff coming in from CY. Not only was he handling his lane very, very well, but eventually split off of it, right? Even going for the Master Assassin up against Brody of all people. So, well done to CY.
And beats Brody. It forces Brody to recall. Don't really see that every day. Of course, with the common emblems, everything else is what you would expect from a Claude.
So far, so good for RQ Kaito. As we look at the highlights, once again, these macro mistakes really costing Foxura quite a lot, especially for their solo laners, right? Mid did not let anybody escape, and sometimes even in the earlier games, even if they let you escape, you've basically died. You've missed a wave or two. You've lost at least 200 gold.
This was the one and only time that Foxura was able to sort of punish RQ Kaito, and from that point onwards, RQ Kaito, they just got Foxura's number. This team fight was kind of over before it even begun. The moment City Norsana went down, I felt like RQ Kaito has gotten the game in the bag.
Yeah, and worst yet, right, the TP, the divergence coming in from Iman, didn't pick up his gold laner, right? Papitero was a little nervous about it, was a little slow to get to the diversion, and by then it was too late, right? RQ Kaito have already successfully won the 4v5.
This quick demolition of Foxura. I think they back to the drawing board. Mechanic, I think the one thing that they could adjust is just that drafting in the early game, right? I can't expect too much out of the mechanical improvements within this short break, but I think Foxura, there are definitely windows to punish RQ Kaito. It's just that RQ Kaido were given too much space.
For sure, for sure. I think, going into red side might be the way to go, considering what the bans have started to look like. So you probably want to play like Bigatron Beta, where they play around their gold laner anyways. So then if they want to limit down the pool, you do it from red side.
We'll see if that is going to be the case for Foxura. For now, it's a short break for all of us. When we come back, game number 2 between Foxura and RQ Kaito will be underway.
Here we go!
Here we have it. RRQ Kaito on the cusp of making it to another day, another round of the Swiss format here at the SPS by ESL. My name is Ethan Q. This is Husky here to guide you through the English broadcast. We're up against Foxura, boys. RRQ Kaito have taken them down already in game number 1, and it was in pretty constrictive fashion.
It did not look pretty at all. It's not PG-13.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is
just
what it is.
Forget about game 1. Focus on game 2. Take it one game at a time. This could be their last, and if it is their last, it might as well go out with a bang, right? This is where you bring out all the pocket picks, all your pocket strike, everything that Foxura has cooked up until this moment. It's time to bring it out.
Now, keep in mind, Foxura, based on the player cams, right? They're playing they're not in one dedicated spot. They're not playing from a gaming house. They're playing for their own individual rooms, right? So that's probably why there's a little bit of a delay on the communication sometimes. It's not as like crisp and sharp as some of these teams who are playing like right in front of each other.
Yeah, that could be one of the reasons, I suppose, but it's just a minor reason. I think overall it's just, well, RQ Kaito outclassing them.
There's a mountain of evidence.
That's a lot.
Judge, he's guilty. No need to go through the trial on this one.
If I'm a lawyer, I'm not defending this client. Just
hey man, this is like the final level of Phoenix, right?
Yeah. Lock him up. Lock him up.
Basically, man, it's rough, but that's just the way it is here at the SPS, where we see these tier 2s, maybe even tier 3 teams clash against tier 1 and tier 2s as the tournament continues to progress. But in this upcoming one, we're hoping to see that Foxura actually changes up their draft a little bit more and maybe not miss a ban.
I think, for even last season, we have seen great examples in open finals, right? Primarily from the Philippine region, Game Labs, Euphoria. We have seen tier 2 teams really make an impact in the open finals. Looking for the same thing this season. So far, see some promising examples. But for Foxura, I just want to see what they have for game number 2. This could be the last ride for them. And we have them back on the blue side and RQ Kaito on the red, starting with the Natan ban once more.
Okay, they're gonna replay the exact same strategy, right? From the side of RQ Kaito. First ban Natan. Let's see if the second ban is gonna make any difference here. Foxura, on the other hand, probably not gonna change their bans either, right? They had a very clean game number 1. Nothing too much to worry about.
What did they ban last game? I actually don't.
They got rid of Angela.
Angela.
They got rid of Angela. They got rid of Matilda. They got rid of Harith.
Right, if history repeats itself, this would be a carry in Moscow and then carry.
Okay. Angela Matilda here from the side of RQ Kaito.
My kiss grants
Alice ban?
or death.
You're kidding.
I was about to say, just put up the replay of game, the draft of game 1.
Yeah.
Why
Wait
did you
a
ban the
minute.
Alice? Are they that confident? What does Alice stop? What does Alice counter?
It counters missing out a ban.
Sure.
I think it's like, I might as well. Alice first name on the list. All right, let's do it.
So we really could not think of what to ban.
Or they misclicked and they were like, Alice Angela.
Oh yeah, we wanted to ban Angela, but oh no, we banned Alice instead. Okay.
Wait, is
Okay, with the Layla ban, I can officially confirm this is not.
What's your command?
This is not a mistap.
is this a redraft?
Out all the injustice in the world.
Zipper, is this a redraft? I'm looking at the side to hopefully get an answer here. It's happening too quick.
Okay,
it's happening too quick. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Oh my God.
I was like, man. I was like, man. Can you imagine if that's the official draft?
I mean, that would have been wild. That would have been wild. I heard a Diggy as well in the background.
Heard a Diggy, yeah.
That's probably coming from Foxura's side. But we don't know what the reason is for just yet. Maybe one of the players disconnected. Maybe the tournament room didn't work as intended to. So we'll just have to wait and see what that result is going to be for the time being.
So I was almost about to get a heart attack, right? So we do get an update. There's going to be a remake. The teams are on the wrong side. So that means we're going to have Foxura on the red side.
Looks like somebody was too fast on his fingers. He was just like, this is the correct side. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go.
Guys, let's just go. Just get ready. Just get in the game.
Yeah, luckily we have our Game Ops team very prepared. Our department is making sure that everything is in tip-top condition, and better yet, making sure that competitive integrity is still maintained. With that being said, while they get ready for that redraft, at least they don't have to go through another ping test, right?
Yeah, sure. They don't have to go through a ping test. And I was about to say they might have reviewed their bans, but it doesn't matter. It's the same.
Did they though? Did they though? I feel like maybe
I feel like
not.
they can still ban the same thing.
It's still
if
the exact
Foxura
same
still
thing.
bans the same thing on red side,
Don't even you're tickling my toes, brother man. You're tickling my toes here. You're kicking me up with some giggles. I think it would be hilarious if they do so. Wait, no, but they change ban. They're like, you know what? Instead of Moskov, we ban out the Harith, and then it's RQ Kaito who banned off the Moskov.
that would be so funny. That would be so funny. And the worst part is they don't even get first pick.
Yeah, they don't get first pick. And then it's just Roger again first pick. I'm calling it here. I'm calling it here. If it's the exact same bans, that's what it's going to roughly look
It's going
like.
to be Roger first pick, and then Foxura somehow decides to ignore their marksman, and then
They still pick. They still pick the Loyi.
and then Claw gets picked up.
Yes.
And then Loyi Claw gets picked up, and it's over.
Oh boy. Oh boy. How many are they gonna let through? How many are they gonna let slip through the draft, man? That's what I'm curious about. I think that Foxura overall, they gotta wait for this entire game. Well, no, at the very least, gotta make sure that they wait a couple of minutes before they can actually end the game before they get into the next lobby.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I think that, yeah, right. They exited the lobby. I think. Looking at our live feed. Yep, I think the lobby is closed down.
Yep, the lobby's closed down. They're going to be in their drafting phase real soon. So don't worry, guys. Bit of a technical issue, but yeah, we're keeping you up to date with everything that's going on here at the SPS. The draft is about to begin.
Yeah, I like the fact that even though they are going for a redraft, RQ Kaito still put up a pretty decent draft. Take a guess. Take a guess. If you guys guessed it right, that's 100 diamonds for every right guess.
Wait.
They saw the Fanny, right? They saw the Fanny and the Cho. So guess the you know what? If you guys can guess the 3 remaining picks that RQ Kaito picked, that's 500 diamonds.
Dude, that's wild. That's wild. I can't even like. No, there's no way. Who is gonna be able to get this? There's almost no way that people can get this.
No, but okay, 2 out of the 3 picks are common picks. Ah, there it is.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I'll take that. I'll take that. They've got a magic.
They got
bad.
they got Magic Man. They got Bruce Lee's disciple, and they got Time Traveler.
Well, which one? You don't know. Hey.
I think Magic Man is probably the hardest one to.
I think Magic Man is pretty difficult
because
Magic
people will
Man.
guess Harith, and then forget that Harith was banned.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's the thirst trap right there. That's the one that everyone's gonna fall back into. That's so funny if that was actually a draft here. Hey, look, our toasters are different. Anyways, with that being said, at the very least, when this draft actually begins, let's see how it's going to be played out because now there we go. You see it? It's the Harith.
It's Magic Man.
Yeah, really. Everybody who wants the 100 diamonds real bad is like, I thought I got it correct.
No, you're wrong. It's Harley.
No one was gonna guess Harley, Nolan, and as well as sorry, it is not Terizla, Tigreal.
No, it's Cho. It was Cho.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was
It's
Cho.
Bruce Lee.
I was looking at the wrong side. I guess I don't get 100 diamonds. Now, RQ Kaito getting rid of. Ooh, they got rid of Chip and they also got rid of the Angela.
They can still pick Loyi first pick if they want.
I think they're setting up for it, right?
All right, Foxura, what do you ban? So they ban a ton. So they're banning Magic people.
Okay. Kaito, you know what to do. You know what the plan is.
Ban Moskov.
Ban Moskov, and then you got this in the bag. 40 more seconds, and they're deliberating amongst each other, right? I respect that of RQ Kaito, making sure that they're utilizing the whole draft duration, including the times where you already know what you're going to ban, but at the very least, discuss ahead of time what the particular options are going to be for maybe second phase or even like first or second picks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to rush this, right? I think you have plenty, especially when you're on blue side, there's so many openers that you can go for. See, if they want to lock down Foxura, they could even ban out the Loyi themselves.
I would hope that Foxura bans out that Loyi, but let's just see. Ooh, RQ Kaito take that away from Foxura, not even giving them the pleasure of banning it out.
At least it guarantees a marksman pick for Kaito, right? Regardless of Moskov or Roger ban, RQ Kaito will get one of them.
Come on, make our predictions come true. Ban out the carry right here, or the Moskov.
It'd be so funny if they ban a carry. Yes, you have so many other picks. Why would you ban a carry?
And they go for carry of all things.
They ban Moskov and take carry. I respect that. They will earn my respect if they do that.
Oh, it's happening, dude! It's happening! It's happening! Pick the Roger. Pick Roger right here. Roger right here, Kaito. Come on. Oh wait, no. They still have to go through the entire timer, and then that's where we're gonna see Foxura pick up the carry. Oh, dude. It's happening, I swear to God. Come on.
Pick Arlet. Just pick something normal. Barats, Arlet.
Arlet would technically be fine. Roger as a first pick, yeah. Also a good strong opener here.
Matilda,
even better opener to be fair, technically. Come on. I'm tired of the analysis. I want to see
the suspense.
The suspense is honestly
killing me.
Come on, Ferg, say something. Be like, no, we're going to lock in Roger here. Fight with your team.
Roger pick. Okay, we're getting the predictions right.
Now, Siti Rosana or Dust, one of you is going to look at your gold laner and be like,
Frederick carry.
I thought like maybe Matilda carry, to be fair.
I think
but
Barras
Frederick makes more sense.
Barras would feel better, right?
Yes, actually, Barras is a much better pick in that case. At least then they'll have some form of an early game, am I right?
Yeah. While we're waiting, in recent news, Mythic Seals just beat Burmese Ghouls 2-0.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Dang, I wish I could have watched that game. But here we are, right? 20 seconds more. Let's see it. Come on, boys. I know you may be over communicating with TeamSpeak, but just
might as well, right? Might as well.
Yeah. Not even uses the latest programs, just TeamSpeak specifically.
What if they missed a ban and someone called and then it's like, hey.
That would make a lot more sense, honestly. That would be a more acceptable answer. But
hi, Abang, your dinner is here.
Gotta make sure that you're fully topped up in nutrition values.
Okay, so Valentina, Fredrin. Wow, we completely ignoring the parades.
Yeah. I think maybe Foxura has caught on to the potential predictions that we made here up on the desk, and maybe even considering that this Roger could go into the jungle in the first place, so it doesn't really predetermine what the matchup is going to look like just yet.
But it doesn't stop RQ Kaito from taking Barats, because that's what they did.
That is true.
Barats, put him in the XP lane, and then they take a marksman.
Yep, they have a double flex pick for the jungle, as well as either EXP or gold. Very interchangeable at that point of time. So that means they go for mid lane picks, support picks, blind EXP. I don't think blind EXP is going to happen.
But to the Barats.
Tilda Barats.
Still does not give away where this Roger goes.
Yeah, really tough. Yeah, I mean, Foxora, you got to make some choices here.
Alright, you see the Barats, he's a tank carry.
They might actually go for it. To be fair, they might actually go for it.
Carry has been like the biggest bait pick. So they take Minotaur. Yeah, but Carry has been like one of the biggest bait picks past, well, 2 months ago.
Well, yes, 2 months ago it was. I mean, it has been like surging up in popularity, especially when you know, she was busted last patch. But now, not as bad, a lot more manageable. She still is dedicated towards that on-hit Trinity build. We do see the Rizla ban out here. Where are Foxora's minds at? Because I think it's pretty straightforward for Kaito. Just start getting rid of the marksmen for free, unless, like, so far we haven't seen Papitero actually whip out like a fighter in the side lanes.
They're running out of options though. If you want to protect the Barats XP, you ban a CC here like last game. That's what they did. So you can ban a CC, and then you open up options for Barats to go XP.
I've been waiting.
So they ban
They're like, get rid of the problem. Let's not deal with the symptoms. We need to get rid of the disease.
so they ban the carry.
They get rid of the carry now. Foxora bans out CC. Imagine though.
If they ban CC, they could go, I want to say X-Borg, but it's a Matilda.
I mean, there's not a very much of a winning position from Foxora from this point onwards. One of their side lanes is going to get shafted. The question is which side laner?
I think you just pick X-Borg and shaft him. And then you give your gold lane a good... Because the first 3 picks, they don't really have the most damage. I think this could lean into... Foxora might just be leaning into getting Puppy Tetro online, have him scale, and then have him carry the game. Unless your XP laner is a damage dealer, you know, Paquito, Benedetta, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, I suppose.
I mean, they got a lot of good options, to be fair. Yuzong, a little bit difficult because of Matilda. Man, there's just so much kiting with Matilda. It's just really obnoxious to deal with, especially when they run in 2 different directions and you're just like, it doesn't matter which one I go for.
I know, Esmeralda.
To be fair, City Norsana does play a Esmeralda.
Yeah? Oh my god. They banned the Claude. Wait, what else is left? Are we going back to Brody?
Melissa. No, Carrie's already banned out.
Yeah, Melissa ain't too bad, actually. I think you just pick Melissa.
Thing is that the Melissa doesn't really do a lot. That's the main problem, right? The only reason why you want the Melissa is to have like a somewhat... Like the laning phase, bypass that. Like talking about the overall comp, it's really just to kind of punish anybody who wants to follow up on the Daytona's welcome. I think that's the main idea if they do lock in the Melissa.
I think you pick XP... Yeah, pick the XP first. So you pick the Arlet.
They get the Arlet here.
Now you get to see what RQ Kaito is going to draft.
Dude, I feel it. This is going to be like a Ruby gold lane. This is going to be like a CC gold lane or something. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. It doesn't make sense that they are not, like... If they wanted a gold laner, they probably would have done it instead of... they would have picked it up instead of the Minotaur, most likely. But the fact that they're not doing it kind of goes to show that they have something in their back pocket. Just don't know what it is.
But if you play double fighter this game, it is already over from the draft. They're not gonna have damage past like 15 minutes.
I mean, let's just see first, right? Let's just see. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. I'm feeling generous today. They've already put on quite the show.
Alright, so Yuzong for the XP lane.
Alright, Yuzong for the XP.
Wow, God.
So smart, so smart. They're really going to punish the tanks on the side of Foxora's side, right? So, again, a lot of work is going to be, needs to be done by CT Norsana at this point of time. But even so, it's like Arlet into a Yuzong matchup. Again, it can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, it can be very volatile.
Single death, right?
Single death is over, right?
Yeah, that laning phase is just gone.
Alright, Foxora.
What is good here, dude? Lunox gold.
The fact that there's a Gord makes Melissa not good anymore. So they'll take Bruno. See, I'm telling you, I've watched enough of these games to expect the Bruno.
Dude, all right. I'm just gonna roll with it. I just gotta roll with it. It's fine. It's fine.
I went through 7 weeks of this.
7 weeks of this, dude. This is rough. This is some rough stuff. I'm not talking about the player. I'm just talking about the situation we're in right now. Wow. Okay. Oh man. How do they?
Like, a lot of Malaysian tier 2, tier 3 teams love the Bruno as a last resort. And
Why is the last pick? Why the last pick? What's stopping them from picking it up within like first rotation, third pick, and then after that figuring out what the support is going to be later? Or maybe is it just a problem of hero pool? Kind of tough to pinpoint exactly what the issue is. But for the most part, like RQ Kaito, they've got like a multitude of tools.
I mean, I can tell you if it's not a problem with hero pool, because if it is, they wouldn't be banning out 3 marksmen.
That's also a good point. That's also a good point. But with that being said, both these teams are going to be loading into the land of Dawn. RRQ Kaito going to be starting off on the blue side up against Foxura on the red side. And as we go into it, let's see where the jungles are going to start.
I see something that I wanted to talk about. So there's this live. I forgot who was making this live stream. I think it was from MPL, one of the Filipino players. But there's this strat where prior to 14 seconds, if you sell your items, you get full refund. So in a lane where you feel like you would lose, you would first buy boots. The moment you reach lane, you sell it at like 14 seconds, and then you get armor.
Yeah. I know who you're talking. Was it Kelra? Was it Kelra?
I think it
where
was.
He did, or I'm trying to think whether it was the CEO.
I think it was Kelra. He talked about it on stream.
It was a while ago. It was quite some time ago. I think this was like what, almost. Well, no, I wouldn't say M2. It's probably M3, right? Most likely M3, where Beatrix was quite the menace.
Yeah, I think the old clip was resurfacing. I just saw it recently.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. But right now, Dusk not having the best of times. He's going to be delayed on his level 4 in comparison to Denjiro, who's having the time of his life.
Wait, he does that trick and still loses the lane and his Purify, and Siti Norsana is first blood. This lane is over.
This lane is pretty much done for. What can you really do, right? You're Bruno, you're really immobile here. Your level 1 is not as strong. It's definitely not as strong in comparison to Roger, who's got way more burst damage.
Yo, I just realized. So Bruno buys the armor, and CY was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy damage. That's how he won the lane.
And it's not even like raw stats, right? It's just, oh, here's some crit chance. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit of attack speed.
Man, I didn't know we were going downhill that fast. At first, okay. At least gets tagged by the residual damage. She still goes down, so it's something for Foxura. Can they get this turtle? This is the important part.
Yeah, this turtle is going to be extremely important for their side here. I'm surprised that Ferns didn't hit level 4 on time.
No, Daytona's welcome, so this should be an easier take. One there to disrupt this, Rosana is just going to disrupt the Gore. So Mr. Gush cancel, and still Denjiro gets the turtle. Foxura, I don't think they can fight this anymore. First is back in the fray, Black Dragon and a Dragon Tail. Imanatsu healed up, but still not enough. Tenka is going to be the second one to follow suit. First finds 2 in a row.
Good rundown from the side of RRQ Kaito. I'm still surprised. Again, both EXP laners did not hit level 4, but the mid laners did. So it looks like they absorbed the wave without the help of their EXP laner, putting them slightly behind. But regardless, CY, at this point, when you are the Roger, and especially when you're judging how to deal with a specific matchup, your main resource wave, Daytona's welcome's already out. Dusk's in trouble.
And it's going to be final slash as well. Does big slam and still ends up going down. Maybe they want to consider fighting this. Imanatsu is going to show up. But yeah, there's no way in.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. I think that Iman, in terms of...
Killing spree.
What? Kills Siti Norsana again underneath the turret. I think he got stunned by Minguin. Man, this is not looking like a easy game for Foxura to come back to.
No. It's a 3k gold lead already, so 1k net worth advantage per minute. The first, he has dealt so much damage. What, 150,000?
Yep. 15,000 total.
Wait, 15,000?
Yep, 15,000 total. overall just by Ferds. And at this point, do you even lane swap? I don't think you lane swap here. I think you want this laning phase to go as long as possible for CY. Just, you know, just keep on putting Papitero further and further behind unless they can set up a dive to guarantee goal plating or maybe a structure.
Even Papitero, if First sees him, he is 100% dead without Purify. I mean, First is camping in that bush on the top side. He has Petrify, right? Oh, he's coming back in 14 seconds.
Yeah, he's got to kill Ankle for sure. Or at least he can guarantee like a final slash to come out. But it's an angle which Foxura aren't expecting the Black Dragon form.
We just passed, so Foxura completely blind. As long as the moment they see it does, I think, you know, First can opt to make a move. See, though, he's still staying there. Circling Eagle, use onto Dust. Here comes First. Holding onto the Black Dragon form. That mini wave is coming very soon, so First will just use that ultimate. He's gonna find 4 of them in the bush. Petrified on a tree with the Mystic Gush to take out Tenka. Stolen Mystic Gush for Imanasu, not really doing as much as he wanted to, and RQ Kaito are just gonna start mowing down Foxura, finding 3 kills in the process.
Instantly, very clean fight for the side of RQ Kaito, making sure that nobody is taking too much damage. While this is happening, Papitero finally able to breathe in this lane, will trade a tier 1 for it. But look at this, the amount of economic damage coming in from RQ Kaito and what they gain from a mid-tier 1 as well as the purple buff. They continue to put Dusk behind, but at the same time, open up the map even more to suck Dusk dry.
And Denjiro's red tree is coming up. He's already back up. So Dusk can't, if he wants to get this buff, he needs to walk into vision, and that is just not an option. Denjiro is holding onto that red tree. He's just that confident.
No dive angle here just yet. But they can't even, they have to use the retributions on these smaller camps. There's just no choice. They're going to lose a tier 1 down bot side, unfortunately, and that means that all tier 1s will have fallen, and RQ Kaito will get to walk around in enemy jungle free of charge. We look at this instant replay here because there was an angle that Ferds could have jumped on Iman, but he just felt like it wasn't worth his time. He didn't know if Iman had his dashes back up, so he wanted to guarantee these kills onto CT Norsana, and as well as even Dust.
And a dive, bot side, CT Norsana did not stand a chance.
They're just getting picked apart here. RQ Kaito, so much tempo on their side, so decisive on their movements.
CY gets another free turret. Foxura, if this is not really a checkmate, it's going to be one very soon.
Well, I think after this turtle goes down, RQ Kaito should have a very clean 7K lead. If you look at the gold leaderboard, right? 5,000 for CY, 5.8, 5,000 almost on the dot for the side of Miniguin. Ferds at 4.4, Denjiro at 4.2, and Papitero able to out-farm Imanatsu, unfortunately, in 5th, 6th place.
It's going to be another push mid-side. CT Norsana stunned up. I mean, how would you even walk up as Foxura? I think you have an angle to walk up. And CT Norsana needs like a final slash of his life. And then the follow-up of a Minoru Fury has to be perfectly timed.
I think the way they do it is that Papitero needs to bait for it, right? He has to use his battle spell proactively rather than playing it defensive, because if not, they're just going to get continuously sieged by mid. And he's been doing like a phenomenal job. Just look at him, just harassing them underneath their turret, forcing them away from the tier 2.
Oh my gosh, CT Norsana takes the full Mystic Gush. Had to flicker at the very end. He really needed that battle spell. How much damage is this Gore dealing? He has
too much.
Wow, Enchanted Talisman.
Yeah,
even going for that.
Man, he can keep this up for days. He's got an Ice Queen's wand as well, so he can easily follow up with any of his other abilities. Even if he goes and uses it in the wrong order, this is rough. As RQ Kaito, they don't even care about this turtle anymore. It's about like making sure that Foxura can't get back economically.
There's nothing in the jungle.
Wait for it. The Lord spawns at 8 minutes. Rush it straight away.
Yep. Immediately gets it, and he can even go for the invade. The timer for the purple buff is back up. You have 3 bodyguards just making sure that Papitero gets some semblance of farm.
Yeah, and Foxura, they're just going to devolve to playing as 5 as much as they can, or stand really close to the inhibitor turrets because it's just way too dangerous to be this far out.
And they've been hovering around this area for the longest of time. And they know that they can't even go to the purple buff. They see Denjiro walk up with that new buff. And now that orange buff is going to be taken as well.
They've got the timers, they've got everything. And Voxura, man, RRQ Kaito just making sure that there's no holes in their gameplay. Even the wave management is designed so that Voxura can't walk up unless they go past the river point.
Yeah, and they will crash 2 waves at once.
They're guaranteed 2 inhibitors here.
Yep. Stun off. Again, no need to rush. Matilda bringing in the entire team. They're gonna get that energy shield out first. So at least that would deal with one of the waves, but doesn't solve the problem with the Lord. Let's see how Voxura defends this. The bottom one is not going to be kept standing any longer. Instantly taken out. And while Voxura is busy handling the Lord, RRQ Kaito, they're going to take this mid inhibitor with the Black Dragon form as an insurance policy to keep Voxura back, as far back as possible. I think they can go for all 3 at once. Final slash juice into Appraiser's grab the combo. Follow up, Minoan's Fury. Voxura finding the best possible combo, but still not enough. Way too far behind. Does not have the correct weaponry to cut through RRQ Kaito as they stand there, slowly dissected and just massacred, picked apart by RRQ Kaito. This should be the game, and this is the series. RRQ Kaito 2-0 over Voxura.
That's a GG well played by RRQ Kaito. Give it up to this squad. Even Denjiro flexing on him a little, just waiting for the right moment to actually just pop that Winter Truncheon. And that's where they find it, right? They were targeting him. They wanted to make sure they could sweep as many targets as possible. And Denjiro just needs to avoid the first wave of damage. And as soon as he comes back, he has already wasted more than enough time for the response of the rest of his members.
If only this game was... If only RRQ Kaito didn't have that big of a goal lead, that combo could have been a turnaround for Voxura.
It really
unfortunate.
With that being said, we have to bid farewell to Voxura and a GG well played to RRQ Kaito as they continue to move on to the 2-0 bracket.
The 1-1 bracket, in fact.
Oh, the 1-1 bracket, my bad.
But still, they're alive, and that's what matters for RRQ Kaito fans. Voxura, this is the end of the road for them. Game 1 was brutal, but Game 2 was... What's worse than brutal?
Not any easier. Not any easier for sure. This one definitely was a rough game, right? Papatero just basically couldn't play the laning stage, and I think that, you know, at least for the side of Voxura, a couple things that they're going to need to work on is having dedicated laners who are able to maintain that lane and is willing to sacrifice a little bit, but also to have the foresight of minion wave manipulation. I think Papatero is very much used to just auto-attacking minions, even when he doesn't have to, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed on a technical level.
But still, it's nostalgic to see some of the players who have played on the MPL stage. I think last season, right, Sitin Rosarna, Tenka, it's sad that they did draw a pretty rough hand in the Swiss stage, and today showed that RRQ Kaito just a cut above them. Even the stats, 12 kills to 1, 10 minutes and 6 seconds. Is this the fastest game we had? I think it's one of the fastest games we had.
It's definitely one of the fastest games we've had in SBS so far. We have to go, well, actually, we don't know. There might have been a faster ones, but based on the English broadcast alone, this is by far the quickest.
Quickest and the most decisive for our broadcast. And that got me curious. I probably need to check out if there's any faster game than this, because anything under 10 minutes is just...
it's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild indeed, especially with all like the in-game mechanics that that purposefully slow down these kind of early game hard stop pushes, right? At the end of it, the stats are all going to be in favor of RRQ Kaito. They stand above them in every single aspect of the game, choked them out, won out their lanes, made sure that the jungler couldn't play the game, and then eventually bled that lead into every single tier 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at the previous stats, and I think this is the fastest. The second fastest is actually Game 3 between AI Esports and Homeboy Singapore. That one was 10 minutes and 17 seconds.
Oh, wow. Not too far off. Not too far off.
Yeah.
Shaving a couple of seconds here.
This is actually the fastest.
Nice. That's good to know. On the English broadcast, the fastest game we've seen so far here at the SBS.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. This is the second fastest.
Second fastest?
The fastest?
No way.
Get this, right? It just happened. Liquid Aura, or the MDL Aura team, bit Asterisk, 9 minutes and 32 seconds.
9 minutes 32. Whoa. Whoa. 34-minute difference here for our MVP of this game, going hard for Ferns. He just ran down his opponents. He honestly, as an EXP laner, this is the moment where you feel like, man, this role is worth playing.
Yeah, all the hard work you put in, you get 1 kill and then you snowball the lane. This this is what it truly feels like to be an XP laner.
Oh yeah, this is what we all desire to be. Give us like one or two, like a little bit of pressure, some resources, and we can make magic happen.
Especially on Yuzhong, right? When you start really tapering off towards the late game. But if you never get to that point, like first, he works wonders. Though the only problem is that he's the only one who died this game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's the one diving extremely hard against Foxora, right? This one kill on this top side allowed Ferds to really scale fast into this game, never letting City Norsana really come back.
It's not even the kill that went, the kill didn't even went to him, but it didn't really matter, right? He hit his level 4 late and still came back and got 2 kills for himself. And after that point, every time First joins the fight, Foxora, they just have to surrender.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we see a lot of these invades happening on the top side of the map. They're just playing around just the raw strength that Ferds brings to the table. He's able to push fast, and more importantly, he's able to get to where he needs to be faster than City Norsana.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really much to say about this game. RQ Kaito with the bulldoze.
Quite the bulldoze indeed. I mean, just look at the movements that we're seeing, right? This very final fight, 3-man final slash as they're trying to get out. Quick purchase of the Winter Truncheon keeps himself alive.
That is crazy. How do you buy that item in the heat of things?
He probably had it recommended and was just like waiting for the moment to use it. He was, I mean, to be fair, he was getting chunked very hard, so he had to dodge the damage one way or the other.
That is actually mad. Like if the item that he had was actually like some brute force breastplate and he's like, I gotta change the Winter Truncheon, that would be double the impressive.
It would have been double the impressive. But man, Foxora, they put up a fight, but it was not enough against RRQ Kaito as they move on to the 1-in-1 bracket this time. Correction from earlier. And maybe they might find some easier opponents along the way until we get towards the end. And let's see whether RNG is in their favor because they still need to win off. What, from this point on, 4 more matches?
4 more games. And for those who wonder why 4 more games, it's because there might be a tiebreaker scenario, right? If you already used up one of your lifelines, you are bound to have that 4-1 bracket.
Yep. By the end of the tournament, if they manage to make it into top 4, that means all they have to do is win another 4 more games to a total score of 5-1. That's the goal that they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for the teams in this bracket, but of course, they would not know who their opponents for next week until the end of the show. So we're getting the bracket set up, so that means that these teams, as much as they're celebrating their victory, they are now kept in the dark. It's a mystery box.
Yep, it's definitely a mystery box. But the competition continues to get better over time. And that's what the SPS is all about, right? Again, get rid of the weaker teams as early on because of the Swiss format. And then eventually, we're going to go into the GSL format. And that one, it gets way worse. Way worse for the Tier 1 teams.
You think Swiss format is bad? Oh boy, wait until we get to GSL. In fact, this is the first, well, SPS is the first ever tournament that brought up this format, right? Very bold, but very, very interesting. This is how we kind of get the best out of every single team.
Exactly.
People complain about the MPL group stage format. You have not seen anything.
I mean, this is particularly interesting because now it's like you want to separate the weak and the strong, but through MPL qualifiers, especially when it's like the large masses, the community tournaments, right? This could be like, what, 700 to 1,000 games, 500 games that need to occur before we get to that next point.
Yeah, speaking of that, we're going to be able to talk to Mingwin, the mid laner from side of RQ Kaito. Talk to him about that win over Foxura. Let's bring it on. What is up, Mingwin? How are you feeling? Congratulations on your earlier win. Of course, late congratulations for taking over MD Philippines, but with that win over Foxura, you guys are still in the Swiss stage. How is everyone feeling right now?
Actually, we're feeling great. We're not that comfortable that we won that game. We're still eager and determined to win this ESL. So yeah, I think the celebration can wait. Yeah.
I see. You were talking about winning the entirety of SPS, right? That means you probably have a team that you really want to take out. There's multiple stages, so let's just start with the current stage. Out of the 32 teams, is there a team that you in particular feel is the most threatening to RRQ Kaito?
To be honest, I think our yesterday opponent, the EVOS Holy. I think on what happens yesterday is that they really dominate us in those games, but I believe that we can show more and we can do better than that game. So if ever that we'll be given a chance, they're still the opponent that I want to face.
So it's all about revenge, right? You want to take them down again. I'm pretty sure if you guys make it through the entire bracket, there is going to eventually be a chance you guys potentially meet down the road. I haven't really asked this to any players before, but I want to throw this at you, Mingwin. So just now you guys basically defeated Foxura in a pretty dominant fashion, right? So if there's one takeaway, I think, for the Foxura fans or players to kind of take away from that series, what do you think is kind of the one thing that they could look at down the road, for their future games?
I think for Foxura, they just need to have a good communications and the objective takings. Make sure that they don't react too much on the enemy's movements or plays. I think that's the only problem they have. In terms of drafting, I think there's no problem with it.
Interesting you say that when they missed out on the fourth ban in game 1. They ended up missing up that draft. Interesting. So what is the training regimen for RRQ Kaito? How did you guys get to the level that you're currently at, and what's did the training regimen change for SPS?
I think it's all the same to other teams. Of course, we scream. We play RG together, but I think the things that differentiate us from other teams is, the bond that we have. Even though we're new as a team, I'll make sure as a captain that if there's miscommunications or misunderstanding in the team, I'll make sure to solve it right away and won't affect our games.
All right, awesome. So I mean, right now you guys are on that high. Any words you want to tell the fans of RQ Kaito who are watching and supporting you right now?
To all our RQ fans in Indo and Philippines, thank you very much for supporting us yesterday and today. We'll make sure to give our best to our upcoming games.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you very much, Mingwin. Have a good rest. We'll see you guys next week for the next stage of your games. Happy to have you with us.
Thank you.
Now that's main character energy right there. Man is just taking it a day at a time, but also he's a captain, so he's got to look out for his other kohais.
Yeah, look out for his friends, and very good insight as well, right? Not even in victory, they are still observing the opponents, and maybe Foxura can kind of take something away from this. Very insightful. I like it when players get to share their insight about their team and other teams, right? There's always something to learn.
I mean, he goes beyond the question. That in an interview already says a lot, that he's continuously thinking ahead of time. That foresight is slowly developing, and that's what I'm telling you. Some main character energy development from RRQ Kaito.
Yeah, and I mean, with today ending, we have wiped out, I think, 8 teams?
A quarter of the... Yep,
yeah,
8
teams, right? So 8 teams have been eliminated. We witnessed 2 of them. So again, at least for the English broadcast, it's Foxura and Minerva Philippines getting eliminated. But still, the journey is not done just yet. We still have 24 more teams to continue this battle next week.
Yep, 24 teams to continue on in this Swiss round of format. Again, they have time to prepare, time to polish up their gameplay, because they're realizing that some of these teams are stronger than what they expected, so they have to adjust their expectations, cool down egos, and become perfect as a team, which is what is expected here if you want to make it to the top here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, my name is Gideon. This is Husky. Thank you so much for watching the SPS, brought to you by ESL, live here at the studio. It's been a very good time here. Any final words before we close down the show?
Well, week 1 is ended. The competition only heats up from this point onward. So to all the teams, all the best for your next series. The teams that were eliminated, don't feel bad. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.